Chapter 295. The army stepped on the clouds and flew towards the Xianxia immortal abode in a mighty formation. An abode left behind by an immortal who had fallen before the two great apocalypses made the six heaven immortals, including Patriarch Xianxia, extremely excited. In the end, 36th-tier heaven immortals were just the weakest existences in the cultivation system of immortals. In the cultivation system of immortals, minor heavenly circle realm could only serve as a stepping stone. It was not hard to imagine how attractive an ancient immortal abode was to Patriarch Xianxia and his companions. If not for the fact that they were suspicious of the origin of Myriad Immortals' planet and had ordered their disciples to capture barbarian leaders to gather information, perhaps these six heaven immortals would have long broken the last restrictive spell of Xianxia immortal abode with violence, rushing into the abode and looting everything. Wuxia followed closely behind Patriarch Xianxia, stealthily glancing around at the emperors and ministers of the six dynasties, who had a calm expression on their faces. A priceless planet left behind by a great war before the two great apocalypses? And it was such a coincidence that millions of planets in the vicinity of this priceless planet were shattered, leaving behind a flaming nether ocean that even gold immortals could not enter and exit freely. And the location of this priceless planet was right in the middle of the flaming nether ocean, and no one had discovered it after so many years. During the Great War between the three dynasties, all three dynasties had their descendants left behind. It was not hard to imagine that the emperors and ministers of the six dynasties were the descendants of those cultivators. Because of the fluctuation of natural energies, the descendants of these cultivators could hardly achieve any success in their cultivation base. The strongest among them could cultivate to the realm of nascent soul, but they could only live for several thousand years before they fell one after another. Over 10 billion years had passed since the two great apocalypses, and after several tens of thousands of generations, it was only natural that the descendants of these cultivators had forgotten the great achievements of their ancestors. It was not until 100,000 years ago that the natural energies in this place calmed down. Therefore, the descendants of these cultivators rose in the wilderness, gradually growing stronger and prosperous. Finally, over 2,000 years ago, under the command of the emperors of the six dynasties, Yin, the emperors of the six dynasties, defeated the alliance of barbarian tribes in one fell swoop and gradually developed to the present day, forming the six dynasties. Wuxia sighed in his mind. The story was perfectly woven, and at least Wuxia could not find any loopholes. From the looks of it, Patriarch Xianxia and the others were convinced of this statement, and there was no doubt in their hearts. If it weren't for the fact that Wuxia and Yin came from the same place and were familiar with the names of these people, he would have been fooled. How did they get here? What are they doing here? Wuxia frowned and instinctively took a step closer to Patriarch Xianxia. Patriarch Xianxia keenly sensed Wuxia's little movement. He turned to Wuxia, nodded amiably, and said with a smile, "Don't be afraid, my good disciple. Although this is a cave abode of an ancient immortal, after so many years of changes in the underground energy veins, all the defensive mechanisms in this cave abode are broken and incomplete. So, there's not much danger in here. Two eons. This age is really too ancient." Taking advantage of the situation, Wuxia said, "Master, please be extra careful. After all, this is a cave abode left behind by an ancient immortal. Those defensive mechanisms are dead and will be worn away by the passage of time. But if there's a living being in the cave abode, we have to be extra careful." The expressions of Patriarch Xianxia and the other heaven immortals fell instantly, while Taoist Xianxia cried out in horror. What martial nephew Wuxia said is absolutely right. If there's a living being left in that cave abode, what is its cultivation base? Fellow Taoists, we have to be extra careful. Behind him, the emperors and ministers of six dynasties and the elite disciples of two immortal sects all had a shocked look on their faces. Patriarch Xianxia gave Wuxia a praising look again, then nodded and said, "My good disciple, you are more cautious than me." He glared fiercely at all the disciples of White Cloud Immortal Sect and snapped, "How old are you? Why are you not as meticulous as a new disciple?" Wuxia bowed his head, smiled, and did not say a word. How could this be considered as meticulous? Clearly, it was because he had been a thief in underhand sect for too long, and he knew that some freakishly rich people like to use living beings to guard all kinds of precious treasures in their safety deposit boxes. It was not the first or second time that he had encountered something like pulling out a handful of venomous snakes from a safety deposit box. As for the scroll of stealing, there were many things that Wuxia should pay attention to, one of which was the possibility of being guarded by living beings in the immortal abode. The shadowy figure who inherited Wuxia's scroll of stealing had once encountered an ancient divine beast, a three-headed black Qilin, in the treasure vault of an almighty expert, and was chased by that beast for 3 years without being able to escape. When Patriarch Xianxia praised Wuxia, all the disciples of White Cloud Immortal Sect just bowed and listened to him. On the other hand, the faces of some people from Great Yin, Great Chu, and Great Wei turned slightly unsightly. They stared coldly at Wuxia's body. They had some opinions about Wuxia, who had robbed them of their glory. Wuxia could sense these hostile gazes, but he did not mind them at all. Before 1 or 2 heaven immortals appeared among the emperors and ministers of 6 dynasties, Wuxia had no fear. Even if heaven immortals were to appear, they had to be able to transcend their heavenly tribulations. Wuxia had no interest in helping these people transcend their heavenly tribulations. But when some people whom he did not like were transcending their heavenly tribulations, Wuxia was very interested in giving them some troubles. In the scroll of stealing, there were all kinds of mystic techniques that could create troubles. For example, when one was at the most critical moment of transcending one's heavenly tribulation, one could be sprinkled with a large amount of drunken dragon incense. With that, one would not even know how one died. Thinking of this, Wuxia could not help but turn his head and grinned at those people. Sure enough, he saw Lu Buwei, Xianxia, and a few others slowly turn their heads and look to the side. The cloud moved at a high speed, and very soon, the company arrived above the silver spot in the middle of the lake. At the order of Patriarch Xianxia and Xianxia, the company descended onto the cloud. Using an incantation gesture, Patriarch Xianxia parted the lake water, then stepped on the cloud and flew down through the water channel. Once they started moving, they could immediately see the differences in this large group of people. Naturally, the 6 heaven immortals flew at the front, while Wuxia, who was favored by the 3 patriarchs of White Cloud Immortal Sect, followed closely behind them. Behind the 6 heaven immortals were the disciples of 2 immortal sects, who lined up neatly and flew in a strict formation. According to their cultivation base, specialties, and the characteristics of their magical treasures, they formed 2 formations that could both attack and defend as they flew down. Vaguely, an eerie aura could be sensed from them. As for the emperors and ministers of 6 dynasties, they did not form a formation like the disciples of the immortal sections. They did have their own formation, but the 6 emperors stood at the front, while the civil and military ministers stood on the left and right. They flew in an orderly manner according to their positions and titles of nobility, and did not care about cultivation techniques, specialties, or the characteristics of their magical treasures. If such a formation were to arrive at Liyuan Galaxy, which was located outside Myriad Immortals' planet, and was suddenly attacked by an enemy, it would definitely be thrown into a panic and nothing good would come out of it. However, the formation looked magnificent and was a good way to put on a show. Very quickly, the company came to the deepest part of the lake. Before them was a jade-colored memorial arch, which was glistening and translucent, emitting a silver beam of light that pierced straight into the sky. On top of the memorial arch, there was a row of ancient seal script, which read Song Ao, Immortal Abode. The material of the memorial arch was the finest cold fat jade, and it was nourished by a small energy vein underneath. After 2 eons of time, the memorial arch itself had transformed into a rare and precious treasure. Now, The 200 feet tall memorial arch only had a thin layer of jade skin left on it, while the rest of the jade had turned into a clump of green silver, sticky jade essence that was hovering in the middle of the memorial arch. After two great calamities, over 10 billion years, the amount of natural energy accumulated in the jade marrow was shockingly enormous. The dense natural energy was so dense that it seemed to be bursting out from the bottom of the lake, turning the bottom of the lake with a circumference of 100 miles into a paradise filled with abundant natural energy. Patriarch Jiang Yun and Xianxia exchange a glance. Suddenly, both of them stretched out their right hands and began playing a finger-guessing game. After 3 rounds, Patriarch Jiang Yun was the winner while laughing out loud. Immediately, the memorial arch belonged to White Cloud Immortal Sect. The old Taoist Xianxia slapped his right hand fiercely a few times while cursing, as if he was blaming himself for being so useless and throwing away such an extraordinary treasure. Wuxia and the others were struck dumb by what they saw. How could this be possible? How could a rare and precious treasure be owned by someone like that? On the other hand, the disciples of both immortal sects turned a blind eye to it, as if it was not the first time these two ancestral masters played this game. Noticing the puzzled look on Wuqi's face, Qing Wu Immortal transmitted her voice to Wuqi and said, Jiang Yun and Xianxia are true brothers who have gone through life and death together. The 4 of them have been cultivating the Tao together, traveling the world together, and have been friends for nearly 100,000 years. For 100,000 years, White Cloud Immortal Sect and Tranquil Vimla Sect have supported each other, and that's why they are able to hold up a piece of heaven and earth in Liyuan Galaxy. You don't have to be so courteous with Tranquil Vimla Sect. It's the same for them to us. Wuqi gave Patriarch Jiang Yun, Xianxia, and Xianxia an envious look. It was really amazing that such a friendship could last for nearly 100,000 years without being affected by any external factors. When he was still on Earth, he had seen too many brave and righteous men who would stab their brothers in life and death dozens of times in the back just for a piece of bread, causing their brothers in life and death to die tragically on the spot. After the ownership of the Spirit Jade Arch was decided, all 6 Heaven Immortals exchanged a glance. Patriarch Jiang Yun unleashed the white cloud sky-veiling flag, covering all the people behind him with it. Layers of white clouds wheeled around him as he smiled and said, Today, we are fated to enter the immortal abode. If there are dangers lurking in the immortal abode, you must come out quickly and run for your lives. If there are not too many dangers in the immortal abode, you could try your luck. If you can find 1 or 2 immortal items, according to the sect rules, they will belong to you. According to the sect rules, if you can find 3 or more treasures of the same grade, you'll have to hand them over to the sect. Do you understand? Wuqi was taken aback, while Yin Dan and the others looked at Patriarch Jiang Yun with great astonishment. The sect rules of White Cloud Immortal Sect and Tranquil Vimla Sect were extremely lax. Even if a disciple of Hotian Realm found 2 immortal items in the abode, they would belong to that disciple as well. A sect rule like this was simply, Wuqi took a deep breath and nodded his head inwardly. It looked like he had hit the jackpot, as he had bumped into a pretty good sect. If he found something good in the future, he would not have to hide it all the time. Rubbing the 2 rings on his finger, Wuqi turned and gave Lu Buwei a grin. Lu Buwei gave Wuqi a look with a smile on his face and nodded slowly. 6 Heaven Immortal Patriarchs waved their right hands at the same time, unleashing 6 immortal thunderbolts. The arch in front of them shook abruptly, and in an instant, a door glinting brilliantly was opened up. A large sheet of dense immortal energy came rolling and rolling toward them. Wuqi and the others felt as if they had just drunk some strong wine, and their heads were dizzy, nearly passing out from the shock. Patriarch Jiang Yun cried out hastily, All disciples below the realm of nascent divinity, hold your breaths. The immortal energy is not something you can handle right now. Disciples of nascent divinity realm, remember this. Look into your body with your divine will. When your nascent divinity absorbs the immortal energy and emits a golden gleam, do not absorb anymore, or you will face the risk of having your body explode. Upon hearing Patriarch Jiangyun's words, Wuqi quickly held his breath. However, the Tenjin Dan, in his 7 stealing heaven meridians, began to devour the immortal energy hovering on the surface of his body like hungry wolves. Wuqi was startled at first, then struck with wild joy. Chapter 296. Amidst the immortal aura that looked like white clouds, Wuqi was sitting cross-legged under a luxuriant 7-berries fig tree, exercising the 7 foundation establishment technique with all his might and crazily absorbing the immortal aura from the outside world. Within the meridians in both of his arms, Tenjin Dan shone brilliantly and had grown to the size of a chicken. The Jin Dan was extremely solid, with large sheets of 5-colored auspicious lights coiling around it. An enormous amount of immortal aura was being absorbed and spat out from the Jin Dan, quickly transforming into innate energies that circulated around his body. The immortal aura was a kind of immortal aura that only immortals could absorb and use. Its nature was comparable to the Jin Dan nectar, and the nascent soul purple energy, which were regarded as the life of nascent soul cultivators. The energy contained in a single thread of immortal aura was equal to 10,000 units of acquired energies of 5 elements. It was a pure and overbearing energy. Unless one had the body of a heaven immortal, once any other cultivator absorbed it into their body would explode and they would die for sure. Only nascent divinity cultivators, who had half a foot into the door of heaven immortal, could absorb a little bit of immortal aura to temper their nascent divinity. However, the Tenjin Dan that Wuqi condensed with the 7 foundation establishment technique could absorb the immortal aura without any limitation. On top of that, only 100 units of immortal aura could be transformed into 1 unit of innate energies through his Jin Dan. The nature of the innate energies now was at least 100 times purer than before, and contained an incredible life force and immense divine power. After being nourished by the innate energies, Wuqi was like a butterfly in a cocoon, and his body began to go through a tremendous transformation. Sitting cross-legged, the muscles on Wuqi's body were wriggling at an incredible speed, while his bones and internal organs were rubbing against each other and producing crisp, popping noises. About 4 hours later, Wuqi suddenly fished out a golden vat filled with dragon blood essence from the black dragon spirit ring. Like a whale sucking in water, Wuqi took a deep breath towards the golden vat. Tens of thousands of kilograms of blood essence transformed into a long beam of light and was quickly swallowed by him. While circulating the 7 foundation establishment technique at top speed, he was also using the dragon transformation script to temper his fleshly body. Abruptly, a high-temperature heat wave burst out from his body as a large amount of pitch black and sticky filth sprayed out from the surface of his skin. In just a blink of an eye, a thick layer of filth had covered his entire body. The Tenjin Dan in his 7 stealing heaven meridians continued to spin. Because of a nourishment from the immortal energies, the Jin Dan quickly expanded to the size of a fist, and then was forcibly compressed and quenched by Wuqi using a mystic technique from Scroll of Stealing. With each round of compression and quenching, the innate energies of 5 elements that burst out from the Jin Dan would become purer and denser. When Wuqi had compressed and quenched the Jin Dan for the 9th time, the innate energies of 5 elements that burst out from the Jin Dan had reached a level comparable to the energy of an early-stage nascent soul cultivator. Cracking noises could be heard from all over his body, as Wuqi's body expanded and shrunk abruptly. After the 9th round of compression and expansion, the filth on Wuqi's skin suddenly exploded, and a layer of skin on his body cracked, revealing a new layer of skin that was as fair as jade and smooth as suet. Wuqi snorted coldly, then casually clenched his fist and thrust it forward. Vaguely, a 5-colored ray could be seen flickering on his 5 fingers, then abruptly condensed into his palm, transforming into a tiny purple-gold lightning bolt that shot out from his palm. A loud boom rang out, as a 100 feet tall fence made from celestial dark iron that had lived for over 100 million years shattered into pieces. The broken fence flew up into the air and was melted into molten iron by the extremely high temperature contained in the lightning bolt. The celestial dark iron was as tough as an upper-grade defensive magical treasure, but it was shattered into pieces by Wuxia with just a single palm thunder. It was not hard to tell how powerful his innate energies of 5 elements had become. Wonderful! Wuxia let out a long laugh. Suddenly, his soul in his spiritual ocean transformed into a ball of misty light and quickly rushed into his Jin Dan, which was located in his 7 stealing heaven meridians. His soul was divided into 10 equal parts and fused with 10 Jin Dan. Immediately, his thumb-sized purple-gold Jin Dan burst out with a blinding light. On the smooth surface of each Jin Dan, countless images of Wuxia were seen wheeling at high speed, looking extremely mystical. The immortal energy is indeed much stronger than the ordinary natural energies. Only those who cultivate the scroll of stealing can use the immortal energy to cultivate in the Jin Dan realm. Wuxia thought to himself proudly, Jin Dan is a unity deity, and the soul is contained within the soul. This is the cultivation base of the middle stage of Jin Dan realm. Shaking his neck, Wuxia was about to absorb more immortal energy, trying to push his cultivation base to the peak of Jin Dan realm. However, right when he circulated the innate energies of 5 elements in his body, countless wounds suddenly burst open on both of his arms. Wuxia felt helpless, and he had to stop his attempt. Currently, his innate energies of 5 elements were extremely powerful and had exceeded the limit of his fleshly body. He had to go through a long period of arduous cultivation to strengthen the foundation of his fleshly body. Only then could he improve his cultivation base again. The scroll of stealing focused on the foundation, and without a strong foundation, his future achievements would be limited. Wuxia felt helpless, and he could only let the Jin Dan keep absorbing innate energies of 5 elements to strengthen his fleshly body. Together with the dragon transformation script, the strength of his fleshly body was gradually increasing. Now that he had reached the middle stage of Jin Dan realm, his soul had fused with the Jin Dan, and the Jin Dan had given birth to its own intelligence. The energies in his body were constantly circulating. In the future, his cultivation base would progress at a tremendous pace, much faster than before. He rose to his feet, casually plucked 2 fruits from the 7 seeds fig tree, and ate them. After that, Wuxia gave the surroundings a casual glance. 1 month ago, when Wuxia and the company carefully entered the Xianxia Immortal Abode, they were suddenly enveloped by an auspicious cloud that emerged from the ground, and all of them were thrown to different places in the Immortal Abode. Wuxia was quite lucky, as he was thrown to a garden of flowers and fruits in the Immortal Abode. This place was filled with an abundance of immortal energies, and countless flowers, fruit trees, and rare spirit herbs were planted here. Wuxia was more than happy to stay here and focus on his cultivation. With the help of the nearly endless immortal energies, he pushed his cultivation base to the middle stage of Jin Dan realm, where the Jin Dan had fused with his soul. Fortunately, the immortal energies in this immortal abode were endless. If Wuxia wanted to achieve his current cultivation base by relying on the ordinary natural energies in the outside world, it would take him at least 1,000 years of hard work. After all, the energy contained in one portion of immortal energies was equal to 10,000 portions of ordinary natural energies. Xianxia Immortal Abode had accumulated the immortal energies for 2 great epochs, and no one had ever used them before. That was why Wuxia was able to use them wantonly. After letting out a loud laugh, Wuxia's eyes shone with a bright gleam, and he exercised the mystic eyes of universe with all his might. In an instant, all the restrictive spells in the garden, which measured about 1,000 acres in circumference, were completely exposed in his eyes. With his cultivation base suddenly improved by 1 level, the power of all the divine abilities and mystic techniques of Wuxia had increased by more than 10 times. Every single herb and fruit tree in this garden was protected by restrictive spells. However, the strength of these restrictive spells was not strong, and they were not mainly used for attacking, but mainly used to maintain a constant temperature and humidity. After finding out the root of these restrictive spells, Wuxia carefully came to the center of the garden, to a white jade field that measured about 1 acre in circumference. This white garden was paved with the finest white jade, and only a few dozen purple grasses were planted in the field, which was several tens of feet thick. The grasses were shaped like calamus, and their stems and leaves were stretched out like ribbons, swaying gently amidst the white immortal energies, even though there was no wind. A few fist-sized golden fruits were growing on top of the grasses. Each of these fruits was shaped like a human brain and were emitting a dazzling and strange gleam. Heavenly wit fruit. Wuxia narrowed his eyes into 2 thin lines. It was an extremely rare spirit herb. It was a spirit fruit that could awaken the intellect of any human or animal, giving them an incredible intelligence. Each spirit fruit could only be eaten once by a person, and if the person consumed too much, his brain would be burned by the heavenly flame, turning it into ashes and killing him. A single spirit fruit could create an existence with a superhuman intelligence, and, at the same time, it could enhance that person's ability to sense the Tao of heaven and earth by at least 3 to 10 times. The higher the innate intelligence of a person was, the greater the enhancement would be. And the most fundamental cultivation base of a cultivator was the understanding of the Tao of heaven and earth. A single heavenly wit fruit could enhance one's ability to sense by at least 3 times, which meant it could save 3 times the time of cultivation. Patriarch Xianxia had been cultivating arduously for nearly 100,000 years, but he was only very close to the realm of 35th tier heaven immortal. If he could consume a single heavenly wit fruit, even if it could only save him 3 times the time, he should have been able to advance to the next realm 70,000 years ago. There were 18 heavenly wit grasses here, and a total of 57 heavenly wit fruits. There was also a large area of residue of the heavenly wit fruit on the ground. Apparently, there were countless ripening heavenly wit fruits here, but no one picked them, and eventually they all withered by themselves. After a moment of silence, Wuxia plucked all the heavenly wit fruits and swallowed one of them. After exercising his cultivation technique and regulating his breath for 15 minutes, Wuxia finally digested the powerful medicinal strength of the heavenly wit fruit. As expected, he felt that his eyes and ears had become sharper, as if his body had melted and fused with the surrounding heaven and earth. His communication with the heaven and earth had been enhanced in a very mysterious way. After putting away the other 56 heavenly wit fruits into a jade box, Wuxia looked at the remaining spirit herbs and shook his head. The spirit herbs ripened once in 36,000 years, and they had to grow in a place with an abundance of immortal energy. As of now, Wuxia did not have an immortal abode for him to use, and even if he managed to transplant them, they would wither and die. After plucking all the ready-made heavenly wit fruits, whoever still wanted them would have to come back after 36,000 years. Next, Wuxia took out all the spirit herbs in the flower bed, either consuming them or plucking them. He had looted all the spirit herbs that caught his eye. As for some spirit herbs that could be transplanted, he also spent some effort and temporarily stored them in the spirit breeding ring. But too bad, the quality of the spirit breeding ring was not high enough, and it could not store immortal energy. Otherwise, Wuxia would really have the thought to loot the entire flower bed. After spending a few days of effort, he had looted everything that could be taken away. Suddenly, voices were heard coming from outside the main entrance of the flower bed. "Great General, there is a spirit seedling garden here." Upon hearing the voices, Wuxia rolled his eyes and twisted his body, transforming into a stream of yellow mist and plunging into the ground. Carefully avoiding some restrictive spells underground, Wuxia exercised the mystic eyes of universe to the fullest, following the direction of the few underground energy veins. Using the divine ability of searching for energy veins found in Scroll of Stealing, he headed straight towards the core of Xianxia, Immortal Abode, the spirit cave with the richest immortal energy. When passing by a small energy vein about 3 miles away from the spirit cave, Wuxia could clearly hear Patriarch Xiangyun's voice coming from above his head. This is indeed an immortal abode of an ancient heaven immortal, as the restrictive spells here are indeed very mysterious. Fellow Taoists, let's work together and break this restrictive spell first. This is the treasure vault, and if you want to find something good, it should be here. Upon hearing that, Wuxia was secretly amused. Patriarch Xiangyun and the others were still breaking the restrictive spells. In his eyes, the restrictive spells left behind by an ancient heaven immortal were not very complicated. By using the innate earth element escape art, he could just travel underground and avoid a few crucial cores of the formation, and then he could easily go straight into the formation. Why would it be so troublesome? In fact, this formation was just an ordinary illusionary spirit formation, formed by combining 36 celestial dippers and 72 earthly evils. It was based on illusory techniques and supplemented by killing formations. Although it could be considered as a magical formation, without the control of its master, its power was just ordinary. Of course, it would be very difficult to break it from the front. However, it was too easy for Wuxia to sneak into the formation by following the energy veins underground. Shaking his head, Wuxia stealthily followed a small energy vein and plunged straight into the spirit cave. Chapter 297. It was a place where 9 underground energy veins converged, forming a huge spirit cave, measuring several acres in circumference and reaching 10,000 miles underground. Dense spiritual energy surged up and gathered by a 9-firmament true immortal essence concentration grand formation. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth was purified and compressed. Finally, it was transformed by a silver pearl the size of a human head in the eye of the formation, from ordinary spiritual energy of heaven and earth to pure immortal spiritual energy. Wuxia carefully avoided all the restrictive spells along the way. There were a few times when he had to condense his body and use the innate earth element escape art to compress his body into the size of a strand of hair. Only then could he pass through the densely packed restrictive spells. When he arrived at the center of the 9-cloud true immortal energy gathering formation, Wuxia gave the surrounding formations a glance, then put away the silver pearl into the black dragon spirit ring without hesitation. In Scroll of Stealing, there were some higher-grade formations that could transform immortal energies, but these formations could only be constructed with some unique natural treasures. The name of this silver pearl was Energy Gathering and Immortal Ascension Ball. It was crafted by some almighty experts using some extremely precious materials, and was specifically used to transform ordinary natural energies into immortal energies. After all, only a few blessed lands could have an immortal's cave abode that possessed immortal energies. In the ancient times, if ordinary heaven immortals wished to own an immortal's cave abode with rich immortal energies, they would have to rely on all kinds of transformation formations. The Energy Gathering and Immortal Ascension Ball was created for those lower-grade immortals who did not have the qualification to occupy immortal energies' underground veins. With this pearl, Wuxia could construct a similar formation himself, and in the future, he would have an immortal's cave abode all to himself. However, judging from the quality of this Energy Gathering and Immortal Ascension Ball, it was just a lower-grade item, not some high-grade item. Also, the immortal's cave abode that could be constructed with it was not some high-grade blessed land. Nevertheless, for Wuxia at his current stage, it was more than enough. After taking away the core of the formation, Wuxia carefully traveled upward. Right above him was the treasure vault of Xianxia, Immortal Abode. After all, it was an important place where treasures were stored. Therefore, the restrictive spells and formations here were extremely complicated, and there were a total of 36 of them. But too bad, all these formations were described in detail in the Scroll of Stealing. Even if Wuxia closed his eyes, he could still find the way to break the formations according to the instructions in the Scroll of Stealing. After breaking through all 36 layers of defensive formations with ease, Wuxia came to the most important treasure vault in Xianxia, Immortal Abode. This was a simple yet elegant hall. In the middle of the hall, there was a staircase leading to the upper level. Wuxia extended his divine sense upwards. The treasury pavilion had a total of 7 floors, and the floor he was on had nothing but rows of wooden shelves. Wuxia shook his head helplessly and followed the stairs to the hall on the upper floor. There were fewer wooden shelves here, but they were still empty. Not a single item was left behind. Climbing all the way up, Wuxia reached the highest level, the 7th level of the treasury. Only then did he see that there were 3 light red jade tables lined up in a row, with a few items sparsely left on them. These few items were emitting a faint spirit gleam, and a vague pressure was emanating from them that made Wuxia, who was standing several tens of feet away, feel a suffocating feeling in his heart. Obviously, these were some pretty decent immortal treasures. Judging from the marks left on the tables, there should be many treasures stored here, but it seemed they had been taken away by someone. Wuxia pondered for a while. It seemed like during the Great War, the owner of this place had distributed many treasures to his disciples to fight against the enemies, and never returned, leaving behind only a few treasures that he did not bring with him. Therefore, it was not hard to imagine that the treasures left here would be the weakest ones. Most likely, the owner of this place did not fancy them at all, and that was why he left them behind. However, no matter how much he did not fancy them, they were still immortal items used by immortals. Therefore, with his current strength, Wuxia would definitely not turn his back on them. Excitedly, Wuxia came before the tables and began to carefully examine the few treasures placed on them. The first one to bear the brunt was a clump of mist about the size of a fist that looked as dense as water and was emitting tiny electric arcs from time to time. Carefully, he reached out his hand toward the clump of mist, but before his finger could touch it, a tiny electric arc had already struck him. Wuxia let out a miserable howl as he was knocked several tens of feet away, knocking his head against the wall behind him. His body twitched violently for a long while, and only then did he regain the ability to move. It was a clump of heavenly thunder essence, which was extracted from the thunder tribulation high up in the sky. Cautiously, Wuxia returned to the table. After pondering for a while, he simply took out the cold electric mirror. It was a treasure found by Catfish Flood Dragon in her underwater mansion. It should be a legacy left behind by an ancient immortal, and it was a magical treasure with lightning element. Perhaps, right after he took out the cold electric mirror, and before Wuxia could bring the mirror to the heavenly thunder essence, the clump of mist suddenly transformed into a tiny electric arc and pierced through the surface of the mirror. Immediately, the cold electric mirror shone with a dazzling light and slowly transformed from the solid surface of the mirror into a clump of electric plasma that looked like water ripples. A great amount of electric arcs kept flashing and rocking on the purple-blue surface of the mirror, while deep and muffled thunderclaps could be heard coming out from the vaguely rippling surface of the mirror. A faintly discernible consciousness emerged from the cold electric mirror, carefully reaching out to Wuxia. After absorbing the heavenly thunder essence, the cold electric mirror suddenly gave birth to a consciousness that was as clear as that of a newborn baby. In an instant, the mirror had been upgraded to the category of spirit item. Wuxia was struck with great joy. Hastily, he sent a thread of divine will into the cold electric mirror, carefully fusing it with the newborn, pure white and flawless mirror spirit. The cold electric mirror let out a joyful and excited voice, then abruptly transformed into a beam of electric arc and fused with Wuxia's body, turning into a tiny, faintly discernible purple-blue mark between his brows. With a thought from Wuxia, the faint mark disappeared without a trace. However, Wuxia could clearly sense that the cold electric mirror was right between his brows and was constantly absorbing the pure, innate energies of 5 elements in his body to temper itself. While being tempered by the innate energies of 5 elements, the cold electric mirror kept sending waves of contented spiritual ripples to Wuxia. He was enjoying the improvement brought by the innate aura. Now, I have another good treasure. Wuxia smiled faintly as he turned to look at the other few items on the table. In the middle of the table was a long purple rope about 10 feet long and as thick as a thumb. There were 3 vermilion talismans tied to the rope. When Wuxia touched the rope, he immediately felt a strong resistance coming from it. A very strong, paralyzing force smashed into Wuxi's arm, making his body stiffen abruptly, and even the circulation of his divine will became stiff. Fortunately, he was practicing a very magical cultivation technique. Tenjin Dan shot out a large amount of innate energies, which melted away the strange, paralyzing force. Only then did he regain his ability to move. It was an immortal item used to bind the enemy, making them unable to move. However, the item spirit inside this immortal item was vaguely emanating a wild and untamed aura, as if no one could touch it, and it was as if no one could do anything to Lao Tzu. With an item spirit like this, it was no wonder that this rare control immortal item was abandoned by the owner of Xianxia Immortal Abode. If one were to use it in a battle and fail to trap the enemy, it would be one's own misfortune. After a brief moment of pondering, Wuxia shot out 5 strands of innate energies of 5 colors from his fingertip. With an indifferent tone, he said to the rope, "I know the so-called immortal items are those whose item spirits have reached the level of heaven immortal through their own cultivation. Take a look at the properties of my energy. If you like, you can fuse with me and listen to my commands in the future. Nourished by my innate energy essence, perhaps you can." A strong purple light flashed, and the rope had already squeezed into Wuxi's palm impatiently, turning into a tiny purple mark on his left wrist. The item spirit of the rope had opened up the core of its divine sense, sending an impatient spiritual wave to Wuxia. Cut the crap. If I had told you earlier that you possess innate energy, your grandson would not have listened to you. Quickly refine and control Lao Tzu. Then let Lao Tzu have a taste of your blood essence. This guy. Speechless, Wuxia rolled his eyes and sent a seal of his nascent divinity into the core of the rope. A great amount of information rushed into Wuxi's spiritual ocean and branded into his nascent divinity. The name of the rope was Spirit-Restricting Rope, an immortal item crafted by a 33rd tier Heaven Immortal with a great deal of hard work. However, perhaps the Heaven Immortal's brain was suddenly fried. In order to increase the power of the Spirit-Restricting Rope, when he was refining it, he used the Universal Blood Sacrifice Devil summoning technique to attract a devil soul with a strange power from the outer realm of demons and devils as the artifact spirit. As an immortal, how could he control an immortal item with a fiend soul who regarded immortals as his mortal enemy? Was this not a joke? If Wuxia had not lured the rope with innate energy, it would not have obeyed anyone's command, unless some other powerful immortal had completely destroyed its item spirit. Fortunately, he had lured it with innate energy, or else, with Wuxi's current cultivation base, he would not be able to refine a real immortal item. Right after he finished refining the spirit-restricting rope, 30% of the blood essence in Wuxi's body was consumed. A purple glow burst out from his left wrist, and the spirit-restricting rope breathed a long sigh contentedly and said, "Damn it, delicious. From now on, give me the same amount of innate energy essence every 10 years, and I'll obey your command. Otherwise, we'll part ways, and neither of us will owe each other anything." Wuxia was speechless and could only shake his head. This spirit-restricting rope was full of character, and the immortal who crafted it was not only full of character, but also an idiot. Fortunately, Wuxia never cared about his own blood essence and energy essence, so he could take as much of it as he wanted. After retrieving the rope, there were still 3 items on the table. A zither, which could produce the sound of thunder and shatter one's soul. A jade ring, which had a storage space 10 times wider than the black dragon spirit ring, and could expand as the cultivation base of its owner improved. A fist-sized, smooth ball that looked like it was made from a sponge. Vaguely, countless rosy clouds could be seen lingering in it. Wuxia had no idea what this thing could be used for. There were always some immortals who crafted some strange items. Although there were countless precious treasures described in the Scroll of Stealing, it was impossible for them to include all the strange items crafted by those immortals. Looking at the soft, translucent ball, Wuxia was having a headache as well. Shaking his head, Wuxia was about to give the zither to Princess Xianxia. Before he could figure out what to do with the jade ring, the dragon soul suddenly sprung out from the black dragon spirit ring and swallowed the ring. A large sheet of bright light burst out from within the black dragon spirit ring. Wuxia could clearly feel that the ring had begun to level up. He was rendered speechless by the fact that this guy could actually level up by devouring the same magical storage item. It was indeed true that dragons were greedy by nature. Carefully, he forced out a tiny bit of innate energy essence of 5 elements and tempted the 5 Thunder's soul-shattering zither to merge with him. After that, Wuxia picked up the ball and played with it for a while, then casually shoved it into his sleeve. Deep, muffled rumbles were heard coming from outside. Patriarch Xianxia and the others had arrived at the entrance of the treasure pavilion. Chapter 298. Hearing Patriarch Xianxia's laughter coming from outside, Wuxia quickly transformed into a stream of yellow mist and fled back the way he came. After leaving the treasure vault, only then did Wuxia communicate with the 5 Thunder's soul-shattering zither with his divine will. If you want to know why it was not brought out by the master of Tsang Ao, Immortal Abode, after contacting the item spirit of the 5 Thunder's soul-shattering zither, Wuxia was rendered speechless. It was also an immortal item that had a flaw. No matter who it was, unless he or she possessed the cultivation base of 33rd tier heaven immortal or above, once he or she used this zither to fight against an enemy, all the energies and immortal energies in his or her body would be completely sucked out, and he or she would unleash an all-out attack. If the 5 Thunder's soul-shattering zither managed to kill the enemy, he or she would win the battle. But if it failed to kill the enemy, he or she would be killed by the enemy's counterattack. It was an immortal item that would either succeed or die trying. Any immortal with a sane mind would keep it in their treasure vault as a collectible and would never use it to fight against an enemy. What kind of lousy treasures are these? Wuxia had no other choice. The zither had attached itself to him, and it knew that he possessed innate energy essence. Therefore, he would not feel at ease if he gave it to someone else. Therefore, he could only give it to Princess Xianxia and tell her not to use it when her cultivation base was not high enough. This was an item that could take his or her life. After randomly finding a small spirit cave to hide in, Wuxia hid under the ground, took out the smooth ball, and began to examine it carefully. There was no item spirit in the ball, so he could not understand its origin through communicating with it. It was light and weightless, and vaguely, there were countless clouds shrouding it. But it did not leak out any energy or aura. Wuxia really had no idea what it was. He exercised the mystic eyes of universe, but he could not find anything wrong with it. He sent his spiritual sense over, but within the range of his spiritual sense, there was nothing there. It felt like there was nothing there at all. Wuxia pondered for a while, bit his fingertip, and dripped 2 drops of blood on it. However, the ball still did not react. The 2 drops of blood slowly slid down the smooth surface of the ball, and there was nothing unusual. After a brief moment of pondering, Wuxia shook his head and pinched the ball into a round shape. As he was about to shove it into the black dragon spirit ring, the burping soul of the black dragon had already squeezed out from the ring. He looked at the ball and said in astonishment, "Oh, this thing! Who has the guts to steal a phoenix's unhatched egg and use its egg membrane to refine this kind of fire sac?" This is a fire sack used to store all kinds of natural and acquired spirit fires. Store all kinds of innate and acquired spirit fires? With a thought in his mind, Wuxia pressed the ball against his forehead. Immediately, an invisible suction force came over, and the weightless ball transformed into a stream of light and plunged into Wuxia's spiritual ocean. Accompanied by a melodious phoenix cry, a vague shadow of a golden phoenix wheeled once, then transformed into an exquisite, crystal-clear, phoenix-shaped palace lantern in Wuxia's spiritual ocean. The divine flame of order, which Wuxia had spent a great effort to restrain in Wuxia's spiritual ocean, was now dancing happily on top of the phoenix's upturned beak. The innate energies of 5 elements were tumbling and rocking rapidly in the 5 spirit objects manifested in Wuxia's spiritual ocean, unleashing a great amount of innate energies of 5 elements, which were absorbed by the phoenix-shaped palace lantern. Slowly, they transformed into an extremely pure, innate spirit fire essence, slowly fusing with the divine flame of order. Nourished by this innate spirit fire essence, the divine flame of order was growing stronger at a speed that Wuxia could sense. Gradually, it merged with Wuxia's mind, and with every passing second, Wuxia's divine was able to penetrate a little bit into the divine flame of order. Wuxia praised. "It is indeed a good treasure. I can't believe it can be used like this." The soul of the black dragon sneered and said, "Of course it is a good treasure, but thinking about its origin, if this thing is discovered by an almighty expert of the Phoenix clan, you will definitely have your corpse whipped 10,000 times." Every Phoenix fire sack represents a descendant of the Phoenix clan who had their life taken away. This is going to be a big feud. Wuxia gave the black dragon's soul a cold glance, then casually threw out a tiny stream of divine flame of order. The black dragon's soul howled miserably as it was burned by the flame. Hastily, it begged for mercy and squeezed back into the black dragon's spirit ring, not daring to mock Wuxia anymore. Smiling proudly, Wuxia lowered his voice and murmured, "Do you think I'm afraid of an almighty expert of the Phoenix clan?" Pursing his lips, Wuxia sneered in a low voice and said with a lack of confidence, "If I can't defeat him, can't I just run away?" Right at this moment, Lu Bui's voice was heard coming from the ground a few feet above Wuxia's head. "A bunch of useless fools. It has been more than a month. Why haven't you found that little thief yet? Hurry up and find him. Then tell young Master Zhao Ling that Wuxia must be killed. For all these years, I've never suffered such a great loss." Lu Bui's voice was getting clearer. Obviously, he was walking towards them. Then Lu Bui sneered and said, "Tell young Master Zhao Ling, if he can kill Wuxia, I'll marry her to him and support him to build his own power in Great Zhao, suppressing all his brothers. If he can't do it, don't blame me for finding someone else to cooperate with." "So it's Lu Bui? Is he still planning to kill me?" Wuxia was filled with anger, and as he was about to dash out and kill Lu Bui at all costs, a bone-piercing cold ghost aura suddenly came coming from above his head. Lu Bui had already activated the 5 ghost technique and vanished without a trace. Only 4 subordinates of Lu Bui were still kneeling on one knee, sending Lu Bui off. Wuxia cursed inwardly at how fast this old man ran. Without hesitation, he exercised an escape art and followed behind these 4 subordinates of Lu Bui. 4 men rose to their feet and sprinted forward, bypassing several dozens of courtyards and pavilions in Xianxia, Immortal Abode, and finally came to the most remote courtyard in the northeast corner. There were a few exquisite pavilions in the courtyard. A tall and slender young man clad in a soft armor was seen sitting on a stone bench right in the center of the courtyard. He had 2 beautiful girls clad in soft armors, who were dressed like military officers. His hands were moving quickly under their armors. Both girls allowed the young man to do whatever he wanted with a calm expression. Their eyes were cold and sharp like the edge of a blade, and they were staring at a few cultivators standing outside the door, watching them break the restrictive spells on the door. After a while, the young man pulled his hands out from under the girl's armors and said in a cold voice, "A bunch of useless fools. Why haven't you broken the restrictive spells after spending so much effort? Don't you claim to be the best masters of formation in Handan City? Why are you taking so long to open the door? It has been so many days, and what good stuff have you found for me in this immortal abode?" The few cultivators lowered their heads speechlessly. They kept performing incantation gestures, carefully breaking all kinds of restrictive spells outside the abode. For Wuxia, these restrictive spells were like a no-man's land, but for these cultivators, they were profound, abstruse, and difficult to break. After all, these restrictive spells were left behind by ancient immortals, and were not something that could be easily broken by mere masters of formation who had not even reached mid-stage nascent soul realm. Even though 2 great apocalypses had passed, and even though the energy veins underneath this immortal abode had gone through a tremendous transformation, causing all the restrictive spells to gradually lose their energy source and their effectiveness to be greatly weakened, they were still not something that these nascent soul cultivators could break easily. On the contrary, existences with the overall strength of Patriarch Xianxia and the others were able to walk freely in this immortal abode. 4 of Lu Buwei's trusted subordinates strode into the courtyard and bowed to the young man. One of them said in a low voice, "Young master, Patriarch has said that if young master can find Wuxia and kill him, he will marry Miss Lur to you." The young man, Zhao Ling, raised his brows and casually threw the 2 beautiful captains aside. He clapped his hands lightly and said with a smile, "Old Mr. Lu has finally spoken. Miss Lur, is gifted with intelligence and a gentle character. Although she is not as decisive and murderous as Miss Xiao, she is a good match for me. Since old Mr. Lu has agreed to my request, naturally, I will try my best to find that Wuxia." Zhao Ling grinned coldly and said coolly, "Apart from these few useless fools, all of you will go look for Wuxia. When you find him, do not clash with him. Let me deal with him myself. I heard that he's engaged to Great Yan's princess Xianxia. I will kill him and seize his wife. How delightful that is." While speaking complacently, Zhao Ling suddenly threw his head back and let out a wild laugh into the sky. The aura of early-stage nascent soul realm spread out in all directions without any concealment. Hiding underground, Wuxia was infuriated when he heard Zhao Ling's words. Zhao Ling wanted to please Lu Buwei and wanted to kill him, but that was not all. How dare he lay his hands on Princess Xianxia? A vicious flame of anger rose in Wuxia's heart, and a murderous intent towards Zhao Ling and his entire family rose in his mind. Zhao Ling was the youngest son of great Zhao's emperor, Zhao Sheng. For a moment, Wuxia had a bad feeling towards the imperial family of Great Zhao, and even all the civil and military officials of Great Zhao. Even though some of them were famous figures like Lin Pe and Lin Xiangru, because of Zhao Ling, Wuxia had his eyes set on them. With rumbling footsteps, the 2 female generals and the rest of the people in the courtyard left, leaving Zhao Ling and 5 early-stage nascent soul cultivators, who were working hard to break the restrictive spells of the abode in this remote courtyard. Zhao Ling pulled out a jar of wine from somewhere, and while drinking, he scolded the 5 array formation masters, scolding them from their founding ancestor all the way to their descendants 18 generations later. The 5 formation masters could not even lift their heads up from the curses. With a gloomy face, they simply shut off their 5 senses and focused on breaking the restrictive spell. They no longer paid any attention to Zhao Ling's vicious curses. Zhao Ling was a member of Great Zhao's imperial clan and a very favored young master. How could these formation masters dare to offend him? Wuxia smiled. When he found out that those formation masters had shut off their 5 senses, he laughed immediately. It was just killing a little Zhao Ling, and there was no need to make too much noise. But if he were to release the long bow people to deal with those formation masters, it would be really unnecessary. Chuckling, Wuxia suddenly poked his head out from under the ground. The spirit-restricting rope shot out from his hand, transforming into a purple beam of light and tightly binding Zhao Ling. With the help of an immortal item, even a heaven immortal would be bound to death, let alone an early-stage nascent soul cultivator like Zhao Ling was struck dumb. All the movements of his blood essence, energy, and nascent divinity had come to a standstill, and all his physiological functions had fallen into a state of paralysis. Wuxia lifted Zhao Ling up, and with a shake of his hand, he pulled him into the ground. Then, he waved the sword of Greedy Wolf. A black beam flashed across, and a huge wound was opened on Zhao Ling's neck, while a huge amount of blood essence was being absorbed by the sword. With one slash, Wuxia cut open Zhao Ling's forehead, pierced through his spiritual ocean, and killed his nascent soul. At the same time, the enormous energy essence was completely absorbed by the sword of Greedy Wolf. Then, with a flick of his finger, Wuxia broke all the restrictive spells in Zhao Ling's storage ring. After that, he took away all the energy stones in the ring, as well as all the medicinal pills and spirit talismans that carried the mark of Great Zhao. After that, he dragged Zhao Ling's dead body and flew several hundred feet forward, then threw the dead body under a large tree. Amidst a cold gleam, the sword of Greedy Wolf hacked Zhao Ling's head and limbs apart. Then, using a tiny bit of Zhao Ling's blood, Wuxia wrote a row of large characters on the ground, one stroke at a time, using the standard seal script. The murderer is Lu Buwei. After killing and leaving behind these words, Wuxia spun and fled into the distance. Chapter 299. Inside the Immortal Abode. Next to a spirit spring that was filled with abundant natural energy, two captains stood beside the mouth of the spring. They were clad in Great Zhao's specially made warrior outfits with arrow sleeves. They had abandoned their loose robes and big sleeves, and looked very capable and capable. They were standing next to the mouth of the spring, staring at a few light purple spirit herbs that looked like ordinary kelp. After a while, one of the high-ranking military officers of Great Zhao carefully stooped down. His right hand was covered with a layer of faint white light. He made a hand gesture and was about to scoop up a patch of spirit grass for a closer look. Suddenly, the spring water swayed, and a clearly visible face emerged from it. The face grinned, then suddenly stretched out both arms and wrapped them around the captain's neck. With a casual twist, he dragged the captains down into the spring water. Crack! The captain's neck was broken by a tremendous force. Blood gushed out from his mouth, dyeing the spring water red. The other captains standing next to the spring water were taken aback. He roared furiously, holding a bow in his left hand and an arrow in his right. Just as he was about to attack the bizarre face in the spring water, a faint yellow mist suddenly sprayed out from the ground next to his feet. 7 or 8 arms suddenly stretched out from the ground, grabbed his ankles and knees, and dragged him down into the ground. Half of his body sank into the ground in an instant. Damn it! The Great Zhao's captain struggled, trying to shake off those arms that grabbed his legs. But he had no idea what material these arms were made of, as they were so hard that they did not feel like flesh and blood. He struggled with all his might, but a cracking sound rang out, as all the bones below his waist were crushed by those iron-cast arms. Just as he let out a miserable howl, a sharp sword pierced through the back of his head and between his brows. His body turned stiff, and his nascent soul collapsed instantly. The water of the spring was rippling, and Wuxia's true form slowly emerged from it. Conveniently, he plucked the fruits growing on a few spirit herbs. Yellow mist sprayed out from all directions, as 18 celestial fiend puppets that looked exactly like Wuxia squeezed out from the ground. With pale red fiend flame flickering in their eyes, they opened their mouths and took a deep breath. Suddenly, the nascent souls of 2 great Zhao military officers disintegrated into countless tiny streams of energy, plunging into the bodies of these celestial fiend puppets. The demon's soul orb in the puppet's body expanded slightly, and the rate at which it absorbed the spiritual chi of heaven and earth increased. With a pleased expression, Wuxia gave these celestial fiend puppets a look. With a slight sway of his body, these puppets transformed into half-transparent shadows and gradually fused into Wuxia's true form. After being nourished by the innate earth element energy essence and cultivating the celestial fiend battle the heaven script, the strength of these puppets was at least 2 times stronger than Wuxia himself. Therefore, it was a piece of cake for him to launch a sneak attack and kill a few nascent soul realm generals of Great Zhao with the help of the innate spirit escape technique. He looted all the spirit stones from the 2 generals, leaving all the other spirit pills and talismans untouched. After dipping it in the blood of the 2 men, Wuxia left a line of words on the ground. The murderer is Lu Buwei. For the next 3 days, Wuxia kept going in and out of Xianxia Immortal Abode, looting all kinds of rare and precious treasures. Whenever he bumped into Great Zhao's generals and cultivators who were alone, he would kill them without the slightest hesitation. Although his cultivation base was only at the middle stage of Jindan realm, his dermic power was comparable to that of nascent soul realm. On top of that, he had many strange and peculiar toys with him, as well as the spirit-restricting rope, so none of the Great Zhao's generals and cultivators who were targeted by him managed to escape. The energy stones he looted piled up into a small hill, and Wuxia's wealth had increased by a large margin. The defensive mechanism of Xianxia Immortal Abode was extremely strange. According to the division of 9 palaces, 8 trigrams, and 6 directions, the entire Immortal Abode was divided into 4 layers, while the front, back, left, and right were divided into 96 different areas. Meanwhile, the group of people who were dragged into the Immortal Abode by the restrictive mechanism landed in different areas of the 96 different areas. The different areas of the Immortal Abode were protected by powerful defensive formations, which ordinary cultivators could hardly break through. However, the cultivators in the same area could gather together and travel freely. That was why Zhao Ling was able to gather a group of Great Zhao cultivators around him. However, as they were scattered in different areas, the people from 6 dynasties could not gather together in a large group. Apart from Lu Buwei, who could travel freely between different areas of the Immortal Abode with his divine ability of 5 ghosts, it was very difficult for the others to gather together. Therefore, Wuxia seized the opportunity to wantonly kill Great Zhao's generals and cultivators who were alone. As long as it was a group of less than 5 people, they could hardly escape from his attack. Every time he killed a group of people, Wuxia would leave behind the name of Lu Buwei, the murderer, on the ground. Even though everyone knew it was a scheme to frame Lu Buwei, they still wanted to disgust Lu Buwei and let him know that there were some people who could not be provoked. Following Zhao Ling's method, he dismembered the bodies of the 2 generals and threw them to the ground. After that, Wuxia transformed into a stream of yellow mist and plunged back into the ground. Following the defensive formations in Xianxia Immortal Abode, Wuxia traveled some distance underground. Once again, he released his divine will and sensed a Great Zhao's general, who was clad in a tight outfit with long sleeves and a soft armor. The general's aura faintly fused with the heaven and earth, and he had the cultivation base of early-stage nascent divinity realm. Behind him was a layer of mist drifting and drifting. Vaguely, mountains, rivers, and underground energy veins could be seen, and countless military camps were connected together. A murderous aura towered into the sky from the army, and the rumbling of drums and horns could be heard. Cautiously, Wuxia poked his head out from behind a rockery next to the general and gave him a glance. According to the portrait Lu Chengfeng had prepared for Wuxia, this man should be one of the current pillars of Great Zhao's state. Zhao Qua, a famous general who only knew how to talk on paper. At the moment, Zhao Qua was carefully confronting a great golden python, which had a horn on its head and a pair of meaty claws under its abdomen. Behind the python was a flat land, measuring several miles in circumference. Countless red grasses, each about 1 foot tall, could be seen growing on the flat land, and thumb-sized berries could be seen growing on the tips of the grasses. Wuxia could recognize these berries, as they were also the snake blood berries, a rare and precious natural treasure. Snakes and pythons that had yet to transform into flood dragons loved to consume this poisonous snake bloodberry, as it could stimulate their bloodline and temper their fleshly bodies, increasing the probability of them transforming into flood dragons. The snake bloodberries ripened once every 100 years and fell once every 100 years. They could not rot for even 100 years, and the poisonous miasma produced after they rotted would also last for 100 years before turning into dust, unless it was a great snake or python with a profound cultivation base. Any other living beings who consumed the snake bloodberries would turn into a pile of white bones if they could not resist the deadly poison contained in the berries. Thousands of gigantic flood dragon skeletons were lying on the grassland that had a circumference of several miles. Half of the grassland was filled with pale white bones. There were countless snake blood berries growing on these dragon skeletons. The snake blood berries growing on the dragon skeletons were especially thick and lush. The blood-colored berries were the size of a human head and emitted a magnificent red light that could shake one's soul. Xianxia gripped the pair of steel spears tightly with both hands, staring at the great golden python in front of him, and cried out in a deep voice, "I am in need of a good mount. If you obey me, I'll swear an oath of life and death with you, and bring you away from this place. With your intelligence, don't tell me you still don't see it clearly? Just when those ancestors of yours had the hope of transforming into dragons, they were killed by the restrictive spells of the immortal abode. So what if you've cultivated painstakingly for 1,000,000 years? Didn't you still get killed by the restrictive spells after that?" The great python let out a long hissing sound. His tongue was different from that of ordinary snakes, as it no longer had a fork in the front, but had turned into a perfectly round structure like a human tongue. The serpent hissed in a low voice, "Even if we are killed by the seal, we have to protect the bones of our ancestors. Goldhorn will never leave this place. Never. You human cultivators. Our ancestors told us that human cultivators are the most cunning and cannot be trusted." The great python, who called himself Goldhorn, opened his mouth and sprayed out a ball of crimson flame. "Get lost or die." Grinning coldly, Xianxia spun the spears with both hands, making them look like two black whirlwinds that were spinning rapidly. As the invisible whirlwind swirled around Xianxia, he cried out in a low voice, "Then, I'll beat you until you are convinced. You are destined to be my mount." Wielding the spears, Xianxia shot out two black thunderbolts from his palms, which pounced towards Goldhorn like two black dragons. Not to be outdone, Goldhorn held his head high and sprayed out two crimson flame beams, which twisted and turned in the air like sword beams and tangled with Xianxia's two steel spears. Although Xianxia's steel spears were low-grade magical treasures, they were forged with the essence of 5 metals. On the other hand, the flame beams sprayed out by Goldhorn were extremely hot and contained some strange poison. After fighting with the flame for a while, the black steel spears were gradually burned to a crimson color. Xianxia's face turned unsightly. He had already stepped into the nascent divinity realm, and although the two steel spears were not his best weapons, they were still low-grade magical treasures. Yet, he was actually forced into such a state by a demon python who had just formed his nascent soul. Goldhorn's innate talent was too bizarre, and it was really difficult to deal with. Just when Xianxia was thinking about how to capture Xianxia, another great silver serpent suddenly darted out from the ground nearby. This silver serpent was about the same size as Xianxia, about 100 feet long. It opened its mouth and shot out two beams of cold light. Goldhorn kicked backward with his legs, and the cold beams from the silver python smashed heavily on Xianxia's steel spears. A bitter cold air spread out, and the spears, which had just been heated by the high temperature, were now frozen by the cold air. Countless cracks appeared on the spears, and they fell to the ground with cracking noises. Xianxia laughed out loud, clapped his hands, and said, "Since I have one, I'll give you one." 2 great pythons, and one of them can be given to my father. It's the best." Although the 2 steel spears were destroyed, Xiaoqua's face did not even twitch. Obviously, he had just carelessly refined the spears with a tiny bit of his blood essence, and did not even leave a tiny bit of his prime nascent divinity in them. After praising the 2 great pythons who were baring their fangs and brandishing their claws, Xiaoqua ran his fingers across his storage ring and pulled out a handful of silver metal balls. He casually threw them out. Immediately, an auspicious cloud rose from the cloud, as several dozens of burly soldiers, each standing 30 feet tall, sprinted out from the cloud, holding various blades and spears in their hands as they charged towards the 2 great pythons. Xiaoqua laughed and said, "This is the divine ability I'm most proud of, transforming beings into soldiers. As long as I want to, even an army of millions and millions of soldiers can arrive in an instant. You 2 beasts, surrender now, or else." Right when Xiaoqua threw out the soldiers, Wuxia had already burrowed into the ground. When Xiaoqua threw his head back and laughed, Wuxia had already come out from behind him. He pointed his finger out, and the sword of Greedy Wolf transformed into a dark beam, thrusting towards Xiaoqua's back. Then he waved his left hand and unleashed the spirit-restricting rope, which transformed into a blinding purple beam and shot toward Xiaoqua. While laughing complacently, Xiaoqua suddenly felt a cold breeze coming from his back. It made his hair stand on end, and without hesitation he cried out, "Stop! Qua, I surrender." The spirit-restricting rope coiled around Xiaoqua, completely restraining his innate energy, blood essence, and the movement of his soul. Wuqi halted the sword of Greedy Wolf, walked slowly before Xiaoqua, reached out his hand and patted on Xiaoqua's face. "Xiaoqua, you're just an armchair strategist. Should I kill you or not?" Chapter 300. While they were capturing Xiaoqua alive with the power of their immortal items, the 2 golden and silver pythons were still fighting with dozens of metal soldiers. The golden pythons were good at spitting flames to attack their enemies, while the silver pythons were good at spitting cold beams. The whole sky was filled with cold beams and flames, which made the soldiers summoned by Xiaoqua produce clanging noises. From time to time, some soldiers were pierced by the cold beams, which made their bodies stiffen and explode into silver sparks. The 2 serpents were having a great time fighting these soldiers, and the golden serpent cried out happily, "Silverhorn, kill these iron lumps and capture the human cultivator alive. Let's have a nice, warm meal." Our ancestors said that human beings are the most delicious food in the world. We have been living for over 10,000 years, but we have never tasted the taste of a human being. The silver python cried out joyfully as well. "Good. Let's kill them quickly, capture that human cultivator alive, and eat him. How dare he say he can subdue us with that tiny body of his?" Our ancestors said that our bloodline is noble, and we possess great divine abilities. We will never submit to anyone who is not an immortal. The 2 great pythons, Goldhorn and Silverhorn, were busy fighting each other, and did not see that Xiaoqua had fallen into Wuqi's hands. Wuqi shook his head. The spirit breeding ring on his finger emitted a beam of white light, from which came 1,000 longbow men, each standing 1,000 feet tall, roaring and rushing towards Goldhorn and Silverhorn. Quickly, they formed into the Heavenly 100-Spirit warring formation. A vast white mist rolled up from the ground and enveloped the entire flat ground. A series of loud, clanking noises rang out as the dozens of soldiers summoned by Xiaoqua were torn to pieces by the longbow men. After that, the miserable howls of the 2 great pythons could be heard coming from the white mist. Goldhorn roared, "How much delicious meat do you have?" Then came Silverhorn's shrill howl, "So much delicious meat, but why is it so disgusting?" Not long after, the 2 pythons howled miserably at the same time. "Help! Stop fighting! My life is going to be lost because of you. What are you trying to do?" Abruptly, the white mist dissipated, and Long Yuan and another longbow man, who was the biggest among them, walked out dragging 2 giant pythons in their hands. Long Yuan and the others swung the 2 giant pythons, which were over 100 feet long, around their fingertips, like children playing with earthworms. The 2 boas were badly shaken, dizzy, and had their eyes blurred. Their bones let out a creaking noise, and they screamed and screamed, as shrill and shrill as their voices could be. Wuxia looked back and shook his head. Long Yuan, be careful. Although they're more than 10,000 years old, they look like children who haven't grown up yet. Be careful, don't really hurt them. Upon hearing Wuxi's words, Long Yuan and the other longbow man loosened their grip. The 2 great pythons raised their heads, staring at Wuxia with tears in their eyes. There was an indescribable emotion in their eyes. Grinning coldly, Wuxia turned to the 2 great pythons and said, I don't want you to be my mounts. Be my pets, and I'll bring you out of this damn place. I'll also bring your ancestors' bones out, and I'll find a place with good feng shui to bury them. Be obedient, and you'll be rewarded in the future. Otherwise, I'll make you one of the ingredients of the 3 whips soup and stew you. The 2 great pythons looked at each other pitifully. Then Silverhorn asked carefully, May I ask, what is the 3 whips soup? Impatiently, Wuxia explained the specific meaning of the 3 whips soup. After that, both great pythons cried out together, We surrender! We surrender! Senior immortal, Master, we surrender! Obediently, both great pythons opened up their nascent souls and even forced out a thread of their prime blood essence. Without hesitation, Wuxia cast a restrictive spell in Goldhorn and Silverhorn's nascent souls using a restrictive spell found in the Scroll of Stealing, and subdued them. After that, Long Yuan and the others left Goldhorn and Silverhorn and began to work diligently. One by one, they picked up the flood dragon skeletons that piled up into a small hill on the grassland, and stored them into the black dragon spirit ring. Under Wuxi's guidance, Long Yuan and the others simply grabbed the entire grassland with a divine ability unique to longbow people, and sent them into the spirit breeding ring. 2 great pythons coiled up beside Wuxia. Shaking their heads, they looked at Long Yuan and the others, who were busy working nearby, and shouted at the top of their lungs, That is the tailbone of our great-grandfather. A piece of bone has fallen off there. Hurry up and put it back together. Be careful. That is the skull of our first ancestor. You bunch of big meats. Why did you knock down our first ancestor's horn? Be careful. Our first ancestor was the Mount of Immortal Xianxia in those years, and he has a very noble status. Amidst the nagging of the 2 great pythons, Long Yuan and the others finally cleaned up the grassland, then hurriedly returned to the spirit breeding ring. The 2 great pythons were 2 chatterboxes, and they would go on and on for half a day just because of a minor mistake. How could the longbow people, who were simple and honest, withstand their nonsensical attacks? Seeing that the longbow people had returned to the white light, Goldhorn and Silverhorn immediately turned their attention to Xiaoqua. The 2 great pythons poked their heads out, stuck out their long tongues, and licked Xiaoqua's face for a while. After that, Goldhorn nodded his head and said, Our patriarchs did not lie to us. I've smelled the intoxicating fragrance of meat. Meat, what does it taste like? Especially the meat of human cultivators. What a beautiful day. Saliva was dripping down from the corner of Silverhorn's mouth. He turned to look at Wuxia and said, Senior immortal, can we eat him? Looking at Goldhorn and Silverhorn, who were drooling with desire, Wuxia asked in astonishment, You haven't eaten meat for over 10,000 years? The 2 great pythons twitched their lips, then opened their huge mouths and spat out a poisonous gas towards Wuxia. Goldhorn said bitterly, Smell it, smell it. You can only smell the fragrance of grass from the fruit, and not even the smell of meat. We've been living here for over 10,000 years, and we can't even get out of the courtyard. Ever since our parents were killed by a restriction 9,000 years ago, we haven't even seen a living creature. Silverhorn fixed his gaze at Xiaoqua, wagged his head, and said, We only eat meat. As for the rest, such as the ingredients for the 3 whip soup, we can leave them to you Senior Immortal. We're more interested in meat, and we're afraid that we might get a stomachache from eating those strange and exotic things. Right at this moment, Wuxia removed the restrictive spell on Zhao Kuo's head. With that, Zhao Kuo regained his five senses and the ability to think. Upon hearing Silverhorn's words, Zhao Kuo instinctively looked down at his lower body. Then, the first thing he saw was the spirit-restricting rope, which was glinting with a faint purple gleam. After a brief moment of silence, Zhao Kuo said coolly, "An immortal item?" Wuxia said in a deep voice, "An immortal item, and a pretty good one at that. It was crafted by a 33rd tier Heaven Immortal. In other words, as long as I inject sufficient energy into it, even a 33rd tier Heaven Immortal or an Immortal 3 tiers higher can be completely imprisoned by it. General Zhao Kuo, you're just an early-stage, nascent divinity cultivator, aren't you?" Reaching out his hand, Wuxia took off the storage ring from Zhao Kuo's finger. Right in front of Zhao Kuo, he easily removed the restrictive spell on the ring, then poured out all the middle grade, upper grade, and supreme grade energy stones. Nodding satisfyingly, Wuxia shoved all the energy stones into the Black Dragon Spirit Ring. After that, he went through Zhao Kuo's storage ring and found a few wild buffaloes, which had been cleaned and skinned. Hastily, Wuxia grabbed the few wild buffaloes and threw them over to Goldhorn and Silverhorn. Like a pair of hungry wolves pouncing on their prey, the two brothers opened their mouths wide and lunged towards the few wild buffaloes while hissing wildly. Each of the huge buffaloes weighed 4,000 to 5,000 kilograms, and they were able to devour them with just one mouthful. When the bison passed through their necks, they could still vaguely see the shape of the bison, but when the bison reached their stomachs, only a few weird goo-goo noises could be heard, after which the bodies of the two boas turned back to their original shapes, as if they had never eaten anything. Beads of cold sweat rolled down from Zhao Kuo's forehead as he said bitterly, "I like to eat meat and wine, so I brought these wild buffaloes to the immortal abode to prepare for the unexpected. They sure have a good appetite." The two great pythons slithered slowly around Zhao Kuo, while their long tongues kept licking his body. A great amount of saliva sprayed out from Goldhorn and Silverhorn's mouths as they fixed their eyes on Zhao Kuo, soaking his clothes and armor. Zhao Kuo breathed out a long sigh, looked at Wuxia, smiled bitterly, and said, "It seems there is no enmity between me and Duke of Tianyuan. So, Duke of Tianyuan should not attack me." Wuxia said coolly, "There is no enmity between you and me, but there is enmity between me and Zhao Ling. I've already killed him and also killed over 300 men from Great Zhao. So, it's not a big deal to kill you." Patting on Zhao Kuo's cheek, Wuxia chuckled and said, "General Zhao Kuo's muscles are plump, so I reckon they must be very chewy. Goldhorn and Silverhorn, a supreme delicacy like General Zhao Kuo should be tasted carefully. You should nibble on him carefully and never swallow him, as that is a disrespect to the general. Gnawing, not swallowing." Goldhorn and Silverhorn opened their mouths wide, revealing the rows of sharp, venomous fangs that nearly filled every inch of their mouths. Cold sweat broke out from Zhao Kuo's forehead at an even faster rate. He looked helplessly at Wuxia, smiled bitterly, and said, "Zhao Ling, I knew he would not have a good ending for colluding with Lu Buwei, but I didn't expect it to come so soon. That old fool, Lu Buwei, only knows how to order people to risk their lives, but he himself, Duke of Tianyuan, for the sake of Zhao Ling, how unwise is that?" Wuxia sneered and said, "Who would know that I'm the one who killed so many men from Great Zhao?" Zhao Kuo fell silent. Hesitantly, he raised his head and looked at Wuxia, smiled bitterly, and said, "Then, do you really have the courage to kill me?" Suddenly, a beam of purple light spread out from between Wuqia's brows. Soundlessly, the cold electric mirror shot out a thunderbolt and smashed viciously onto Zhao Kuo's forehead. Zhao Kuo let out a miserable howl, as his entire face was nearly burned to ashes by the thunderbolt. Indifferently, Wuxia said, "Who do you think you are? Why would I not dare to kill you?" Finally, The severe pain on his face faded away. Laughing bitterly, Xianxia said, "Duke of Tianyin, what's the reason for sparing my life?" After a brief moment of pondering, Wuxia suddenly put on a very pleasant smile and said, "General Xianxia, Wuxia feels like an old friend to you at first sight. I feel that you are a wise and mighty man, a graceful and elegant man, a man that is rarely seen in the world." Wuxia dared not to belittle himself, as he considered himself a hero that was rarely seen in the world. "Therefore, why don't we make an oath to the heaven, swear a blood oath, cut off a chicken's head and burn a yellow paper, and become sworn brothers of life and death? What do you think?" The sword of Greedy Wolf was thrust out amidst a dark beam, pressing firmly against Xiaoqia's forehead. With a cold voice, Wuxia said, "Either you become my brother, and in the future, you and Wuxia can communicate through voice and aura, advancing and retreating together, or I'll destroy your nascent divinity and let you be slowly eaten away. Make your choice. I'll count to 3. Before Wuxia could start counting, Xiaoqia had already burst into a loud laughter and said, "Just as I expected, Duke of Tianyin and I feel like an old friend to each other at first sight. Why don't we become sworn brothers? In the future, you and I will work in 2 different immortal sects, communicating through voice and aura, advancing and retreating together. Isn't that great? How difficult it is to find a bosom friend in life. How fortunate it is for me to meet Brother Wuxia today." Wuxia laughed out loud, patting on the chest of Xiaoqia, who was over 2,000 years old. He said, "My good little brother." Xiaoqia laughed out loud as well and said, "Xiaoqia offers greetings, elder brother." Both men looked into each other's eyes and laughed out loud. However, there was not even the slightest hint of a smile in their eyes. Both of them looked exactly the same, their eyes cold as ice and sharp as blades. Chapter 301. An incense burner table, wine utensils, 3 sacrificial offerings, incense sticks, and candles. Xiaoqia's storage ring was like a storehouse of a grocery store. Wuxia found all sorts of things that he could not even imagine. In short, an almost perfect golden orchid oath of brotherhood ceremony was successfully completed. Apart from the heavens, there were also 2 great pythons, who were drooling and staring at the 2 muscles on Xiaoqia's buttocks without blinking their eyes. Although it was a ceremony of swearing brotherhood, the oath made by the 2 brothers was very different. Wuxia's oath was very simple. He swore to the heavens that as long as Xiaoqia remained loyal to his brother, Wuxia would not take the initiative to harm or frame Xiaoqia, and when Xiaoqia was in danger, Wuxia would do his best to rescue him. On the other hand, Xiaoqia's oath was very complicated, so complicated that it was like a contract of selling his body. There were all sorts of unreasonable and tyrannical terms, which made Xiaoqia want to cry, but no tears came out. As Wei Xiaoxiao had used a soul substitution puppet to escape the punishment of the oath, Wuxia made Xiaoqia's prime nascent divinity oath change to the following. If Xiaoqia betrays the oath, or does anything wrong to elder brother Wuxia, he will suffer the punishment of heavenly thunder for the rest of his life, year after year, day after day, month after month. As long as Xiaoqia is still alive, the oath will never end. If Xiaoqia possesses any magical item, such as a soul substitution puppet, the oath will come into effect immediately, and the heavens will bear witness to Xiaoqia's death. It was such a vicious oath. After swearing it, Xiaoqia's eyes turned green as he stared at Wuxia. Gladly, Wuxia untied the spirit-restricting rope, hugged Xiaoqia, who was half a head taller than Wuxia, and said, "Second brother, from now on, I will take care of you. You can do whatever you want under the heaven." Without any hesitation, Wuxia patted Xiaoqia on the shoulder, took out a heavenly wit fruit, and gave it to Xiaoqia. "Eat this. This is a heavenly wit fruit. Not only will it improve your intellect, it can also improve your ability to comprehend the heavenly Tao by 3 to 10 times. Xiaoqia's eyeballs nearly popped out from his eye sockets. He snatched the heavenly wit fruit and swallowed it whole. He immediately sat cross-legged on the ground and began to absorb the medicinal energy with all his might. A misty light spread out from Xiaoqia's body, and a dazzling beam of light shot out from the center of his brows, reaching a distance of over 10 feet. Xiaoqua's figure became blurry, as if he had merged with the world. 2 hours later, Xiaoqua opened his eyes and slowly rose to his feet. He took a deep breath, cupped his fist, and bowed deeply to Wuxia. Xiaoqua offers greetings, elder brother. Such a rare treasure of the heaven and earth, as expected. After racking his brain for a while, he still could not find a suitable word to describe the feeling. Shaking his head, he praised, "It is indeed marvelous. With this spirit fruit, Xiaoqua will have a chance to become a heaven immortal. All this is thanks to elder brother." Wuxia shook his head disapprovingly. "You flatter me," he said coolly. "We are brothers, so let's not talk about this. In the future, we will be staying in White Cloud Immortal Sect and Tranquil Vimla Sect, and we will belong to 2 allied organizations. There will be many things that we need to do in the future." Xiaoqua understood what Wuxia meant. He chuckled and said in a low voice, "If that old fool Lu Buwei comes again to scheme against you, elder brother, or if there is someone else who wants to deal with you, I guarantee you will receive the news in time. If there is someone here who wants to scheme against me, or my father, or my brothers, I hope elder brother can inform me in time." Wuxia nodded with a smile, lowered his voice, and said, "That is reasonable. In the future, when we brothers work together, what can we not achieve?" After a brief moment of pondering, Wuxia said in a deep voice, "You have a few powerful crossbows in your ring. They seem to be great Zhao's standard crossbows." Xiaoqua took out a few huge crossbows that looked like flood dragons and had powerful arms shaped like phoenix wings. He pointed at them and said with a smile, "Yes, these are the star-shattering crossbows used by the Imperial Guards of Great Zhao's Imperial Palace. They require bolts forged with supreme-grade energy stones and are said to be able to shatter the stars once they are fired. That's why they have such a name. Although it is a bit exaggerated, it can still serve as a very strong deterrent to Earth immortals of nascent soul realm." Casually grabbing the few crossbows, Wuxia nodded and said, "All right, you can do whatever you want. I'll go look for some people to deal with." After bumping fists with Xiaoqua, Wuxia shoved Gold Horn and Silver Horn into the spirit breeding ring, then transformed into a stream of yellow mist and plunged into the ground. Xiaoqua's face twitched as he stared at the spot where Wuxia disappeared. He could not help but gasp in astonishment. "I can't believe he can travel freely in this immortal abode. No wonder I didn't find out how he sneakily attacked me from behind. How frightening. It will be worthwhile to become sworn brothers with a man like this, as my father will have a powerful helper. With the help of that spirit fruit, perhaps in less than 100 years, I will be able to." A cold gleam flashed in his eyes. Suddenly, a large number of soldiers emerged from the light screen behind Xiaoqua's back. Inside the light screen, a towering murderous aura swept across the surroundings. Carrying the star-shattering crossbows donated by Xiaoqua, Wuxia traveled quickly through the entire immortal abode. His next assassination targets were not only Great Zhao's captains and cultivators, he even killed a few Great Chu's captains. As for Daqin's practitioners and captains, nearly 100 of them were killed by Wuxia's sneaky attacks. The Tsang Ao Immortal Abode was already densely covered with restrictive spells, and these murdered cultivators had spent more than 90% of their energy to deal with them. On top of that, Wuxia brazenly attacked them from behind with an immortal item. Who could withstand his attack? As long as Wuxia bumped into someone who had a grudge against Wuxia, he would kill them one after another. Of course, Wuxia would not provoke formidable characters like Li Si and Su Fu, who had thorns all over their bodies. Whenever he bumped into them from a distance, he would avoid them as soon as possible. Those who were killed by Wuxia were dismembered by 5 horses, and the words "killer," Lu Buwei, were written on the ground near their corpses. This kind of framing scheme was useless against the cunning emperors and ministers of the 6 states, but was enough to make Lu Buwei lose his appetite for half a year. Another half a month had passed. Basically, all the restrictive spells in the Tsang Ao Immortal Abode were broken by the group, led by the cultivators from the two immortal sections. Many areas had been opened up, and a large number of cultivators had gathered together. The corpses of the cultivators and captains killed by Wuxia had been discovered, and the emperors and ministers of 6 dynasties were struck with terror. Someone was actually attacking his own companions in the immortal abode. On this particular day, while dragging a star-shattering crossbow behind him, Wuxia was traveling aimlessly under the ground. Suddenly, a chilly ghost aura, which Wuxia was very familiar with, came pressing down from above his head. Stealthily, he poked half of his head out from under the ground and looked toward the square in front of Tall Tower. Sure enough, it was Lu Buwei who was attacking the restrictive spells on the front gate of the tower, together with a group of over 30 people from Lu clan. Among these people, 8 of them possessed the cultivation base of nascent soul realm, while the rest were at the level of Jindan. Together with Lu Buwei, they were attacking the tower's front gate with golden flames and the tremendous energy shockwaves that shook the surrounding ground. The pagoda stood on a flat square made of green bricks. It was also a huge space constructed by a Heaven Immortal's Sumeru mustard seed. The square measured nearly 100 miles in both width and length, and was surrounded by towering city walls that reached into the clouds. The pagoda in the center was 36 stories tall, and its square body was gradually shrinking with each story. The outline of the pagoda was full and thick, filled with an indescribable power. On the lintel of the front gate of the tower was a plaque with 3 large characters written on it. They were none other than Spirit Pill's pagoda. Next to Lu Buwei, the 5 heavenly ghosts of 5 colors had revealed themselves, waving their ghost claws and smashing at the golden restrictive spells on the front gate. Sitting cross-legged on a golden plate, Lu Buwei threw his head back and laughed out loud. Immortal pills left behind by the ancient immortals? I like to see what's the difference between them and the pills concocted by our clan. It would be great if I could get a few pill recipes. Wuxia frowned slightly. Even if there were any immortal pills left behind in the Spirit Pill's pagoda 2 eons ago, they would have turned into ashes by now. Unless they were pills concocted by primordial immortals or divine gold immortals, which had gained sentience and could absorb natural energy from the outside world to cultivate on their own. The pills concocted by other immortals were just dead things. After more than 10 billion years of 2 eons, all spirit pills would have turned into ashes by now. However, the pill formulas mentioned by Lu Buwei were highly possible. In the Scroll of Stealing, there were only some unorthodox methods of concocting pills, such as sleeping incense, anesthetics, and many others. As for the proper and useful pill formulas, only the ancestral awakening and body-tempering soup could be found, and there was not a single proper pill formula in the book. If Wuxia wanted to make a name for himself in the world of cultivators, how could he not have a few good pill formulas? He could use them, and he could not lack the people around him. After a brief moment of pondering, a wave of water rippled behind Wuxia's back as 18 celestial fiend puppets slowly separated themselves from Wuxia's body and revealed themselves. Their bodies wriggled and wiggled, and gradually transformed into the appearance of Zhao Ling and some other great Zhao military officers whom Wuxia had killed. After handing over the star-shattering crossbows to the puppets, Wuxia quietly pointed at Lu Buwei and the others, while he himself plunged into the ground. With heavy footsteps, the 18 celestial fiend puppets charged towards Lu Buwei and the others. The one who had transformed into Zhao Ling cried out loudly, "Old Mr. Lu, I think Lu Lure alone is not enough to move your heart." 7 star-shattering crossbows were fired. Bolts forged with supreme-grade energy stones shot whistling through the air, shooting towards Lu Buwei and the people around him with a cold gleam. 8 nascent soul earth immortals from Lu Buwei's clan cried out sternly as they wielded their defensive magical treasures and charged forward. Lu Buwei jerked his head back and saw the star-shattering crossbows in the puppet's hands. He could not help but cry out sternly, "Star-shattering crossbows! Don't take them head-on!" Before his voice could fade away, 7 bolts, each 12 feet long, had smashed into the bodies of the people of Lu clan. They exploded with a boom, sending out a blinding light and raging flame that swept across 10 miles in circumference. The few people from Lu Buwei's clan were on the verge of collapsing under the bombardment of the bolts. Their defensive magical treasures dimmed abruptly as they were nearly shattered by the star-shattering crossbows. A dragon roar echoed out as several dozens of purple beams shot out from the ground, trapping Lu Buwei and the others within them. Wuxia, who was clad in a piece of animal skin and had his face wrapped with a white cloth, sprung up from the ground. A purple gleam burst out from his forehead as the cold electric mirror shot out several hundred thunderbolts soundlessly, smashing viciously onto Lu Buwei and the group of his clan members. The thunderbolts and flame drowned everything. One after another, the defensive magical treasures and magical treasures of Lu Buwei's clan members were shattered by the thunderbolts, while their fleshly bodies were completely turned into nothingness amidst the thunderbolts that came sweeping over like a great tide. Lu Buwei, who did not have the time to unleash his defensive magical treasure, let out a miserable howl. His lower abdomen was struck by the cold electric mirror for 72 thunderbolts in a row, causing blood and flesh to fly everywhere. In just a blink of an eye, a large hole was opened up on Lu Buwei's lower abdomen. Chapter 302. Wuxia shoved all the pill bottles into the ring, which was quite a fortune. He picked up the storage rings of the cultivators of Lu clan, which were shattered by the cold electric mirror, and stored all the energy stones and other items into the Black Dragon spirit ring. After that, he gave all the rings to a celestial fiend puppet, asking him to string them up with a thread of heavenly silk and hang them around his neck. Wuxia dared not to collect the storage rings of those great Zhao military officers and cultivators, fearing that he might give himself away. But, as he had already offended Lu Buwei's clan members, Wuxia had no reason to hesitate. The water in the pool was extremely cold. Although he had protected his body with innate energies of 5 elements, he could still vaguely feel the piercing cold coming from the water. When he thought of the fact that Yin Dan and his companions had mysteriously appeared on Myriad Immortals' planet after their deaths, Wuxia felt his scalp going numb. It seemed he had found something incredible. No wonder Xianxia, who was desperate, was able to break through the flaming nether ocean and come to Myriad Immortals' planet. Even if he were to run naked, he would still be able to reach Myriad Immortals' planet safely. Right after Li Weiyin's side, Yu Yao and Yu Ji snapped at her at the same time. "Yu Tan, shut up. Do you want to die?" Wuxia stamped his feet. Damn it. He had forgotten that Lu Buwei had such a precious treasure with him. Narrowing his eyes and pondering for a while, Wuxia grinned coldly. The 3 girls looked at each other. Suddenly, Li Weiyin laughed and said, "What a coincidence. Are both sisters here to search for treasures as well? Or perhaps Yin Dan and his companions have been secretly controlled by someone, and they did not know it." After circling a few times under the ground, Wuxia was about to collect a few strands of earth core Yin-Shi for later use. Suddenly, the air above the pond began to twist violently. A small fist shattered the void, and Yu Ji, clad in a blood-red palace dress, strode out. She looked like she had just gone through a fierce battle. Her hair was disheveled, her body drenched in sweat, and she was gasping for breath. The forces of the 6 nations had already developed to a sufficiently powerful level. Was it time to let them go out and stir up trouble? If this matter was thoroughly investigated and the truth came to light, the culprit would be found out and punished severely. Then, they would have to be careful when they were under the control of the 2 immortal sects in the future. If it was Lu Buwei who took the blame and was punished by the 2 great immortal sects, then the emperors and courtiers of the 6 nations would have to start thinking. The 2 great immortal sects only had 6 heaven immortals, and among the 6 nations, there were many who had the chance to break through to the heaven immortal realm. The so-called oath of not deceiving their masters and destroying their ancestors had no binding force at all. They couldn't deceive their masters and destroy their ancestors, and there were plenty of people in the 6 nations who could help them do so. With a cold smile, Yu Yao said calmly. Therefore, immortal items and magical treasures belong to those who are fated with them. Although you and I are sisters of the same clan, we. Satisfied, Wuxia slipped out of the Spirit Pills pavilion and continued his looting. Wherever he went, not even a blade of grass grew. As long as he took a fancy to the treasures he could take away without wasting them, he would take them all away. Wuxia wandered aimlessly in the immortal abode, and finally found a small energy vein stretching out from the ground. Following the energy vein, he found the small flower garden that was isolated from the rest of the immortal abode. Sensing the incredibly strong, cold energy in the pond, he hurriedly plunged into it, sliding along the ground and plunging into the pond, which was about an acre in circumference and 1,000 feet deep. In the blink of an eye, just as Wuxia was about to kill Lu Buwei, a strange light flashed across his body, and a shabby soul substitution puppet fell from the sky. In the blink of an eye, Lu Buwei had disappeared without a trace. Putting aside these secret schemes, Wuxia continued to wander aimlessly in the underground of the immortal abode. Suddenly, he came to the southwest corner of the immortal abode, under a closed flower garden. The garden was not large, only a few acres in size. In the middle of it was a dark green pond, surrounded by dense wisteria flowers. The water in the pond was piercingly cold, and the wisteria was purple-green in color. This small flower garden pond gave off the feeling of the netherworld, making one's heart palpitate and unable to extricate themselves. Almost instinctively, the 6 heaven immortals thought that Lu Buwei was killing people to establish his power. Although they had profound Taoist magics and powerful divine abilities, they were simple and honest people. Their Taoist hearts were as clear as water, just like the hearts of innocent children. Therefore, when they saw the words left behind by Wuxia, they immediately flew into a rage and ordered their disciples to summon Lu Buwei as soon as possible, to ask him why he had killed so many people. Yu Ji took 2 deep breaths and said in a low voice, "I don't know what kind of treasure there is here. I was chased here by a poisonous insect. That poisonous insect is so powerful. It's actually an extinct, ancient flying scorpion. I don't know how it managed to survive until now, but its strength is really amazing. You don't have enough spiritual power to activate me." The message sent by the spirit-restricting rope was very clear. As an immortal artifact, its power was indeed infinite. But a greater part of the power of an immortal artifact came from the person using it. The stronger the immortal power obtained, the more power the immortal artifact could exert. If a real heaven immortal used the spirit-restricting rope, even if Lu Buwei used the soul puppet to block a fatal disaster, he would still be captured alive by the spirit-restricting rope from thousands of miles away. An immortal artifact is very powerful, but it's not really as strong as an immortal. The spirit-restricting rope replied faintly. The reason why an immortal artifact is called an immortal artifact is that, in addition to the fact that the artifact's spirit has cultivated itself to become a spirit immortal, only an immortal can make an immortal artifact unleash its full power. Now, it's good enough that you can unleash 1/10,000th of my power. At least, you can imprison all cultivators below the heaven immortal realm. Even a 36-tier heaven immortal will be imprisoned by me for a period of time if he is caught off guard. You should be content. Meanwhile, the emperors and ministers of the 6 states looked at each other without saying a word. They were all sly and cunning, like loaches smeared with oil. When they saw the line of words, they knew that Lu Buwei had been framed and made a scapegoat. But no one, including Yin Dan, said anything to defend Lu Buwei. They were happy to see this situation. Lu Buwei had become a stone to explore the way. The emperors and ministers of the 6 states wanted to use Lu Buwei to find out what the rules of the 2 immortal sects were like. While they were looking around, Yu Yao's voice was suddenly heard coming from above. "Don't talk about sisterhood. The heaven immortals from outer heavenly realms have come to Myriad Immortals planet and lived a free and unfettered life for over 2,000 years. Now, another storm of blood is about to descend. From now on, we can only rely on ourselves to survive. If we can survive, we still have a chance to return to our clan. If we can't, we'll have to turn into ashes together with the people around us. Beneath the ground, Wuxi's hair stood on end. Li Weiyin and the other two girls were sisters from the same clan. There was someone else behind them. Even Xianxia, Zi, and Han Xiao, immortal, were controlled by someone when they intruded Myriad Immortal's planet. Perhaps this was what the saying, "One can control the clouds with one turn of the hand and rain with another," meant. But what was that person trying to do? What did he or she want to do? Yao, who was emanating a faint golden light and had a formation hovering behind her back, said coolly, "I found this garden in the general map of Tsang Ao, Immortal Abode. It is the secret abode where Tsang Ao, Immortal, crafted magical items. So I came here to see if there are any good things left behind." Yuji sighed softly and said, "Sister, you are so heartless." It was not hard to imagine how many heroes and mighty warriors of the six dynasties were gathered here, and how great of a storm they would stir when they left Myriad Immortal's planet and entered the outer heavenly realms. Could it be that the person who brought Yin Dan and his company to Myriad Immortal's planet did not have some secret agreement with Yin Dan and his company? Why didn't we capture his true self? Wuxi was not satisfied with the spirit-restricting rope. As an immortal item, it actually allowed Lu Buwei to escape with the help of a soul replacement puppet, which made Wuxi feel a little resentful. An inexplicable sense of crisis suddenly struck them. Yu Yao's eyes shone with an eerie golden gleam as she gave the surroundings a glance. Meanwhile, the Heaven Immortals, together with the emperors and ministers of the six dynasties, had broken more and more restrictive spells in the Immortal Abode. Gradually, all the areas in the Immortal Abode were connected, and they found the corpses of the generals and cultivators of the six dynasties. The row of bloody words, "The killer was Lu Buwei." It infuriated the six great heavenly immortals and shocked them, and they were puzzled as to why Lu Buwei would do such a thing. Li Weiyin sighed faintly and said, "It's not that Sister Yu Yao is heartless, it's him. He is too heartless. Give us a little more time. Let us cultivate to the realm of Heaven Immortal, and then let these Heaven Immortals from outer heavenly realms come to Myriad Immortal's planet." Not daring to stay in the pool for too long, Wu Qi, who sensed that his meridians were beginning to stiffen, carefully withdrew from the pool. Why did Tsang Ao, Immortal Abode, build such a gloomy pool? Puzzled, Wu Qi walked around in a circle, and in the end, he found a cauldron used for crafting items and a sealed earth core flame hidden under a layer of wisteria. Only then did he realize that the pool was used for quenching flames. However, as the earth coreine energy had formed in the depth of the pool, he had no idea what grade of magical treasure was needed to withstand the frightening cold force. Wu Qi shook his head. He should be content with what he had. Even the spirit-restricting rope failed to restrain the soul replacement puppets. Hiding underground, Wu Qi's pupils constricted. "Yutan? Li Weiyin? Yutan?" He nodded thoughtfully, then exercised the mystic eyes of universe and gave the surroundings a glance. This was the place where the master of Tsang Ao, Immortal Abode, used to craft items. Therefore, regardless of whether it was a finished product or a half-finished product, there should be some good stuff left behind. A bright gleam shone from Wu Qi's eyes. Wherever they passed, all the mud, sand, and rocks turned into transparent crystals and could no longer block his sight. A gentle smile appeared on her face as she said, "Elder sister, you have the most profound cultivation base. If there are any good treasures here, why don't you leave them for me and Yutan? Elder sister, you were the one who loved us the most in those years. If there are any good treasures, I'm sure you will leave them for us, right?" Immediately after that, a large sheet of golden light burst out from the entrance of the parterre, as Yu Yao, clad in a black palace dress and looking graceful and luxurious, pushed open the front door and walked slowly into the parterre. After that, a large patch of wisteria on the west side of the parterre, together with a layer of restrictive spells, was chopped off by an extremely sharp blade energy. Holding the crescent blade in her hand, Li Weiyin ran into the parterre with a charming smile on her face. Angrily, Wuxia stared at the spot where Lu Buwei disappeared, then flicked the spirit-restricting rope. Although he had used his innate energy to protect his body, he still could not withstand the cold energy. Wuxia was struck with terror. There is someone else here. After retracting the celestial fiend puppets into his body, Wuxia transformed into a stream of yellow mist and shot into the spirit pills pavilion. As he expected, all the spirit pills in the pavilion had decayed and turned into ashes, leaving nothing useful behind. However, he managed to collect several thousand pill bottles of various colors that could store spirit pills. After being nourished by the rich immortal energy in the pavilion, the quality of these pill bottles had improved by leaps and bounds compared to 2 eons ago. Perhaps even supreme-grade spirit pills could now be stored in them easily. The dark green water in the pond had accumulated the Eon energy from underground for 2 eons ago, and right at the bottom of the pond, it had already condensed into a nearly tangible Eon energy. The greenish Eon energy had taken the shape of a human and was shuttling back and forth in the depths of the pond. Wherever it went, it would bring forth a threatening, cold air. A Eon energy stream drifted several tens of feet away from Wuxia, and the bitter cold air that suddenly gushed out from it made Wuxia shudder, while a layer of white frost appeared on his brows and hair. Chapter 303. Upon hearing Yu Yao's words, Wuqi's heart gave a jerk. What was the origin of the golden gleam in her eyes? Why did it give Wuqi a strange sense of threat? Not daring to stay any longer, Wuqi twisted his body, transformed into a stream of yellow mist, and sped away. The golden gleam in Yu Yao's eyes almost brushed past his body and shone into the ground. After wandering for some time underground, Wuqi found a sealed abode and emerged from the courtyard. He exercised his cultivation technique and forced out a great amount of sweat, then sprinkled some dust on himself to make himself look more miserable. His hair was messed up, and he casually summoned a few thunderbolts to strike his head. With that, Wuqi dressed himself up even more miserably than a beggar on the street. He fished out a storage bracelet which he found in the residence of one of Xianxia Immortal Abode's disciples. He stuffed some rare metals that could be preserved for a long time in ingots, some pill bottles, and a few pill formulas he found in the Spirit Pills Pavilion into the bracelet. After that, Wuqi deactivated the restrictive spells in a few rooms in the abode, then took out a large number of low-grade talismans, including explosive talismans, and threw them everywhere. Suddenly, a thunderbolt flashed above the abode, as a vast immortal energy shattered all the restrictive spells around the abode like a hot knife through butter. Patriarch Xianxia and the other heaven immortals, together with the emperors and ministers of 6 dynasties and their disciples, rushed into the abode which occupied a very large area. Therefore, everyone saw Wuqi, who was covered in filth and looked extremely disheveled, and was reeking of sweat. He was waving his arms and throwing all sorts of spirit talismans in all directions, while yelling and yelling, unleashing a great number of fireballs and lightning bolts to attack all kinds of restrictive spells in the abode. However, the restrictive spells in the abode were very strong, and the talismans unleashed by Wuqi could only make them ripple and ripple, but did not cause any substantial damage to them. Patriarch Xianxia cleared his throat and cried out loudly, "Wuqi!" Wuqi, whose eyes were unfocused and who seemed to have lost his mind, turned around blankly. He forgot to throw out the explosive talisman in his hand, and it exploded right in front of his chest. A ball of flame burst out, and Wuqi's clothes were disheveled by the explosion. While coughing blood, he scrambled to his feet and came before Patriarch Xianxia. He grabbed Patriarch Xianxia's sleeve and howled, "Master, this damn place is haunted by ghosts. No matter how hard I tried, I couldn't get out of this courtyard. I used a lot of talismans to open a few rooms and found these things." Trembling, Wuqi raised his hand and gave the light blue bracelet to Patriarch Xianxia. Using a technique learned from Scroll of Stealing, Wuqi had enchanted the bracelet with a few exquisite defensive mechanisms, though their power was only equivalent to the limit of Jin Dan realm cultivators. Patriarch Jiang Yun took over the storage bracelet and scanned the restrictive spells on it with his divine will. He could not help but exclaim in surprise. So, this is a restrictive technique from the ancient times? Amazing! There are so many talented people hiding in this Xianxia immortal abode. The restrictive spells on this little bracelet are already extremely profound. I have a deep understanding of them. He gave the bracelet to Wuxia, Qing Wu, Xianxia, and a few other heaven immortals, who all clicked their tongues and marveled at it. The restrictive techniques found in Scroll of Stealing were ancient and profound, and they were the products of a completely different system from the restrictive techniques that Patriarch Jiang Yun and the others had come into contact with. But the few small restrictive spells that Wuxia had casually enchanted had greatly amazed Patriarch Jiang Yun and the others, as they had learned a lot from them by analogy. In front of everyone, Patriarch Jiang Yun casually sent a stream of immortal energy into the bracelet. The restrictive spells cast by Wuxia were very profound, but their power was not very strong. As soon as Patriarch Jiang Yun's immortal energy rushed into them, they disintegrated instantly. Patriarch Jiang Yun smiled at Wuxia and said, "This restrictive spell is very profound, and it is reasonable that you can't break it, Wuxia. Let's see what good stuff you found in here." With a wave of his hand, a large number of items shot out from the bracelet. Rare metal ingots that piled up like a small hill were lying on the ground, glinting brilliantly, while nearly 100 pill bottles of very high quality were emitting a beautiful glow that could captivate one's soul. An astonishing amount of metal ingots, and nearly 100 pill bottles of amazing quality. But when Wuxia threw a few pill formulas into the bracelet after memorizing them, Patriarch Jiang Yun's eyes suddenly lit up. He snatched the few pill formulas recorded on the leaves of the evergreen tree and gave them a quick glance. Then he could not help but make some gestures with his right hand in the air. No one dared to make sound, and they all looked at Patriarch Jiang Yun cautiously. Xianxia and the other old Taoists dared not to make any noise either. Patriarch Jiang Yun was a top-notch Grandmaster alchemist in Liyuan Galaxy, and if he could find a few good pill formulas in this place, it would bring great benefits to Tranquil Vimla sect. After pondering for a full 15 minutes, Patriarch Jiang Yun breathed out a long sigh and said, "Marvelous and thought-provoking. There are 7 pill formulas here, and no matter it is the ingredients or the method of concocting, they're completely different from the current Tao of alchemy. TSK. Although this Xianxia immortal has an ordinary cultivation base, he must be the disciple of some mighty immortal, since he has such exquisite pill formulas." Taoist Xianxia looked at Patriarch Jiang Yun and asked, "How is the effect of these pills?" Patriarch Jiang Yun looked at Taoist Xianxia, smiled, and said, "If we can successfully concoct 1 or 2 of these pills, we will have a few more heaven immortals under our sections. At that point of time, we will be considered as one of the few formidable immortal sects in Minor Heavenly Circle realm." Taoist Xianxia and his brothers were struck with wild joy, while Wuxia and Qing Wu could not help but smile, nodding their heads as they looked at Wuxia. Patriarch Jiang Yun even personally helped Wuxia to his feet, then gave Wuxia a few bottles of healing spirit pills, which he personally concocted. "My good disciple, you have made a great contribution again this time. You're the most loyal disciple to your sect." Patriarch Jiang Yun gave the emperors and ministers of 6 dynasties a cold glance, breathed out a long sigh, and said, Well, I won't force you to hand over those spirit herbs and immortal herbs. That's all I have to say. Both White Cloud Immortal Sect and Tranquil Vimla Sect will build our foundation on Myriad Immortals planet, and all of you will be our outer sect disciples. When there is a heaven immortal among you, you can establish your own sect." When he said that, Patriarch Jiang Yun had a complicated expression on his face. The faces of Yin Dan and the other emperors and ministers of 6 dynasties were extremely unsightly as well. They exchanged a glance, then bowed deeply to Patriarch Zhang Yun and Taoist Xianxia together, but none of them said a word. Wuxia gave Patriarch Zhang Yun a bewildered look, then turned to look at Yin Dan and the others. He blinked his eyes and asked in a low voice, "Master, what is going on?" Patriarch Zhang Yun shook his head and did not say anything. Taoist Xianxia sighed and did not say anything either. As for the other 4 heaven immortals, they kept their mouths shut, and none of them said a word. As if he sensed that the atmosphere was not right, Wu Qi sneaked into the crowd of Great Yan's ministers. He came next to Lu Chengfeng and whispered something to Lu Chengfeng. Cautiously, Lu Chengfeng glanced at the people around him, then transmitted his voice to Wu Qi and explained what happened before they came to this abode. In its song Ao, Immortal Abode, all the spirit herbs that could be harvested had been taken away by someone. The 6 heaven immortals brought their disciples and opened up many regions of the immortal abode. But they did not find anything of value in those regions. Some of the spirit herbs and other valuable items were taken away by the disciples of the 2 immortal sections. These Taoists obediently took away their share, then offered the rest of the treasures to their sections. As for the emperors and ministers of 6 dynasties, the spirit herbs, and all sorts of rare items they offered were nearly zero. Yin Dan, Ing Zheng, and the others swore that they did not find any spirit herbs or treasures of great quality, and that was why they had nothing to offer to the 2 immortal sections. Meanwhile, the other ministers and generals of 6 dynasties also gave the same confession, saying that they did not find anything of value in the immortal abode. Unfortunately, in the immortal abode where these ministers and generals were staying, some of the rare spirit herbs in the flower beds and seedling gardens had long been harvested. According to the estimation of Patriarch Zhang Yun and the others, with so many spirit herbs in these gardens, even if they were evenly distributed to the emperors and ministers of the 6 dynasties who entered the immortal abode, they should still offer an astonishing amount of spirit herbs to their sections. But the emperors and ministers of 6 dynasties did not offer any treasures to their sections. Wu Qi shook his head silently, wearing a bitter expression. But in his heart, he was overjoyed. The blame was firmly placed on these people. Who would believe that it was he, Wu Qi, who had harvested so many spirit herbs in advance? Just a moment ago, when he was trapped in this abode and could not leave, there was no way that he, Wu Qi, was the one who harvested those spirit herbs. Be it Patriarch Zhang Yun, the other heaven immortals, or even all the people present, they would only suspect that it was a power from a certain dynasty or a few dynasties who had secretly harvested a great number of spirit herbs in advance, consuming them in secret or doing some other shady business. They would never think that it was Wu Qi who did all this. These spirit herbs left behind from 2 great apocalypses were rare treasures, even in myriad immortals' planet. And now, they had all become Wu Qi's private collection. Seeing Wu Qi and Lu Chengfeng whispering to each other, Patriarch Zhang Yun shook his head again. He exchanged a glance with the few heaven immortals, then reiterated, "Well, this matter ends here. In the future, all of you will be the outer sect disciples of White Cloud Immortal Sect and Tranquil Vimla Sect. Once you have achieved a certain level of development, you can establish your own sections. In the future, if all of you prosper, don't forget this incense stick of love." The emperors and ministers of 6 dynasties exchanged a glance. Since Patriarch Zhang Yun had made his words so clear, they bowed deeply once again and still did not say a word. Wu Qi rejoiced once again. If not for the fact that Patriarch Zhang Yun and the other mortals from the Righteous League were too embarrassed to offend them, and if it were Zhenmu's sovereign and the other immortals, perhaps they would have long killed Yin Dan and the others, robbing all their storage rings. Patriarch Zhang Yun and the others were immortals from the righteous Tao, and they would never do something so cruel and shameless. Therefore, they did not resort to extreme measures against Yin Dan and his companions. But these 6 old immortals were not stupid. They suspected that the emperors and ministers of 6 dynasties had embezzled a great amount of spirit herbs. Even though they could not use violence to force them to hand over the spirit herbs, they would never treat the people of 6 dynasties sincerely again. Outer sect disciples were just disciples who only had a title and were left to fend for themselves in the future. As for Wuxia, he had contributed a great deal in a row and had even contributed a great amount of rare metals, pill bottles, and pill formulas. Obviously, his status in White Cloud Immortal Sect was now equal to that of a core disciple like Xianxia. Looking at the silent outer sect disciples of 6 dynasties, Wuxia felt a great joy blossoming in his heart. With this, Patriarch Zhang would definitely side with him, and those enemies of his would have to be extra careful. How could a core disciple and an outer sect disciple be mentioned in the same breath? A light cough was heard as Giguzi walked out from the crowd. Cupping his fist, he said, "Greetings, immortal masters." Wuxia was taken aback. What was this old mister trying to say? Chapter 304. Fortunately, Patriarch Zhang and the others were not interested in listening to what Giguzi had to say. They waved their hands and sent Giguzi back into the crowd with a gentle force. Daoist Qing Xin sighed and said, "We came from the outside world and seized your foundation. It is reasonable for you to hold a grudge against us. As for what happened in this immortal abode, we won't hold it against you. You are now our outer sect disciples. From now on, you better behave yourselves. Zhang Yin, you're leaving now." Patriarch Zhang Yin nodded, spun, and left the immortal abode with a few heaven immortals, together with many disciples who did not have much harvest. After the trip to Xianxia, immortal abode, as he was greatly disappointed with these cheap disciples of the emperors and ministers of the 6 dynasties, Patriarch Zhang let go of the case of Lu Buwei's murderer and did not investigate further. The people of the 6 dynasties were very interested in the person who framed Lu Buwei's murderer. But that was not enough to put the blame on Wuxia. No one could have thought that the person who framed Lu Buwei's murderer was actually Wuxia, who was only at the Jindan realm. In the blink of an eye, White Cloud Immortal Sect and Tranquil Vimla Sect had established their own immortal abodes on Myriad Immortals planet for over 3 years. During this time, Wuxia had carefully stored all the various spirit herbs he found in the immortal abode with restrictive spells. As for the extremely precious heavenly wit fruit, he had only secretly fed one to Princess Zhonglu and Lu Qingfeng, allowing both of them to have their intelligence greatly improved and their ability to merge with the heavenly Tao by a few times. Apart from these 2 heavenly wit fruits, he carefully stored all the other imperial advisors, not daring to waste any of them. During this time, Patriarch Zhang had successfully concocted a cauldron of immortal pills, the thunder calming dipper realm, according to the pill formula provided by Wuxia. With 12 immortal pills in one cauldron, 12 disciples from White Cloud Immortal Sect and Tranquil Vimla Sect, who had been stuck at peak stage nascent Dipper Realm for nearly 10,000 years and dared not to transcend their thunder tribulations, had successfully transcended their tribulation. With the addition of 6 heaven immortals, both immortal sects had a great momentum. 2 great immortal sects and 18 heavenly immortals. This made the 2 great immortal sects ranked within the top 10 in the entire minor heavenly circle realm. However, under Patriarch Zhang Yun's suggestion, the 12 newly promoted heaven immortals were not exposed to the public. In these 3 years, Wuxia wholeheartedly cultivated in seclusion, throwing all the miscellaneous affairs to the people around him to handle. With Lu Qingfeng taking care of the affairs in Meng Mountains, Lu Tsuyin taking care of the affairs in Star Picking City, and Hai Yun Tian taking care of the sales of the rare products in Star Picking Pavilion, Wuqi's wealth was increasing at an incredible rate, and the power under him had also achieved some success. Every now and then, Wuxia would head to White Cloud Planet through the Grand Universal Teleportation Formation and spend some time with Princess Zhonglu, who was cultivating on Spirit Cloud Peak. During these 3 years, Wuxia had solidified his foundation, but his cultivation base did not improve by much. On the other hand, for some unknown reason, Princess Zhongli's cultivation base had improved by leaps and bounds, breaking through from the peak of Golden Dan Realm to nascent Soul Realm in one fell swoop. With such an incredible cultivation speed and outstanding talent, Princess Xianxia had gained the special favor of by Xia and Qing Wu, two great heaven immortals, and had become a core disciple of White Cloud Immortal Sect who played an important role. During these 3 years, Wuxia had lived a very comfortable and carefree life. Because he had White Cloud Immortal Sect as his backer, Lu Buwei and the others had temporarily stopped scheming against him. Before they gained sufficient overall strength, no one dared to touch even a single hair on Wuqi's head. Therefore, his days were extremely carefree. On this very day, Wuqi and Princess Xianxia were hunting a few fierce tigers at a stream near the back mountain of Spirit Cloud Peak. While they were feeding Goldhorn and Silverhorn, a sword beam descended from the sky and hovered before Wuqi. Wuqi reached out his hand and plucked a jade slip from the sword beam, then sent his divine will into it. He could not help but sigh and shake his head. Princess Xianxia, who was holding a bloody tiger's thigh in her hand and teasing Goldhorn and Silverhorn, turned her head and asked curiously, "What's the matter?" Wuqi whistled, making Goldhorn and Silverhorn twist their huge bodies and squeeze into the spirit breeding ring. Then he nodded and said with a smile, "There is something. The leader of Discipline Hall has asked me to meet him. It seems he needs my help with something. Zixian, stay here and focus on your cultivation. Don't bully those junior sisters from the same sect." Princess Xianxia leaped forward, grabbed Wuqi's shoulder, and cried out, "Are you going to sneak out alone again?" "No way." Rubbing Princess Xianxia's long hair, Wuqi smiled and said, "Have you forgotten what I told you? When you ascend and become a heaven immortal, you can follow me everywhere. At that time, I'll need your protection." Pouting, Princess Xianxia let out a long sigh resentfully and said, "Then, you can go now. Be careful." Rolling her eyes, Princess Xianxia suddenly threw out a bolt of lightning from her hand, causing the branches and leaves of a shrub in the distance to scatter. Two little Taoist nuns, clad in green Taoist robes and with their hair tied in a buns, screamed and leaped to their feet, waving their arms and legs as they ran backward. Princess Xianxia laughed and said, Bailu, ha, I've caught you again. Come, I'll teach you how to use the Five Thunders curse. Teach me by example. Teach me by example." After letting out a few loud cries, a five-colored cloud rushed out from under Princess Xianxia's feet, carrying her up as she chased after the two little Taoist nuns. Amidst the sizzling noises, a great number of hair-thin lightning bolts smashed towards the two little Taoist nuns, scaring them so much that they shrieked and screamed. Hastily exercising their movement techniques, they fled in all directions while begging Princess Xianxia for mercy. Ugh! Wuqi shook his head helplessly. Well, it was a good thing to have a few unlucky fellows being bullied by Princess Xianxia. Without any mercy, Wuqi gave the two unlucky little Taoist nuns a look, then leaped into a sword beam and sped towards the Discipline Palace, which was located halfway up the Thousand Clouds Peak, the front mountain of White Cloud Immortal Sect. The Discipline Palace was in charge of the rules and regulations of White Cloud Immortal Sect. It was responsible for inspecting and reviewing the rewards and punishments of all the disciples in the sect. It was also responsible for determining the contribution each disciple made to White Cloud Immortal Sect every year and the amount of cultivation resources that disciple would be allocated in the following year. Therefore, the Discipline Palace was the most important palace among all the administrative palaces in White Cloud Immortal Sect, and the leader of the Discipline Palace was the disciple with the highest authority in White Cloud Immortal Sect, apart from the Chief Supervisor and the Chief Supervisor. Similar to the architectural style of all the departments under the heaven that were in charge of discipline and supervision, the Discipline Palace of White Cloud Immortal Sect had a gray and gloomy exterior. It was a square and flat hall that looked like a cage, lying flat on a piece of flat land that was excavated by manpower halfway up the Thousand Clouds Peak. When Wuqi flew into the Discipline Palace, he saw Xianxia, clad in a blood-red Taoist robe unique to the leader of Discipline Palace, sitting in the Great Hall with a frown on his face. When he saw Wuxia come in, Xianxia's expression turned slightly better. Without hesitation, he rose to his feet and walked towards Wuxia, grabbing Wuxia's hand and said, "Junior brother Wuxia, I need your help to save my life. There is an errand here, and only you can do it." 3 years ago, because of Xianxia's contribution in discovering Myriad Immortals planet, he was relieved from the post of Spirit Gathering Palace's leader, which was filled with many tasks and dangerous, and was promoted to be the leader of Discipline Palace. The position of Discipline Palace was very high and powerful, as it was responsible for supervising all the disciples in White Cloud Immortal Sect. However, it did not have any troublesome tasks, and the resources it enjoyed were extremely generous. It was indeed one of the few lucrative jobs in White Cloud Immortal Sect. Wuxia exchanged some pleasantries with Xianxia, asking about his health, the safety of his family, the safety of the yellow dog and the toad, and some other nonsense. Xianxia, who rolled his eyes at Wuxia's nonsense, gave a wry smile and quickly interrupted Wuxia's chatter. All right. Junior brother, quickly complete this errand, and I'll give you a generous amount of sect contribution points." Wuxia rolled his eyes and gave Xianxia a look. Laughing strangely, he said, "Senior brother, you should know that this little bit of sect contribution points is not important to me. I have a brother who is the chief supervisor of White Cloud Immortal Sect's mines. What do I need this sect contribution points for?" Xianxia smiled bitterly and helplessly. He pointed at the empty Discipline Palace and said, "Well then, I'll owe you a favor. What do you think? You've seen it, over the past 2 years. More and more executing disciples in Discipline Palace have entered secluded cultivation, and fewer are willing to go out to run errands. If this continues, Discipline Palace will become an empty shell." Humbly and carefully, Xianxia smiled bitterly and said, "Recently, Senior brother has to sort out the files of all the disciples in this year's examination. That's why I can't do anything else. As for the other executing disciples, they are either in secluded cultivation or have other important tasks. I can only ask for your help, junior brother." Looking at Xianxia's expression, Wuxia shook his head, sighed, and said, "All right. Remember, senior brother, you owe me a favor. Compared to the favor you owe me, the sect contribution points are nothing. In the future, if I do anything that violates the sect rules, senior brother, you must remember this favor." Xianxia rolled his eyes and ignored Wuxia. Then he spun and picked up a roll of pale yellow documents from the table, handed it over to Wuxia, and said with a wry smile, "There are 13 continents in White Cloud Planet and 784 dynasties of various sizes. All of them are vassals of our sect. Among them, the Gutai dynasty on Taiyuan continent is ranked the strongest among all dynasties in China, and many of the members of Gutai dynasty's imperial clan are our sect's disciples." Wuxia took over the document and asked with a deep voice, "Is the matter of a dynasty in the mortal world worth making such a fuss over?" Xianxia shook his head and said with a wry smile, "The old emperor of Gutai dynasty is nearing the end of his lifespan, and he is a dying man. Currently, there are 8 princes fighting for the throne in the dynasty, and they are in a heated argument. These 8 princes are all the disciples of the elders of our sect, and we can't let them go too far." After a brief moment of pondering, Xianxia said, "Junior brother, can I trouble you to go to Gutai dynasty and secretly examine the reputation of these 8 disciples among the common people? Find out how they conduct themselves in the mortal world, and pick out a suitable one to ascend to the throne with the imperial edict of our sect." With a solemn expression, he warned, "The dynasties in the mortal world are the foundation of White Cloud Immortal Sect. Those disciples with excellent innate talent are recruited through these dynasties. If a dynasty is in a mess, it will not be good for the development of our sect." Wuxia shook his head silently. Only now did he realize that a sect of immortal cultivators like White Cloud Immortal Sect had to worry about the succession of the imperial power in the various vassal states. With over 700 vassal states, The affairs in different realms were very complicated. It was no wonder that the discipline hall was short of manpower. After receiving the official document and some medallions, imperial edict, and other necessary items given by Xianxia, Wuxia laughed and invited Xianxia to his star-picking city. After that, he transformed into a stream of light and flew towards the direction of Tai City, the capital of Gutai Dynasty, according to the official document. White Cloud Planet could only be considered as an ordinary planet, far smaller than Myriad Immortals' planet. The planet had a diameter of about 34,000 kilometers, and Tai Yuan continent and White Cloud Immortal Sect's headquarters were right across the planet. After traveling several tens of thousands of miles, Wuxia finally arrived at Tai Yuan continent and found the capital city of Gutai Dynasty, Tai City. Looking from afar, Tai City's scale was far smaller than G City. Measuring less than 30 miles in both width and length, it was not even as grand and magnificent as Wuxia's star-picking city. However, as it was the ancient capital of a dynasty with a history of several tens of thousands of years, the buildings in Tai City were simple and elegant, giving off an air of elegance and nobility. The sky above Tai City was enshrouded in a layer of purple mist, for which a faint, auspicious glow could be seen. Sure enough, it was the capital of a dynasty, and it was not to be underestimated. However, when Wuxia peered into the distance with the mystic eyes of universe, he was shocked to see a few faintly discernible demonic energies lingering amidst the auspicious purple mist. The demonic energies were very faint, and if not for Wuxia cultivating the mystic eyes of universe, he would not have been able to see them. The demonic energies gave Wuxia a very familiar feeling. Wuxia pondered and thought, could it be that some old acquaintances are stirring up trouble here? According to the character of those people, it was about time for them to strike and stir up some trouble. Shaking his head, Wuxia descended 30 miles away from the city, changed into a luxurious robe with wide sleeves, and walked towards Tai City in a swagger. The closer he got to Tai City, the more Wuxia found that the auspicious purple clouds above the city looked messy, as if they were completely twisted by some external force. Chapter 305. Raising his head, Wuxia gazed at the aura hovering above the city, then walked into Tai City. After several tens of thousands of years of wind and rain, the city wall of Tai City was still the same as when it was first built. The bronze-colored city wall was emitting a soft and heavy glow under the sunlight, and traces of restrictive runes could be vaguely seen on every brick. As the capital city of the strongest kingdom ruled by White Cloud Immortal Sect, Tai City's defense was a few times stronger than that of G City. Only a heaven immortal wielding an immortal item could break into the city. Wuxia swaggered into Tai City through the city gate while laughing merrily, pretending to be a libertine. When he entered the city, he immediately noticed that the atmosphere here was not right. The pedestrians and coaches entering and exiting the city were all in a hurry, their faces filled with panic and even despair. The soldiers and guards near the city gate were also on tenterhooks, like birds startled by the mere twang of a bowstring. They did not even notice that Wuxia was walking past them. Shaking his head and frowning, Wuxia entered the city and glanced around. Coincidentally, there was a coach waiting for customers near the city gate. Wuxia waved his hand at the coach, then casually threw a refined gold ingot over and said, "The best and busiest brothel in the city. Send me there." Gold and silver were the common currency used by mortals everywhere, and it was no exception in Liyuan Galaxy. The only question was how much they were worth. The gold ingot Wuxia threw over was refined by a Jin Dan human immortal using his alchemic flame. It was a pure gold ingot without any impurities. It weighed about half a kilogram, and it made the coachman beam with joy. Without hesitation, he drove the coach to greet Wuxia. After boarding the coach and letting the coachman drive it forward, Wuxia said coolly, "Remember, it must be the best brothel, but it must be the busiest brothel. Don't bring me to those private courtyards where you can listen to a girl playing a zither under a banana leaf. Livelier, it must be livelier. It must have a very large hall, a very large courtyard, and at least a few hundred patrons can drink and listen to music together. The coachman turned around and gave Wuxia a surprised look, then hurriedly nodded and said with a smile, "As you wish." The best, the liveliest brothel is the Hidden Sword Pavilion in Tai City. It is the liveliest, biggest, and best brothel. The burly man laughed apologetically and said, Tai City also has that kind of small courtyard with its own entrance. It's called Little Yuan Villa. The girls there are all top-notch. Each of them is an outstanding beauty. Are you sure you don't want to go? Wuxia shook his head. He really didn't want to go to such a clean and upscale place. The mission given to him by Xianxia was to find out which of the 8 princes of Gutai dynasty had the best character and was the most suitable one to inherit the throne. In order to obtain such information, he naturally had to go to the most well-informed place. Where in the world could there be a more lively and well-informed place than a big brothel? On the contrary, a place that looked like a private clubhouse was not what he wanted. Sitting in the coach, Wuxia looked around through the window of the coach. Tai City was magnificent, yet dignified, simple, and elegant. When Wuxia scanned through the signboards of those shops that sold daily necessities, rice, cooking oil, salt, soy sauce, vinegar, and tea, he found that they were all antiques that were at least 1,000 years old. It was not hard to tell how long the history of these shops was. The stepping stones in front of these shops were all carved green bricks. They were very elegant and had a special charm to them. When Wuxia passed by a pharmacy, he saw a young servant, clad in a green outfit and a small hat. The boxes used to pack the herbs in this pharmacy were made from thin pieces of fragrant wood, and the surface was carved with patterns of hundreds of herbs. This was the most meticulous industry in Tai City. Wuxia nodded his head silently. This was indeed an ancient dynasty with the strongest national strength in White Cloud Planet. It had been established for several tens of thousands of years, and the elegance accumulated over these several tens of thousands of years was not something a city like G-City could compare with. However, the pedestrians on the street, and the shopkeepers and waiters in the shops along the street all had a terrified expression on their faces, as if the sky was about to collapse. A restless atmosphere filled the air. Everyone was like ants on a hot pan, feeling uneasy in their hearts. A disaster could come at any time, but where the disaster would come from, and what kind of disaster would be, none of them knew. Everyone could only wait passively, waiting for the impending disaster to befall them. Frowning, Wuxia turned to the coachman and shouted, "Brother, please hurry up." The coachman turned around and said with a smile, "Don't worry, young master, I won't delay your business. Although this hidden sword court is open for guests during the day, the good ladies are all resting. During the day, Hidden Sword Court is just an ordinary restaurant. If you want to have fun, you'll have to wait until nightfall." Is it a restaurant during the day? That is the place where rumors and slanders are the most common. Wuxia thought of something and threw another piece of gold at the coachman. "Cut the crap. What I want to do? Do I need you to talk here? Hurry up and send me to the Hidden Sword Pavilion. I'll reward you when we reach there." He received 2 large pieces of gold in a row, a heavy pound of gold. This was an income that the coachman might not have even if he worked hard for a year. The coachman grinned from ear to ear. He hurriedly whipped the horse and drove the carriage forward. The 2 black horses that pulled the carriage seemed to feel their master's joy. They gathered their strength and galloped forward. The sound of their hooves was crisp, and they brought Wuxia along the main road. After walking for less than the time to drink a cup of tea, a hoarse cry suddenly came from a fork in the road. "Father! Mother! Help!" The screams and the sounds of fighting came closer. Not long after, a dozen armored soldiers with ivory tags hanging from their waists forcefully dragged a girl who was about 12 or 13 years old. She was so beautiful that she looked like a little jade pendant. The girl struggled and screamed crazily, but how could she break free from the hands of the 2 armored soldiers who were grabbing her arms? Behind this group of people, A pair of well-dressed old men, supported by many servants and maids, cried and screamed as they chased after them. The coachman hurriedly pulled the reins and stopped the carriage. His voice suddenly carried an unconcealable fear. Are the armored soldiers from the 8 royal families looking for girls again? Sigh. Master Hu and his family have been doing good deeds for generations, but they only have one son. It's not easy for this generation to have a son, and they even have a little daughter. How could they have their eyes on her? The 2 old men, along with a group of servants and maids, staggered to catch up with this group of wolf-like armored soldiers. Suddenly, an angry roar came from behind them. How dare you kidnap a girl in broad daylight? Even if you're the guards of the 8th prince's mansion, you can't do such a lawless thing. Following this shout, a young man of about 17 or 18 years of age, dressed in a long robe, with a deep gash on his head and his upper body covered in blood, rushed up with a wooden stick in his hand, straight at the armored soldiers with his eyes fixed on them. The coachman cried out in alarm. Master Hu and his family's only son, Wuxia, he is just a young scholar. How could he survive the torture of these people? It's over. Master Hu and his family are going to have no more descendants. Before his words could fade away, Wuxia had already raised the wooden stick high up in the air and swung it down viciously towards those armored soldiers. One of the armored soldiers who brought up the rear laughed sinisterly, then casually drew his sword and swung it horizontally towards Wuxia's waist. The natural energy in White Cloud Planet was less than 30% of that in Myriad Immortals Planet. Therefore, the cultivation speed of these warriors was not as fast as those in Myriad Immortals Planet. Among these armored soldiers, the strongest one only had a cultivation base of 30 years of Hotian realm, which was far from the situation in Myriad Immortals Planet, where Xianxia warriors and peak-stage Hotian warriors could be found everywhere. Even so, a cultivation base of 30 years of Hotian realm was more than enough to deal with a weak scholar like Wuxia. Wuxia shook his head. With a flick of his finger, a gust of wind shot out and exploded into tens of tiny sword beams. The invisible sword beams tore through the air and produced a hissing noise. Suddenly, the bodies of the tens of armored soldiers who were laughing hideously turned stiff as a thumb-sized hole was pierced through Chi-Chi's temple. Blood and brain matter sprayed out like a fountain. All the armored soldiers fell to the ground in a disorderly manner. Wuxia's body was shivering with the wooden stick in his hand, and he stared blankly at the dead bodies for a while. Only then did he rush forward, pulling the girl who was so frightened that her body went limp, and cried out, "Dad, Mom, look!" She's scared stiff. Meanwhile, the coachman cried out in panic, "It's over, it's over. Master Hu and his entire family are finished. The 8th prince controls the army of 300,000 soldiers around Tai City, and he holds a high position and great power. Now that all the armored soldiers in his mansion are killed here, Master Hu and his entire family are finished." Wuxia stared blankly at the coachman, then asked like an idiot, "The 8th prince is committing all kinds of atrocities, but no one can stop him?" The coachman turned to look at Wuxia and said with a wry smile, "Young master, haven't you heard about it? The 8th prince who controls the army." He paused, then his face turned blue. He shook his head and dared not to say another word. Looking at the dead bodies on the ground, he murmured under his breath, "I wonder which expert killed them. But Master Hu and his entire family are finished." Master Hu and his family hugged each other and wept bitterly, while the servants and serving ladies stared at the dead bodies in horror. Suddenly, some of the timid serving ladies also began to cry, and gradually, even the eyes of those servants began to turn red. Wuxia shook his head and pondered for a brief moment. Then, he fished out a medallion from his storage ring, which represented his identity as an executing disciple of White Cloud Immortal Sect's Discipline Hall. Using a small concealment technique, he threw the medallion out. The heavy medallion landed right in the middle of the family of 4. Through voice transmission, Wuxia said, "Hang this medallion in front of your house. Let's see who dares to touch even a single hair of your family. Don't worry, this matter is over." The 8th prince of Gutai dynasty? In his mind, Wuxia had already sentenced him to death. A man like this should never be allowed to become the monarch of a dynasty. The family of 4 stared blankly at the white jade medallion on the ground. It was about the size of a palm, yet weighed several dozens of kilograms. Countless white clouds were engraved on its surface, and on the back of the medallion was the figure of an old man clad in a Taoist robe, sitting cross-legged. On the front of the medallion were 2 rows of large, protruding characters. White Cloud Immortal Sects Discipline Hall, Deacon Wu. Thud! The family of 4 kneeled on the ground, kowtowing to the sky and thanking Ji Hao. Relaxed smiles had already appeared on their faces. The mighty reputation of White Cloud Immortal Sect was heard by everyone in Gutai Dynasty. It was the sect leader of Gutai Dynasty, and most of the imperial clan members of Gutai Dynasty were White Cloud Immortal Sect's disciples. With the help of the Master Immortal from Discipline Hall, even if the 8th prince was killed, the matter would be over, let alone the death of a dozen of Prince Mansion's guards. Wuxia shook his head. If he was forced to reveal his identity medallion so soon, he might inadvertently alert the enemy. Nevertheless, Wuxia was never a man who followed the rules, who said that only the princes and grandsons of Gutai Dynasty could become the new emperor. Wuxia could tell that this master who was a good man, and he could also be the emperor. The coachman had a kind heart, and he was a good candidate to be the emperor as well. Damn it, I've bumped into you. If none of you is a good man, don't blame me for turning the world upside down. With his eyes narrowed, Wuxia gave the coachman a forceful slap and said, "What are you waiting for? Hurry up. Where is Hidden Sword Pavilion? I've already had my meal, and I still need to have some fun tonight." The muscles on Wuxia's face began to wiggle slowly. Using the mystic technique of changing one's appearance found in Scroll of Stealing, he made a slight adjustment to his appearance. Master Hu and his family of 4 stared at Wuxia in astonishment, especially the beautiful and adorable teenage girl, who turned her head away in disgust. Going to a brothel in the middle of the day to have fun? This kind of prodigal son was extremely detestable. Chapter 306. Master whose family has been doing good deeds and accumulating virtues for generations, and it was the immortals who showed them mercy this time. Otherwise, how could they escape from this calamity? Along the way, the coachman kept talking about the scene where the armored soldiers had their heads pierced through and their blood and brains splattered everywhere. He also kept praising those immortals for their great benevolence and righteousness, and how benevolent they were. He said that by helping Master Hu and his family, they were doing good deeds and accumulating virtues. Wuxia crossed his legs lazily and said coolly, "If that is the case, doesn't that mean those 8 kings are good people who are doing good deeds and accumulating virtues? Not only that, they have also joined White Cloud Immortal Sect, cultivated some powerful divine abilities, and used them to bully the common people. Is this also their good deeds?" The coachman shut his mouth, not daring to answer Wuxia's question. He did not have the courage to comment on the 8 kings who held the most power in Gutai Dynasty. Wuxia smiled faintly and shook his head. This was the way of thinking among the common people. When those immortals who stood high above the masses were seized by a sudden impulse, they would casually save some common people who were facing a calamity. It was a great deed of accumulating virtues, and would be praised by these common people for many years to come. However, they had forgotten that perhaps these immortals were the source of their suffering. At the very least, if not for the fact that all 8 kings possessed the cultivation base of early-stage nascent soul realm, which gave them the overall strength to do evil, how could they do such a thing to the common people? Breaking into a house and abducting a girl in broad daylight was not something an ordinary person could do. The coachman did not say a word. The coach moved forward slowly, while Wuxia frowned, pondering the background of these 8 kings of Gutai Dynasty. They were the only 8 sons of the dying emperor of Gutai Dynasty. All of them had joined White Cloud Immortal Sect, cultivating some Tao, magic, and divine abilities. However, their foundations and talents were limited. After spending close to 2,000 years of bitter cultivation, they still could not break through the early stage of nascent soul. Obviously, there was no end to the great Tao. They could only return to the dynasty and fight for the throne. Even if they could not become divine immortals, they should at least sit on the dragon throne of the dynasty for 1,000 years and enjoy the addiction of being an emperor, right? It just so happened that their father, Emperor Yuanda, who was also an early-stage nascent soul cultivator, was nearing the end of his lifespan and was bedridden with a serious illness. Seeing that he was about to die, the 8 princes immediately used their cultivation base and magical powers to rally their followers, trying to seize the throne in a chaotic manner. All 8 of them had similar cultivation bases, and the amount of support they received from White Cloud Immortal Sect was almost the same. Therefore, none of them had the absolute upper hand, and it had thrown the entire dynasty into a state of panic. All 8 of them had official titles in Gutai dynasty, such as the Prince of Hu State, Prince of Wei State, and many others. However, according to the custom, the common people of Gutai dynasty were ranked according to their ages from the oldest to the youngest, the first king, the second king, all the way to the 8th king. Today, Wuxia bumped into an armored soldier from the 8th king's mansion, who had abducted a girl on the street, and it seemed like it was not the first time he had done this. Without hesitation, Wuxia had put him on the blacklist. How could a man like this want to be the emperor? Wuxia did not mind chopping off his head and sending him to the netherworld to be the flat-top ghost king. Crossing one leg over the other, Wuxia kept humming some obscene tunes from Lu Xiaobai's memory, such as the 18 Gropes. While humming, he came to the entrance of Hidden Sword Pavilion. The coachman frowned, turned to look at Wuxia, smiled, and said, "Young master, we've arrived at Hidden Sword Pavilion." Deep in the coachman's eyes, there was a hint of disdain that he was trying very hard to conceal. Dressed in luxurious clothes, with a handsome face, he was heading to a brothel at noon and humming some obscene tunes along the way. If he was not a prodigal son, what else could he be? The coachman mingled in the marketplace, and he knew all the famous young masters and princes in Tai City. Judging from Wuqi's appearance, he must be a wealthy young master from another place. It should be his first time coming to Tai City, yet he went straight to a brothel. What a prodigal son! The coachman thought to himself, if I have a child like this, I would have thrown him into a water tank and suffocated him to death. Wuxia leaped off the coachman and casually tossed a few 1 catty gold ingots into the coachman's arms. He turned around and grinned at the coachman. Believe it or not, the immortal master who kills people and saves people is none other than me. Huh! Shaking his head and letting out a loud laugh, Wuxia suddenly took a step forward. With just 1 step, he crossed over 100 feet, then rushed into the main entrance of Hidden Sword Pavilion like a wisp of smoke. The coachman stared blankly at Wuqi's back. His eyeballs nearly popped out from his eye sockets. He remained silent for a moment, then suddenly swung his whip and gave the back of the horse pulling the coachman. He murmured under his breath, "Damn it, I don't believe you. You're just a prodigal son who has been practicing martial arts for a few days. Do you think you are an immortal who can fool Lao Tzu? Bah, is there an immortal like you? Your mouth is full of obscene words. Immortal? Bah." Wuxia fished out a folding fan from his storage ring, waving it all the way into Hidden Sword Pavilion. This Hidden Sword Pavilion truly deserved to be the largest and busiest brothel in Tai City. First of all, the gatehouse at the entrance was tall, imposing, and splendid. Like moving clouds and flowing water, Wuxia glided into the gatehouse with 1 step. Coupled with his attire and the 2 jade pendants made from spirit jades hanging on his waist, which were worth at least 1 million gold ingots, the eyes of the pimps waiting in the gatehouse immediately lit up. One after another, they cried out loudly, "An honorable guest has arrived," while rushing to greet him in a flurry. Wuxia waved his hand carelessly, throwing out several dozens of heavy gold ingots. He laughed and said, "My good grandsons, serve me well. I came here to make myself happy." He prepared a table of top-notch noodles, with 16 side dishes, 16 fruit platters, 16 cold dishes, 16 hot dishes, and 16 different kind of top-notch wine. Oh, don't use the little girl yet. I'll heat it up later in the evening. TSK, I'm in a good mood, so I'll reward whoever I see. Surrounded by a group of pimps, Wuxia strode into Hidden Sword Pavilion. Along the way, no matter it was the servants who were sweeping the floor, the servant girls who were serving tea and water, and even a few lowly servants who were emptying the toilet bowls, Wuxia would throw half a kilogram of gold ingots to them whenever he saw them. For a moment, the golden light flickered, and the pimps around Wuxia were so happy that their teeth were cracking. A generous guest, an unprecedented generous guest, a generous guest who specialized in squandering money. They had to serve such a generous guest well. Even if Wuxia kept scolding them as his good grandsons, they still had to serve him well, didn't they? Money, lots and lots of money, that was enough. Wuxia took out so many gold ingots from a storage bag on his waist. The pimp's eyes lit up. To be able to use a storage bag, one had to be at least a Xianxia level cultivator. To be able to afford a storage bag, one had to be either an immortal cultivator or a direct descendant of a wealthy family. If they didn't serve such a generous guest well, they would be letting down their parents who raised them. Such a generous guest, they had to cut off a layer of his flesh. Surrounded by his entourage, Wuxia walked all the way into Hidden Sword Pavilion and arrived at the main building in the middle of the pavilion. He followed the golden-laid jade steps all the way to the 4th floor of the main building. In the middle of the main building of Hidden Sword Pavilion, there was a 6-story patio surrounded by corridors, and at the back of the patio were small, exquisite rooms. From the 1st floor to the 6th floor, the higher the floor, the fewer rooms there were, and the larger the area of the rooms. The maids who served the guests were also more beautiful and cute. Along the way, Wuxia spent 200 to 300 pounds of gold, but he was only sent to a private room on the 4th floor of the main building. Wuxia couldn't help but grimace. How much gold would he have to spend to get to the 6th floor of the main building? What kind of luxurious status did he have to have? He sat in the private room. The private room was big enough to hold 7 to 8 tables of banquets, and the furnishings were luxurious. All the utensils were made of exquisite brocade and fine porcelain, and the patterns on them were extremely beautiful and elegant. It didn't have the slightest bit of the ostentatious and obscene atmosphere of a brothel. The few maids who served in the private room were all delicate and pretty, and they had a strong, scholarly air about them. They were not vulgar brothel girls. Wuxia nodded to himself. He scanned the surroundings with his divine sense and immediately enveloped the entire main building. Apart from the top floor, which was the 6th floor, there were only a few private rooms, which were protected by restrictive spells that, in Wuxia's opinion, could prevent others from eavesdropping. However, with his divine sense, the entire Hidden Sword Pavilion could be seen clearly by Wuxia. In the hundreds of private rooms upstairs and downstairs, Wuxia could clearly hear the conversations of over 2,000 diners who were having their meals. Wuxia was lying crookedly on a chaise longue in the private room, his eyes narrowed as he enjoyed the gentle massage given by 2 serving ladies, while watching the serving ladies walking in and out of the room, serving wine and delicacies to him at the same time. Over 2,000 people were talking noisily at the same time. If it were an ordinary person, there was no way he could figure out how many valuable words they were talking about. But to Wuxia, who had formed his nascent divinity with the power of heavenly thunder, he could eavesdrop on the conversations of over 100,000 people at the same time, and he would not miss any valuable words. The guests who could come in and out of the Hidden Sword Pavilion were either rich or respectable people, and they were influential figures in Tai City. Some of them were powerful dragons who came from other places. When a group of men gathered together, with beautiful women to please their eyes and fine wine to soothe their hearts, all kinds of strange words and deeds would come out of their mouths. Among them were some things that happened in Tai City recently. For example, the 8th prince had a few more distinguished guests in his mansion. In order to entertain them, the 8th prince was trying his best to search for some beautiful girls among the common people. For example, the sixth prince suddenly had a few beautiful concubines, each of whom was a supremely beautiful woman who could topple a kingdom or a city. Another example was that a certain eunuch in charge of the palace suddenly grew a beard. The eunuch in charge of the palace grew a beard was told by a few guests in the private rooms as a joke. No one believed it was true, and even the person who told the joke did not believe it himself. But Wuxia believed it. A eunuch growing a beard? Wasn't it just because that thing down there had been reborn? It was not impossible for a eunuch to have the ability to reborn that thing. Laughing coldly, Wuxia rose to his feet. While eavesdropping on the conversations of these people, he picked up a wine pot from the table and walked to the veranda outside the private room. While looking at the scenery in the main building, he kept drinking the wine from the pot. Suddenly, he saw a row of wheels made of different materials placed on a high platform in the middle of the courtyard. Gold, silver, iron, stone, and wood, 5 wheels with a diameter of 3 feet were placed on the platform, looking very dazzling. Wuxia was stunned for a moment. Then he suddenly laughed. He pulled a maidservant behind him, pointed at the wheels, and said, "Could it be that Hidden Sword Pavilion is also in the carriage business?" The maidservant laughed and winked at Wuxia, then explained, "You must be joking, my dear customer. These wheels, hee." She smiled charmingly, blushed, and explained, "This is an entertainment that an important guest asked our master to place here. As long as any guest can use that thing of his to spin it, he or she will get a great benefit." Using that thing to spin the wheels, would he be able to obtain great benefits? Wuxia laughed. "Old Mr. Lao AI, are you here to stir up trouble as well? Combined with those few familiar demon energies?" Hee. Wuxia kept shaking his head and emptying the wine in the pot. Chapter 307. The pink light made one feel comfortable, and the faintly discernible scent of incense made one's bones feel like they were about to melt. Amidst the warm and gentle smiles of the serving ladies, Wuxia was having fun with them. The excellent banquet was ruined beyond recognition, and unknowingly, he had drunk a few jars of fine wine. The fine wine of the brothel had always been like this. It was fragrant and rich, but not too high in alcohol content. This was reasonable. If the guests were all drunk, how could they have a good time at night? The fine wine of the brothel was just something to liven things up. Just like the girls in the brothel, they were gentle, sweet, and fragrant, but they could not be taken seriously. After drinking a few jars of fine wine, Wuxia did not force out the smell of alcohol. He just sat in the private room, half drunk and half sober, laughing and joking with a group of maids. When he was in a good mood, Wuxia would fabricate a story about how wealthy his father was, how many carriages he owned, and how many trading companies he owned. After that, he would reward these serving ladies with a large amount of money. He did not know how many gold ingots he had lost, but later on, Wuxia began to throw pearls, precious stones, and beautiful jade to them. The manager of the Hidden Sword Court was also very straightforward. When the gold and jewels Wuxia threw out reached a value of about 50,000 gold, a few girls who were even more beautiful than the maids beside Wuxia floated into the private room. They warmly invited Wuxia to a room on the 5th floor that was more luxuriously furnished and twice the size of the private room below. Another fine wine and dishes had already been prepared here. Whether it was the ingredients of the wine and dishes or the control of the fire, they were all better than the banquet below. Not only that, the maids who served here had also reached the level of half a femme fatale. If they were outside, they would be enchanting enough to topple half a city. At the side of the room, behind a light gauze curtain, there were a few beautiful women sitting behind, playing a string instrument. The private room echoed with a faint, soft music, like the soft moans of a woman on a spring night. It was a pity that the Hidden Sword Court's meticulously designed gentle scene was completely different when it came to Wuxia. Upon hearing the melodies that were filled with a strong sense of lust, Wuxia instinctively thought of the scene in Meng Fortress. The scene where Xianxia brothers and a group of wild bear demons fought fiercely with those big she-bears while screaming at the top of their lungs. Countless hairy, pitch-black bodies suddenly appeared in front of Wuxia. Wuxia shuddered and instantly sobered up from the drunkenness. He shook his head and casually grabbed a handful of pearls, emeralds, and other treasures and threw them to a maid beside him. He sighed and said, "Come, play finger-guessing games with me for fun." The handmaidens of Hidden Sword Court have all received meticulous training. They are proficient in the 4 arts of the 4 arts. However, this kind of finger-guessing game that only Jianghu heroes are good at was extremely difficult for them. Dozens of charming handmaidens were knocked down by Wuxia with a flurry of punches. After each of them was forced to drink a jar of wine, they rolled their eyes and fell onto the carpet. Wuxia let out an evil laugh. He simply put one of his feet on the soft stool, humming a little tune while drinking and drinking by himself. He looked indescribably leisurely and carefree. Behind him, another group of handmaidens rushed over and helped those handmaidens who had fallen to the ground. However, when Wuxia gave the order, these handmaidens had no choice but to line up those handmaidens who had fallen to the ground in a row on the carpet in the private room. It was a magnificent sight. Wuxia laughed heartily. While looking at those handmaidens who stood beside him and served him with a strange expression on their faces, he looked at those handmaidens who were sleeping in a row on the floor that reeked of wine, and he kept drinking and drinking by himself. Only he knew the joy in doing so. After a round of fooling around, the sky outside had long turned dark. More and more guests swarmed into the Hidden Sword Court, and even more gorgeously dressed young ladies swarmed into the private rooms to keep the guests company. Under the intoxication of beauty and fine wine, more and more reliable and unreliable rumors began to emerge from the mouths of the guests, including the matter of the 8th King's Mansion's armored soldiers being killed in the middle of the street. It was said that when the 8th Prince heard that his trusted guards were killed, he was so furious that he personally led a large group of people and rushed to Uncle Hu's house to take revenge. However, not long after he entered the house, the 8th Prince retreated with a pale face, and without saying a word, he fled back to his mansion with his tail between his legs. Wuxia quietly listened to these useless rumors, and suddenly, a strange smile appeared on his face. The sound of footsteps rang out, and a large group of burly men dressed in purple-red brocade robes walked up the stairs. They set up a dense number of sentries on the veranda. After that, a few men with extraordinary auras slowly walked up the stairs, all the way to the largest private room on the highest floor above Wuxia's. From where Wuxia was standing, he could see a very spacious balcony in front of the private room. For a moment, the entire Hidden Sword Court fell into a dead silence. Some of the guests who recognized the few men were murmuring something under their breath. From the murmuring, Wuxia could tell that among the few men, the one with the most extraordinary aura was the 3rd Prince of Gutai Dynasty. He was in charge of the military headquarters of Gutai Dynasty and had a very deep foundation in the army. Half of the 4 border armies of Gutai Dynasty were loyal to him. Among the few princes, only the 8th Prince, who ruled the Tai city of Gutai Dynasty and the few surrounding cities, had enough military strength to fight against the 3rd Prince. These 2 princes were also the 2 princes who had the fiercest conflict. It was said that at the outskirts of a city in the northeast of Tai City, someone once saw 2 armies, also flying the banner of Gutai Dynasty, fighting and killing each other. The battle was extremely brutal, and the number of casualties reached thousands. It was said that it was the trusted guards of these 2 princes who fought each other. The 3rd Prince was a middle-aged man with a pale face and a gaunt face. He looked weak and lifeless, like a scholar. Only Wuxia could see wisps of white mist hovering faintly on the surface of his body. It was a sign unique to the disciples of White Cloud Immortal Sect. Their energies would transform into auspicious clouds and mist, and the stronger the cultivation base of a person was, the more eye-catching the clouds would be. For example, as Patriarch Xianxia possessed the cultivation base of Heaven Immortal, the clouds and mist around him had fused vaguely with the heaven and earth. Wherever he went, he would be surrounded by a vast ocean of clouds. Among the few men who came up with the 3rd Prince just now, 2 of them looked rather familiar to Wuxia. If Wuxia was not mistaken, He had seen these two men among great Zhao's emperors and ministers. They were not human beings, but demon cultivators. Similar to Xiong Wanling and the others, they were imperial advisors hired by great Zhao, demon cultivators with a cultivation base of nascent divinity realm. However, Wuxia could not remember their names and their cultivation base. Not long after that, another group of burly men clad in brocade robes came rushing up the stairs. They came next to the guards who came with the third prince like they were familiar with the place, standing shoulder to shoulder with these guards and guarding all the vital spots in the upper and lower floors. Obviously, there was something wrong with the two groups of burly men. They stood shoulder to shoulder, bumping their shoulders against each other. For a moment, the entire hidden sword pavilion was filled with the sound of bodies slamming against each other. Those who did not know what was going on might think there were at least 100 couples fighting in this place. Following that, a few more men with extraordinary bearing came up the stairs. Wuqi's eyes lit up abruptly. Among these few men, there were some old acquaintances of his. Xianxia and Xiangzhuang from Great Chu were among them. From the whispers of the surrounding guests, Wuqi could tell that the leader of these men was the 8th prince of Gutai dynasty, and the burly man walking side by side with him was none other than Xiangyu. When Wuqi saw Xiangyu, he shrunk his neck instinctively. This fiend was not easy to deal with. If he found out that he was here, he would most likely draw out his sword and charge at him. Carefully, Wuqi touched the black dragon spirit ring, prepared a few magical treasures, and placed the talismans given by Patriarch Jiang Yun in the most convenient place. Only then did he breathe out a sigh of relief, sitting in the room with a peace of mind and enjoying the show. Not long after that, another group of guards came rushing up the stairs. Similarly, they were guarding all the vital spots in the upper floors of Hidden Sword Pavilion. As a result, the sound of bodies slamming against each other grew louder and louder. The guard from 3 groups were exerting their hidden forces and slamming each other, nearly drawing their weapons and fighting each other. This time, it was the 6th prince of Gutai dynasty who came to the 6th floor. Following beside him was a charming lady. Wuqi recognized her as the palace master of Enchanting Palace, Su Mei'er. Hugging Su Mei'er's waist and walking shoulder to shoulder with 6th prince. Who else could it be but Lao Ai? Sighing lightly, Wuqi shook his head. Sure enough, Su Mei'er and Lao Ai were in cahoots with each other. That made sense. As a pair of adulterers, it would be strange if they did not become a couple. Their cultivation techniques were simply a match made in heaven, and they should be a couple. However, as Su Mei'er had seized Ying Zheng's energy, she was now infinitely close to the realm of heaven immortal. Once Su Mei'er ascended to become an immortal, Lao Ai's backing would be even more secure. Lao Ai was the kind of person who would act arrogantly when he was pleased with himself. Once Su Mei'er ascended to become an immortal, there was no telling what Lao Ai would do. Speaking of transcending, Wuqi suddenly frowned and shook his head in puzzlement. 12 peak-stage nascent divinity disciples from White Cloud Immortal Sect and Tranquil Vimla Sect had transcended their thunder tribulations, becoming heaven immortals. Although the emperors and ministers of the 6 dynasties did not know about this, Wuqi was very clear about it. But why did these 12 newly promoted heaven immortals not transcend? But how are they going to transcend? Where are they going to? Patriarch Jiang Yun and the others were heaven immortals as well. After a brief moment of pondering, Wuqi shook his head and said, "There must be something behind this. I'll find out in the future." He looked at Su Mei'er maliciously. If Su Mei'er accidentally flew away from this place after passing the thunder tribulation and didn't come back for a long time, wouldn't Lao Ai lose both his wife and his army? Wouldn't that be a huge loss? While Wuqi was wishing Lao Ai all the best, the 6th prince had already taken his seat in a private room on the 6th floor. The entire main building of Hidden Sword Pavilion fell into a dead silence. None of the guests from the 1st floor to the 6th floor dared to make sound. Among the 8 princes who had stirred up a great uproar in Gutai dynasty recently, 3 of them had appeared in Hidden Sword Pavilion at the same time. If they were not careful, they would face the disaster of having their entire clan wiped out. Groups of serving ladies from Hidden Sword Pavilion were seen running back and forth in the corridors like butterflies fluttering among flowers, bringing all sorts of delicacies and fine wines into the 3 private rooms. All of a sudden, from the private room where the 8th prince was seated, a hoarse and deep voice that sounded like the clashing of metals rang out. "My brothers, what brings you here today? Could it be that you want to compete with me for the beauty being auctioned today?" From the 3rd prince's private room, a soft and feminine voice rang out. "Do as you please, I'm just here to watch the show." From a 6th prince's private room, a voice that sounded neither feminine nor masculine was heard. "8th prince, I've also taken a fancy to that lady from the Z clan. Who doesn't want such a beautiful and talented lady? The one who offers the highest price will get her. This is a matter of course." The 8th prince sneered. Just as he was about to say something, the soft and feminine voice of the 3rd prince rang out again. "Listen up, this is Big Brother's territory, and there are rules set by him. We'll give him some face, and we'll follow the rules. The one who offers the highest price will get her. As for that lady from the Z clan, not only the 2 of you can bid for her, the rest of you can also bid for her." The 6th prince and the 8th prince did not say another word. The 3rd prince chuckled, then said indifferently, "Everyone, according to the rules set by Big Brother, once you enter Hidden Sword Pavilion, you will be considered as a guest with equal status. Enjoy yourselves to your heart's content, and wait for the grand event tonight. The beloved daughter of the former heavenly official of the Ministry of Rights has been sold to prostitution, and the lady from the Z clan is a famous and talented lady in Gutai dynasty. Whoever is rich, just bring her home, and I, together with Big Brother, guarantee that no one will ever seek revenge on you after this." As soon as the 3rd prince said that, a commotion broke out in Hidden Sword Pavilion. Cheers and the sound of people playing their fists rang out again, and it nearly blew the roof off. Chapter 308. When the pale-faced scholar walked down the high platform, several red ladies from Hidden Sword Pavilion greeted him with a gust of fragrant wind. They pulled him to a private room on the 4th floor. The scholar's success had brought the atmosphere to a boiling point. More and more experienced entertainers came up to the platform to give it a try, but most of them were defeated, and only a few of them could lift the wooden wheel. In the surrounding corridors, there were also guests enjoying the performance, drinking and having fun with beautiful girls in their arms. When they saw the benefits, the guests threw out a large number of glittering gold pieces and silver coins. The performers on the high stage worked even harder to perform all kinds of thrilling tricks. The fire on the high stage shot out in all directions, and smoke lingered in the air. It was as if a demon had come into being. It was very exciting. Wuxia furrowed his brows. Not only did this green-clothed servant have an ugly face, there was also a trace of madness in his eyes, which made Wuxia dislike him. "Every man for himself, and the heaven and earth destroy him," murmured Wuxia. Shaking his head, he fished out a handful of rubies and sapphires and casually threw them down. These things could be found in carts under the east sea of Myriad Immortals planet, and many of the underwater canyons were filled with these raw gemstones. It was easy for Wuxia to get them, so he did not treat them as money. Cultivators only cared about energy stones, spirit pills, and all kinds of magical treasures. Gold and silver were nothing to them. All the guests in Hidden Sword Pavilion gasped at the same time, and then some of them laughed and cursed. Even if it was just a wooden wheel, it still weighed more than 100 kilograms. If an ordinary person was not careful enough, wouldn't that thing be torn apart? Wuxia laughed as well, then fished out a few gold ingots and threw them down. He was on the 5th floor, and the ground was high to begin with. When the heavy gold ingots were thrown down, they hit the stone slabs on the 1st floor, scaring the servants who were picking up the silver ingots with baskets and scurrying away. All the people around them looked at them in surprise. Wuxia chuckled awkwardly glanced at the 3 private rooms on the 6th floor with the corner of his eyes, and made a decision in his mind. Lao AI raised his brows and laughed. 9 dragons embracing jade stem, wonderful. I never thought there would be a treasure as good as mine in this world. Chuckling softly, the beautiful woman said with a gentle voice, Honored guests, I, Xianxia, am here to greet you. Twisting her slender waist, she walked a few steps on the stage, then pointed at the 5 3-feet-wide wheels placed on the stage, smiled, and said, I believe all of you have seen it. Why do you think we, the Hidden Sword Court, put 5 wheels here? Xianxia has something to say here. If any customer can use a Yang object to spin these 5 wheels, they will receive great benefits. Countless guests and ladies cheered in unison, all of them laughing nonstop. However, the servant had already let out a loud roar. With all his strength, he lifted the golden wheel up, put it on his lower body, and spun the golden wheel with all his strength, making it spin slowly. This servant did not cultivate any internal energy cultivation technique. He was born with an innate divine strength, and with the help of a Yang object, he had achieved a miracle that many warriors could not achieve. Regardless of whether these few princes were good or not, as long as they were in cahoots with the people of the 6 dynasties, none of them could be allowed to become the new emperor of Gutai dynasty. The new emperor must be someone that he, Wuxia, would like, and the prerequisite for that was that the emperor could only be loyal to him, Wuxia. All of a sudden, a loud laughter was heard coming from the front of one of the private rooms. A tall and burly man with about 40 years of internal energy jumped directly onto the stage from the veranda. As he took off his clothes, he laughed maniacally and said, The reason we come here to have fun is because we want to have fun. Hee, it's not a shameful thing to show us. The fact that I can lift this will proves that I have an innate talent. When the ladies see me in the future, they will definitely look at me in a different light. According to Lao AI's evaluation, this burly man was a 1-headed dragon, the lowest grade Yang object among all the 9 grade Yang objects. It was not a good thing, but compared to ordinary people, it was still a pretty good treasure. He could lift a 300-kilogram wooden wheel, and more importantly, he had an internal energy cultivation base of 40 years. Otherwise, it would be rather difficult for him to spin the wheel. Immediately, all the guests in Hidden Sword Pavilion fell silent, lowering their heads and pondering. Everyone in Tai City knew that the owner behind Hidden Sword Pavilion was a supervisor in the First Prince's mansion. To put it bluntly, Hidden Sword Pavilion was the business of the First Prince. However, a brothel opened by a First Prince did not have a good reputation, so it was placed under the name of a supervisor in the mansion. Which man in the romantic world could stand being ridiculed by outsiders in this aspect? Just as Xianxia was about to scold the servant, Lao AI suddenly cried out, Let him try. Kid, if you can lift a golden wheel, I'll take you as my disciple. Wuxia raised his head and gave Lao AI a glance, then gently shook his head. Could this old devil really find himself a disciple here? Sure enough, when the burly man tried to lift the 600-kilogram stone wheel, he failed completely and nearly tore his lower body. Clutching his lower body in a sorry state, the burly man returned to the room where his friends were while laughing and laughing, amidst the praises of all the guests. After playing for a while, those acrobats walked down the stage, gasping for breath. After that, a beautiful woman, who was clad in a light green palace dress, walked slowly up the stage, looking graceful and luxurious like an imperial concubine. She gently and gracefully bowed to the people around her. The woman smiled and glanced around. Her eyes were as clear as water, and she looked right into everyone's eyes, making everyone feel that this beautiful woman was looking at them. A dead silence fell upon the crowd. Everyone recognized Lao AI as the nobleman who came in with the 6th prince and walked side by side with the 6th prince. When he spoke, Xianxia respectfully retreated to the side. The green-clothed servant clenched his teeth and untied his belt, revealing a large, cumbersome object. Wuxia crooked his finger and was about to shoot Madman Shui to death. While giggling, Qingyang told him the benefits of the stone wheel amidst the cheers of countless people. She said that once one could lift a stone wheel and spin it, he or she would enjoy a 30% discount in Hidden Sword Pavilion and could even spend money in the backyard of Hidden Sword Pavilion, enjoying the most romantic and gentle treatment. Trembling, the servant placed the golden wheel on the stage, then dropped to his knees and kowtowed. My surname is Shui, and I've never had a name since I was young. Because I fight without any regard for my life, they call me Madman. Qingyang said slowly, "This is a rule set by an honorable guest, and a master of Hidden Sword Pavilion found it interesting, so he set it up according to the law. Customers who can ride on the wooden wheels will receive a 20% discount when they come to our Hidden Sword Court in the future. They can even be accompanied by our Hidden Sword Court's Miss Hong. This is a treatment that many customers wish they could have." Wuxia saw Lao AI and Sumei walk out of the room and were examining the burly man on the veranda. Lao AI's gaze was focused, as if he was an old pedant who was doing his research. He gestured to Sumei commenting on the color, volume, length, and veins of this burly man's lower body. Countless professional words came out of Lao AI's mouth, and Wu Qi was amazed by what he heard. Wu Qi took a deep breath. There's really someone who dares to do this? For cultivators, this was nothing. After all, their fleshly bodies were tempered by natural energies day and night, which made them much stronger than ordinary people. But for ordinary people, it was just too difficult to lift a stone wheel and spin it. Wu Qi scanned the 5 wheels with his divine sense and found that they were all specially made. Even the lightest wooden wheel weighed 300 pounds. The heaviest golden wheel weighed 1,600 pounds. Wu Qi looked down at the excited guests on the veranda from above, and he could not help but shake his head and sneer. On the platform in the middle of the huge courtyard that measured 1,000 feet in both width and length, a group of acrobats began to perform all kinds of strange tricks. Carrying a jar of wine, Wu Qi walked out of the room and stood on the veranda, looking down at the acrobats' performance. They were throwing fireballs, throwing ropes, throwing knives, and many other tricks. Wu Qi watched with great interest and kept cheering. Qingyang covered her little mouth with her sleeve, giggled softly, and said, "You're right, sir. As long as you can lift a wheel, you'll be an absolute hero. In the future, all of Qingyang's daughters will love you dearly. This is a great deal to make a name for yourself. Sir, you must work hard and lift a few more wheels." Inside Hidden Sword Court, thousands of guests were drinking to their heart's content. Leaning against a soft stool, Wu Qi deftly used his divine sense to penetrate the low-quality restrictive spells outside the few private rooms upstairs and eavesdropped on the conversations inside. But it was a pity that the private room was also filled with the chatter of young women. None of the 3 princes or the people around them were talking about anything serious. After listening for a while, Wu Qi felt bored, so he shook his head and retracted his divine will. Those who could lift a wheel could enjoy a 50% discount, and they could even go straight to the Hidden Sword Pavilion in the backyard of Hidden Sword Court, where they could have a good time with the 10 most famous golden girls of Hidden Sword Court. The corner of Wu Qi's mouth twitched as he watched. This servant is really amazing. Lao AI laughed out loud, then looked at the servant and said, "What's your name? From now on, you will be my only direct disciple." In front of thousands of guests and girls, this burly man took off his lower clothes in a valiant and high-spirited manner, then used his internal energy to activate his lower body. After that, he picked up the 3-feet wooden wheel and put it on his lower body. Then, he gave a hard push, and the wheel began to spin slowly. A large handful of rubies and sapphires sprinkled down onto the ground, attracting even more strange gazes from all directions. Wu Qi was laughing and giggling, putting on the face of a qualified profligate young master. He was hugging the serving ladies next to him, grabbing and groping them, while his pair of shifty eyes were glancing around. The guests who could lift a silver wheel and a golden wheel could not only receive all the benefits mentioned before, but also an additional great benefit provided by the esteemed guest. The servant was so frightened that he took a few steps back. He stared fixedly at Lady Qingyang's towering breasts, then said with a trembling voice, I want to try. With an indescribable madness in his eyes, the servant clenched his teeth and said, I want to try. If I succeed, the esteemed guest will also give me some benefits, right? The atmosphere in the courtyard had reached its peak, when a handsome, pale-faced scholar successfully lifted the wheel and spun it quickly. Everyone present applauded and cheered excitedly. Even Wuxia laughed and scolded. What an animal! This guy looks like a pretty boy, but I can't believe he's actually a donkey. Those people stared at Wuxia for a while, and found that he was a complete prodigal. So, they did not take it seriously and moved to another direction. Only in the 3 private rooms on the 6th floor, a few scrutinizing eyes stared at Wuxia for a while, and only then did they slowly move away. Wuxia nodded his head inwardly. This was a good technique, as it would not offend any of the guests. Instead, it would make all the guests feel that they were valued. The difficulty of this technique was no less than some of the devil techniques, such as the eyes of ecstasy. Amidst the loud cheers and laughter of all the guests and ladies, a tall and burly servant dressed in the uniform of a servant, but with an ugly face, carefully walked up to the platform. A dead silence fell upon the surroundings. Standing on the platform, Lady Qingyang stared at the servant and scolded sternly. You're a madman who's courting death. Who allowed you to come up here? Madman Xue. Wuxia gave the servant a thoughtful look, then raised his head and looked at Lao Ai. A guest who could be addressed as an esteemed guest by the master of Hidden Sword Pavilion must be a real noble. An additional benefit provided by him? What was it? A direct bestowment of nobility or some other benefits? Everything was possible. Everything was possible. As an esteemed guest of the great prince, how could the benefits he promised be any small matter? After that, several dozens of guests who thought they had extraordinary talents came up to the platform one after another. As a result, some of them succeeded in lifting the wooden wheel, while some failed. Those who managed to lift the wheel were applauded and cheered by everyone around them, while those who failed were laughed at by countless people. One after another, they covered their faces and rushed out of Hidden Sword Pavilion. Chapter 309. Quietly, a wisp of innate gung metal energy began to form on his fingertip. As Wuxia was about to strike, he suddenly heard some noises coming from outside Hidden Sword Pavilion. After a brief moment of pondering, he quietly stopped. Lao Ai looked at Madman Xue with a big smile on his face, clapped his hands, and said, What a good name! Madman Xue? Interesting. Then, he casually made a grabbing gesture and brought Madman Xue up into the air, landing right next to Lao Ai. Lao Ai reached out his big hand and touched Madman Xue's body for a while, then nodded and said, Not bad, not bad. Not only do you have an extraordinary innate talent, your aptitude in cultivation is excellent as well. Now that you have acknowledged me as your master, you will have a bright future ahead of you, and you will be blessed with endless love affairs. Laughing wildly, Lao Ai dragged Madman Xue into the private room to teach him a lesson. Su Meier stood on the veranda with a smile on her face, throwing flirtatious glances at all directions. A boundless seductive force overflowed from her like a pool of hot spring. Suddenly, countless guests covered their bellies with their hands, their faces blushing as they pulled the beautiful girls beside them and rushed into the private room. These private rooms in Hidden Sword Pavilion had a living room at the front and a luxuriously furnished large bed and couch at the back. With just one flirtatious glance from Su Meier, Hidden Sword Pavilion immediately turned into a battlefield of blood and flesh. Sounds of slapping and slapping filled the air. Wuxia narrowed his eyes and smiled faintly, then pulled the maidservant beside him into the private room as well. The maidservant blushed, thinking that Wuxia was going to pull her to do the same thing. But little did she expect that Wuxia only pulled her back to the table, where they continued to eat and drink and did not pull her to the large bed at the back. The maidservant turned her eyes to look at Wuxia. She felt lucky and disappointed at the same time. She felt lucky because she could still keep her virginity for a few more days, but disappointed because she thought, why didn't this young, handsome, and wealthy young man like me fancy me? Another burst of melodious music came from the patio. A large group of dancers with revealing clothes danced wildly to the music on the high platform, pushing the extravagant and romantic atmosphere in Hidden Sword Pavilion to the limit. Right at this moment, a series of footsteps came from the stairs. An old man with a slightly plump body and a pale face walked slowly up to the 6th floor, surrounded by a few guards. Wherever this old man passed, the guards of the 3 princes would stop what they were doing, bowing their heads and bowing at him. Wuxia unleashed his divine will and heard the whispers in the private rooms. The old man was the eldest prince of Gutai dynasty. When the old emperor was young, he was a playboy, and he was the eldest prince of a palace maid. On the other hand, the middle-aged man standing next to the prince was like a piece of bright jade, stealing all the light from the prince. He was thin, pale, with a handlebar mustache and a pair of deep eyes. The feeling this man gave others was like that of Crab. His body was filled with endless power, and even his bones were growing out of his skin and flesh. Upon a closer look, this man still looked like a normal living man, but he gave others the illusion that his bones and muscles were growing out of his skin and flesh, and his body was filled with endless energy. His clothes were as white as snow, and there was a sword hanging from his waist. The scabbard was pitch black and long, and he looked like a stiff, venomous snake, ready to strike at any moment. From the corner of his eyes, Wuxia glanced at the man. He was Tian Dan of Great Qi. Surprisingly, the military minister of Great Qi, Tian Dan, was following right beside the prince. Wuxia sighed inwardly. The 4 princes here represented the power of 4 out of the 6 dynasties. Were those immortals and disciples of the 2 great immortal sects too easy to talk to? According to Wuxia's opinion, these people should be locked up in Myriad Immortals Planet, forbidding them from coming out and harming the people. But why did the 2 great immortal sects allow them to leave Myriad Immortals Planet and roam freely? Even if they were from a prestigious and righteous sect, they should at least have some precaution, right? For the sake of their own safety, the emperors and ministers of the 6 dynasties would never reveal the existence of Myriad Immortals Planet to anyone. Even so, as long as they were allowed to do whatever they wanted, not to mention a white cloud planet, even a few planets occupied by immortal sects would be thrown into chaos by these fellows. Each and every one of these people were dragons and phoenixes among men, heroes and mighty warriors. In other words, if they were to become terrorists, they would definitely be the top terrorists. While frowning, Wuxia shook his head inwardly. If he did not intervene in this matter, the Gutai dynasty would be completely finished. Not to mention who was standing behind the other 4 kings. Just the power behind these 4 kings was more than enough to make the people of Gutai dynasty live in misery and leave no trace of human habitation within 10,000 miles. These fellows could not believe that they were directly interfering with the change of dynasty of Immortal Dynasty on a planet ruled by White Cloud Immortal Sect. Sure enough, they were a group of people who were unwilling to be left out. Eldest King walked slowly up to the 6th floor, entered a private room, and sat down. The other 3 kings went to the same private room and greeted Eldest King. After exchanging some pleasantries with each other, the other 3 kings returned to their own private rooms. They did not even exchange glances with each other, and the atmosphere in the room was extremely stiff and cold. The dancers on the platform left one after another, and Xianxia once again walked up to the platform, swaying her slender waist. With a smile on her face, she bowed 1 mile to the surrounding guests and said, "Dear guests, today is a good day. Every month, we, the Hidden Sword Pavilion, will bid for the first night of a young courtesan. But today, dear guests, you are really lucky. Today, we are not bidding for the first night of a young courtesan, but Miss Zi Qinyan, the only daughter of Gutai dynasty's former heavenly minister of rites, Elder Zi. Zi Qinyan. Wuxia praised in a low voice. What a good name. On the platform, Xianxia laughed out loud and said, Miss Zi comes from a noble background, and Zi clan is also one of the influential clans of Gutai dynasty. Besides that, Miss Zi is an expert in zither, chess, calligraphy, and painting. What is even rarer is that Miss Zi is an expert in the art of war, and she is the most outstanding military strategist among the younger generation of Gutai dynasty. None of the surrounding guests made a sound, and all of them had their eyes fixed on Xianxia. Within the coverage of Wuqia's divine will, he found that the heartbeats of several thousand guests were increasing rapidly, and the blood flowing in their veins had increased by at least 30%. There were even some filthy conversations coming out from a few rooms on the 5th and 6th floor. In the room above Wuqia's head, a few men with unknown backgrounds were laughing obscenely, talking about how they would join hands and bid for Zi Qinyan's first night, then take turns to enjoy her. This Zi Qinyan, what crime did her Zi clan commit to be sent here? Wuxia gave the serving lady next to him a look, then casually tossed a deep-water pearl the size of a toddler's fist over to her. The serving lady caught the pearl, glanced around cautiously, lowered her voice, and said, Treason. Her entire clan was executed, and Zi Qinyan was sold into an official brothel, then sent to Hidden Sword Pavilion. Treason? Wuxia raised his brows. It was indeed a classic crime. It was still possible for a high-ranking official from the Ministry of War to commit treason, but the Heavenly Minister of Rights was a noble official who was in charge of the imperial court's etiquette. How could he commit treason? Was he going to overthrow the Gutai dynasty with a group of scholars and a kitchen knife? Twitching his lips and shaking his head, Wuxia breathed out a long sigh and said, Another unlucky fellow. Which prince is it that accused Zi clan of treason? The question asked by Wuxia was very straightforward, and he did not try to hide it at all. The serving ladies in the room had their faces turned pale, and none of them dared to say a word. They bowed their heads and bowed their heads, not daring to look at Wuxia. Shaking his head, Wuxia decided not to force these serving ladies, who were also pitiful people. Stroking his chin, he murmured under his breath, Look, if she is really a stunning beauty and is truly talented, I might as well kidnap her and let those bachelors around me take advantage of her. Counting with his fingers, he realized that Lu Chengfeng did not have a girlfriend yet, and Meng Xiaobai and the others were also bachelors. There were too many bachelors around Wuqia, so it was only right for Wuqia to bring back a few stunning beauties and help his brothers solve their marriage problems. Thinking of this, Wuqia could not help but grin foolishly. After saving Zi Qinyan, regardless of whether she was willing or not, he would marry her to Lu Chengfeng, and regardless of whether Lu Chengfeng was willing or not. After that, Great Yin Dynasty would have a legitimate reason to meddle in the affairs of Gutai Dynasty, to avenge Zi Qinyan and her entire family. It was a good excuse. As a daughter and son-in-law, seeking revenge for her father and father-in-law, Patriarch Jiang Yun could not find any fault with it. While he was thinking about his plan, he suddenly heard the beating of drums and music from below. A dozen tall and burly shrews were pushing and shoving each other, grabbing a skinny and tall girl who had a gentle and elegant appearance and had a spirited style of riding and walking up the dais. The girl's expression was still calm, and her eyes were as clear as water. Facing the naked, malicious gazes that fell on her from all directions, she didn't have any reaction. She just stood coldly on the high platform, clad in a pale green long dress. Zi Qinyan stood on the dais, as if she was the only person on the entire dais. Qingyang and all the other shrews were overshadowed by her temperament, like a ball of sheep dung standing next to a bright pearl or a beautiful jade, and could not attract any attention from others. Suddenly, Qingyang's voice became much lower. She gave Zi Qinyan a resentful look and said in a low voice, Everyone, please feel free to bid for her. As long as the price is high enough, young Miss Zi will be his tonight. If there's a wealthy guest who has taken a fancy to young Miss Z and wants to take her as his wife, we can still negotiate. But the price will be extraordinarily high. In the private room where the 8 princes stayed, Xiangyu's voice, which was as calm as ice yet mixed with an inexplicable fanaticism, was heard coming out. It is truly a waste of a heavenly gift for such a stunningly beautiful woman to end up here. I want her entire body. Now, name your price. How much is Z Qinyan's entire body worth? Standing on the dais, Z Qinyan held her head high, but 2 drops of tears were slowly sliding down her delicate and pretty cheeks. She was a proud and arrogant beauty, but now she was reduced to being sold like a commodity. What else could she do other than cry? Wuxia cleared his throat and thought, "It is you, Xiangyu, who asked me to name my price." Slapping the table forcefully, Wuxia cried out, "A mountain of gold! I want this young lady." Wuxia changed the tone of his voice, making it sharp and shrill, like the unique tone of a eunuch. When his voice rang out, it immediately stirred up all the people in Hidden Sword Pavilion. A mountain of gold? There were less than 10 people in Hidden Sword Pavilion who dared to name such a price, including Xiangyu and Lao AI, who were not from the 6 dynasties of Gutai dynasty. Using a mountain of gold to buy a young lady, even if she was the beloved daughter of the former heavenly official of the Ministry of Rites, was just too much of a waste. Right after Wu Qi's voice faded, a shrill whistle of swords suddenly rang out. Miserable howls could be heard as a dozen green-clothed pimps from Hidden Sword Pavilion rolled into the hall, their bodies covered in blood. They howled and screamed, rolling and struggling on the ground. Some of them had just rolled a few times, and their legs were already broken. A young man in white clothes, who looked to be in his early 30s, held a snowflake-like long sword in his hand as he strode into Hidden Sword Pavilion. He strode into the atrium, then strode up to the dais. He shouted sternly, "Don't be afraid. Yifeng is here. Whoever dares to stop me today, don't blame me for being merciless with my sword." A few thugs from Hidden Sword Pavilion went up to greet him. Li Yifeng gave a wild laugh and swung his longsword. A sword beam swept across like a waterfall, and a few thugs howled miserably as they were cut in half at the waist by Li Yifeng. Their internal organs and intestines spilled all over the ground. When the sword was unleashed, the entire hall was shaken. How dare this Li Yifeng cause trouble in a brothel owned by their lord? Most importantly, there were 4 princes from Gutai dynasty here today. On the dais, Z Qinyan's body trembled. Suddenly, she snapped sternly, "Li Yifeng, are you crazy or stupid? Get out of here." Without saying a word, Li Yifeng strode up to the dais, stepping on the blood and internal organs on the ground. Chapter 3:10. Z Qinyan. With a sharp sword in his hand, the man rushed up to the platform, kicked Lady Qingyang away, then chopped off the heads of a few ferocious women. Then, he wrapped his arms around Z Qinyan's waist. Looking at the pale-faced Z Qinyan, he cried out sternly, "I've told you, if we are going to die, we will die together." Z Qinyan's body swayed. Suddenly, she laughed coldly and said, "Li Yifeng, you idiot, it's easy for you to die, but what about your family?" Covered in blood, Li Yifeng was struck dumb. His eyes went blank. Then he shook his head crazily like a mad lion and howled, "I don't care anymore. If you die, I'll die with you. If they want to hurt you, they will have to step over my body." Xiangyu and the others walked out from the 4 rooms on the 6th floor, occupying the balconies in all 4 directions of the veranda. The 2 great Zhao demon cultivators standing next to the 3 kings looked at the pair of infatuated men and women with indifferent expressions, showing no reaction. The aesthetic standards of demon cultivators were always different from those of human cultivators. Apart from a few supreme-grade demon cultivators, most demon cultivators had no interest in women. Meanwhile, Xiangyu, Lao AI, and Tian Dan glared at each other with bright eyes. Then, Lao AI laughed hideously and said, "Step over your body?" That is not difficult at all. Madman Shui, kill that guy for me. That Xianxia will be the first cultivation vessel. I'll let you train. Come, kill this pretty boy for me. Suddenly, a pinkish mist rose from Lao Ai's body, as his right hand struck forcefully on Madman Shui's back. A strong pinkish energy rushed into Madman Shui's body, breaking all his meridians and acupoints in an instant. Amidst a series of rumbling noises coming from his meridians and acupoints, Madman Shui's body suddenly swelled up. With Lao Ai's mighty magical power, he had transformed from an ordinary young man who did not know any internal energy cultivation base into a peak stage Hotian warrior who was only one step away from stepping into Xiantian realm. Lao Ai grabbed Madman Shui and threw him down, then snapped, "Go kill that pretty boy. You could do whatever you want with this girl." Madman Shui felt his body was filled with an endless power. A scorching hot air was flowing around him, and a faint pinkish aura was exuding from his pores. Like a fiend god who had just descended to the mortal world, Madman Shui let out a strange cry and leaped down from the balcony of the 6th floor. As the energy Lao Ai injected into Madman Shui's body came from the great sun magic, Madman Shui's penis protruded from his lower body, tearing a large hole in his tight green trousers. Little brat, you're dead." Madman Shui's body trembled violently as he stared fixedly at Xianxia's beautiful and ethereal face. He landed heavily on the platform, thrusting his fist towards Li Yifeng's face. A whistling sound rang out as Madman Shui thrust his fist forward. Suddenly, a stream of pale pinkish flame burst out from his fist, shooting across like a shooting star. Li Yifeng raised his sword and parried the attack. But a loud clang rang out as the sword was shattered by Madman Shui's fist, which smashed viciously onto Li Yifeng's chest. The sound of bones breaking rang out, as at least a dozen of Li Yifeng's ribs were broken. Li Yifeng opened his mouth and coughed out a mouthful of blood onto Xianxia's body, sending him flying far away while letting out a painful cry. Lao Ai laughed hideously and said, "I thought you were some mighty man, but it turns out you were just a soft, little pretty boy." Tian Dan smiled faintly and said in a low voice, "This girl is very beautiful. Prince of Changxin, why don't you give her to me?" Lao Ai gave Tian Dan a sidelong glance, laughed strangely, and said, "There are not many beautiful girls under the heaven, and a talented girl who is also a beautiful girl is even rarer. This girl is the cultivation vessel I've chosen for my disciple. If my lord wants this girl, what can you give me in exchange?" Tian Dan lightly tapped the railing in front of him with his finger and said coolly, "Lao Ai, do you really think you are something? Do you really want to snatch this girl from me? Why don't you take a good look at yourself first? You are just a fake eunuch, and yet you dare to compete with me?" Tian Dan said a few words in a low voice. As a member of the imperial clan, he displayed his indescribable nobility and reserve, belittling Lao Ai to the point that he was worthless. Lao Ai's face fell, and his eyes turned bloodshot as he stared fixedly at Tian Dan like a bull in heat. Suddenly, the two demon cultivators from Great Zhao laughed strangely and said, "Lao Ai, Tian Dan, why don't you have a fair fight? We will be the witnesses, and it will be the fairest." While the crowd was in a great uproar, Madman Shui had already stretched his arm impatiently towards Xianxia. His ugly face twisted as he laughed aloud in a nearly crazy manner. "You are the woman promised to me by my master, the only daughter of the heavenly official of the Ministry of Rights." The only daughter of the heavenly official of the Ministry of Rights? Such a good woman. I've been doing hard labor in Hidden Sword Court for more than 10 years, but I've never seen such a respectable woman. I'm gonna fuck you. Madman Shui grabbed Xianxia's waist, then impatiently put his arms around her, whose face had turned blue. But this girl was indeed an extraordinary woman. Even though she was being kissed and groped by Madman Shui, she still had a calm expression and did not show any signs of panic. Wuxia walked out from the veranda, quietly looking at Li Yifeng who was coughing blood and falling to the ground on the platform, and Xianxia, who was forcibly held in Madman Shue's arms. Casually, he threw a large gemstone to a guard of Prince Mansion standing next to him. Wuxia gave the guard a stern look, then asked with a cold voice, "What is the background of this Li Yifeng?" The ruby thrown out by Wuxia was about the size of a baby's fist. It was a flawless gemstone crafted by an expert craftsman hired by Star Picking Pavilion, and could be sold at a sky-high price of over 100,000 gold coins in G-City. In Tai City, a natural gemstone like this was a rare treasure that was rarely seen in the entire world. The guard held the gemstone in his hand, his eyes staring blankly. On top of that, Wuxia had used a thread of soul-shocking magical power from the mystic eyes of universe in his gaze. With a blank expression, the guard answered, "Li Yifeng is the son of General Wei Feng, Marquis Yushi. His mother is the youngest princess, Her Highness Xianxia." His eyes suddenly lit up as Wuxia nodded his head and said, "So he also has the bloodline of the imperial clan? His father is a general who holds the military power? Wonderful. A pair of pitiful people, wonderful. Listen to me, and I'll fulfill the wish of a husband and wife, and give you a crown to wear." On the balcony on the 6th floor, Xianxia laughed out loud and said, "Lao AI, Tian, don't fight for her. I've told you, I've taken a fancy to this girl. I don't want her, but a girl who is proficient in all 6 arts and the art of war is just right to be betrothed to one of my sons. Xianxia, make your move. If you can get her, she will be your concubine." What bullshit rules of the auction? I don't care. A mountain of gold? Now, I won't even bid a single coin. Xiangyu's eyes shone brightly with a blood-red, devilish gleam as he glared fiercely at Daiwang. A blood-red gleam flashed, and Daiwang felt as if he was struck by a thunderbolt. He grunted and took a few steps back, blood trickling down from the corner of his mouth. Tian was furious. He pointed his finger at Xiangyu and bellowed, "Chu man, how dare you be so rude?" Lao AI was eager to see the world plunged into chaos. He laughed out loud and said, "He Jimin King of Western Shu, we are now allies. Why don't we join hands and kill Tian? You can take the gold, silver, and jewels from his clan, and I'll take the beautiful girls from his clan. Isn't that great?" Xiangyu gave a wild laugh and cried out, "Wonderful! Prince of Changxin's words are exactly what I want. Ask that disciple of yours, who is worse than a pig or a dog, to come back here. That girl belongs to Xianxia." A blood-red gleam shot out from all over his body. Just a moment ago, Xiangyu was going to abide by the rules and participate in the auction, but now he had the face of a bandit, thinking of seizing Xianxia by force. Obviously, his devilish nature had flared up. Lao AI was taken aback. Before he could call out to Madman Shui, Xianxia had already drawn out his sword and leaped down from the balcony. He thrust the sword towards Madman Shui while roaring, "You filthy bastard! You are worse than a pig or a dog. Do you really think you can touch my girl?" A blood-red beam that stretched over 100 feet long shot out from the tip of the sword. Like a long rainbow, it thrust straight towards Madman Shui's neck. With Xianxia's cultivation base of early-stage nascent divinity realm, there was no way Madman Shui could escape from his hands. The blood-red beam was bone-piercingly cold, filled with a heavy killing intent that weighed down like a lofty mountain. It immediately made Madman Shui feel suffocated, unable to make a sound, and unable to move. He stood stiffly on the balcony, staring at the blood-red beam that came slashing down from above in despair. It was not easy for Lao AI to take in a disciple that he was proud of, and both of them had extraordinary innate talents. How could he bear to let this disciple be killed by Xianxia? He roared furiously, "Xiangyu, how dare you hurt even a single hair of my disciple?" A large sheet of pinkish mist sprayed out from the top of Lao AI's head, transforming into a slender hand that grabbed towards Xianxia. Suddenly, a thunderbolt came whistling over from the side, shattering Lao AI's huge hand into pieces. Furiously, Lao AI spun around, but it was Tian Dan who blocked him. Su Meier gave a cold snort. She flicked her sleeve, shooting out a white beam that pierced through the air with a jarring noise, trying to pull Madman Shui and Zi Qinyan back to her side. But a large sheet of blood-red beam shot up into the sky from the top of Xiangyu's head, while the banner of Qiyu swooped down along with a strong gust of wind, shattering the white beam transformed from Su Meier's sleeve into pieces. The entire courtyard was blanketed by the blood-red beam, and Xiang Zhuang's aura suddenly grew at least 10 times stronger. Like a dragon, he thrust his sword straight towards Madman Shui. On the balcony, Li Yifeng, who was knocked flying away by Madman Shui's punch, actually struggled to his feet. He pressed his left hand on the fracture on his chest, clenched his jaws tightly, and pulled out a short dagger inlaid with gold and jade from under his sleeve, throwing it forcefully towards Xiang Zhuang. It was true that Madman Shui wanted to snatch Zi Qinyan, but so did Xiang Zhuang. Li Yifeng coughed out a mouthful of blood and cried out, "Kill! Die! Let's die together! Zi Qinyan, even if we were going to die, I'll die before you." Wuxia threw the wine pot forcefully onto the ground, then flicked his left wrist, shooting out several dozens of dragon-scaled golden beams that weighed 50,000 kilograms and were wrapped in innate earth element energies, shooting out and smashing viciously onto Xiang Zhuang's body. Xiang Zhuang did not notice that someone was trying to sneak attack him. Every single golden beam smashed onto his body, ripping open his skin and ripping his flesh. Nearly all the golden beams pierced through his body, bringing up a large amount of blood and minced meat. Xiang Zhuang cried out in pain. Severely wounded, he fell heavily to the ground, struggling for a long while without being able to get up. The blood-red beam unleashed by the banner of Qiyu quickly converged towards him. Nourished by it, Xiang Zhuang's body recovered at an incredible speed, but he still could not move for some time. Activating the acquired magnetic sword beam, Wuxia transformed into a dark beam and shot up to the balcony. He grabbed Zi Qinyan and Li Yifeng, then twisted his body and transformed into a stream of yellow mist that plunged into the ground. Xiangyu, Lao AI, and the others were busy fighting each other with their divine abilities, so how could they have the time to stop Wuxia? Nevertheless, the two demon cultivators from Great Zhao could see Wuqi's movement clearly, but when they looked at Xiangyu and his men who were fighting each other, they did not have the mood to stop Wuxia. Seeing that Wuxia had successfully plunged into the ground, Xiangyu, Lao AI, Su Meier, and Tian Dan looked at each other and did not say a word. Xiangyu roared furiously. Suddenly, the banner of Qiyu behind his back transformed into a river of blood and rushed out, plunging into the ground and chasing after Wuxia. Chapter 311. The moon was bright, and the stars were sparse. Tall grasses were drifting about amidst the barren mountain, and the place was desolate and deserted. The innate earth element escape art was extremely mysterious, as it did not leave any trace behind. After chasing Wuxia for tens of miles, the banner of Qiyu lost track of his aura. It could only transform into a sea of blood and flee wildly under the ground, and could no longer pursue him. Carrying Li Yifeng and Zi Qinyan, Wuxia squeezed out from the ground and casually threw them to the ground. Zi Qinyan was in a better condition, as she was only thrown to the ground, but Li Yifeng gave a muffled snort, as his internal organs were bruised by the broken bones. He opened his mouth and coughed out another mouthful of blood. Zi Qinyan let out a soft cry as she struggled and threw herself next to Li Yifeng. Using her sleeve, she carefully wiped off the bloodstains on Li Yifeng's face, then asked with a soft voice, "Yifeng, are you all right?" Li Yifeng raised his eyes and gave Wuxia a look. Zi Qinyan rose to her feet hastily, dropped to her knees, and kowtowed to Wuxia while thanking him. Zi Qinyan, thank Master Immortal for your great kindness. Dare I ask Master Immortal to use your magic to save Yifeng?" I can't repay your kindness in this life, but in my next life. Wuxia quickly interrupted Xianxia. Don't talk about being an animal or a slave in your next life. I don't lack slaves, and I don't lack mounts. What I need now is a few people to help me. Saving people is very simple. Taking out a healing spirit pill concocted by White Cloud Immortal Sect, Wuxia secretly injected a tiny thread of innate wood element energy into it, then gave it to Xianxia. After giving Wuxia a deep bow and thanking him, Xianxia took the spirit pill and carefully fed it to Li Yifeng. The spirit pill was a powerful healing medicine concocted by White Cloud Immortal Sect, and its effect was very strong. Added with the thread of innate wood element energy injected by Wuxia, which contained a very strong innate life force, the spirit pill immediately turned into a clear stream and flowed around Li Yifeng's abdomen. A faint fragrance wafted out from his body, and a clump of green mist that could be seen with naked eyes wrapped around his body. His collapsed chest gradually restored to its original state. His cracked bones and muscles automatically regenerated. Li Yifeng's wounds itched, and he couldn't help but groan several times. In a short quarter of an hour, Li Yifeng had become as lively as a dragon and as lively as a tiger. He was even more spirited than when he had broken into Hidden Sword Pavilion. He also hurriedly knelt on the ground and kowtowed to Wuxia. Junior Li Yifeng kowtows to thank Immortal Master for his great kindness. If not for Immortal Master's mercy, I'm afraid. Speaking of the emotional part, Li Yifeng could no longer restrain himself and began to sob. He raised his head and looked at Xianxia. His face was mottled with tears, which made him look very unsightly. Xianxia dropped to her knees as well, kowtowing along with Li Yifeng. Seeing how emotional Li Yifeng was, Xianxia, who had been extremely calm all this while, could not help but have her eyes turn red. However, her self-control was clearly 100 times better than Li Yifeng's. She didn't shed a single tear, only constantly kowtowing to Wuxia. What a pair of infatuated man and resentful woman. The girl was as strong as a man, but the man was as passionate as a woman. Wuxia rolled his eyes helplessly. Xianxia was indeed a wonderful girl. But it was a pity that his original plan of bringing Xianxia back to Myriad Immortals planet and giving her to Lu Chengfeng or a few of his brothers was now gone. It was obvious that this pair was in love with each other. Since they already had that kind of intention, why should he interfere? Clearing his throat, Wuxia flicked his sleeve, sending out an invisible but gentle force to help both of them up. When he sent his divine will into both Li Yifeng and Xianxia, Wuxia was surprised to find out that both of them actually possessed an extraordinary talent in cultivation. Although they did not have the foundation of geniuses like those carefully selected inner sect disciples in White Cloud Immortal Sect, with sufficient energy stones and spirit herbs, they still had a chance of breaking through the nascent divinity realm. After a brief moment of pondering, Wuxia nodded and said with a smile, Li Yifeng, don't talk. How can you call yourself a man if you keep crying? Xianxia, I think you'll be the one in charge of your family in the future. If I have something to ask, I'll just ask you. Li Yifeng's face blushed because of Wuxia's words. He bowed his head and quickly wiped away his tears, not daring to say a word. On the other side, Xianxia bowed deeply to Wuxia and said softly, Master Immortal, just ask me. As long as I know something, I'll definitely tell you everything I know. Wuxia nodded and said coldly, What is the cause and effect of your entire clan being killed? Xianxia answered straightforwardly, My father did not know how to cater to both sides and refused to listen to my advice. He offended 8 princes at the same time and was accused of treason. Half a month ago, his entire clan was executed. Because I am rather beautiful, many princes and ministers coveted me, so I was sent to an official brothel. Later on, His Highness used his authority to send me to Hidden Sword Pavilion. Nodding slowly, Wuxia asked, Aren't you sad? Xianxia dropped to her knees once again, kowtowing to Wuxia and saying, As a woman, How can I not be sad when my entire clan is killed? But what's the use of being sad? If I don't die, I can just focus on my revenge, but I won't have the energy and time to be sad. Excellent. Wuxia clapped his hands and said with a smile, "What a wonderful woman." Reaching out to help Xianxia up, Wuxia pointed at Li Yifeng and said with a smile, "As for you, why should I ask you? Do I even need to ask about your petty business? One overconfident young master. For the sake of a woman, you risked your life and ventured into a dragon's lair and a tiger's lair. You thought you could shock the heaven and earth and make the gods weep and move the heaven to save you. But you should take a good look at your own strength and identity." Li Yifeng rolled his eyes and stared at Wuxia as he said, "Immortal Master saved Yifeng. Isn't it because the heaven was moved and sent Immortal Master to save Yifeng and Xianxia from the fire and water?" Li Yifeng dropped to his knees before Wuxia, kowtowing with utmost sincerity as he said, "This is because the heaven has a spirit and does not want Xianxia to suffer such humiliation." Wuxia was speechless. He really had nothing to say to this stubborn boy. Shaking his head, Wuxia moved his fingers and released Gold Horn and Silver Horn. The two brothers' bellies were so full that they looked like two round balls. A few pale bones were hanging from the corners of their mouths, and they were snoring with their heads leaning against each other. After being thrown out from the spirit breeding ring by Wuxia, the two brothers yawned lazily. With a harmless and lazy smile on their faces, they nodded at Wuxia and fell into a deep sleep again. Li Yifeng and Xianxia were struck dumb. They stared blankly at the two great pythons, one gold and one silver. They had dragon horns on their heads and a pair of claws under their bellies. They were obviously the legendary flood dragons. However, these two flood dragons looked more like two rubber balls. They were not as vigorous, agile, magical, and powerful as the legendary flood dragons. Looking at Li Yifeng and Xianxia's dumbfounded expression, Wuxia frowned and sprung to his feet, then gave each of the two brothers a hard kick. Goldhorn and Silverhorn howled and leaped to their feet, twisting and crawling for a while on the ground. Their bellies were wriggling, as the excellent meat was quickly digested, and soon their bellies were deflated. The brothers spat out the bones in their mouths, coiled up their bodies, held their heads high, and called out to Wuxia with a serious expression, "Master, elder brother, why did you summon us?" Speechless, Wuxia stared at the two lazy flood dragons, who had been fattened up in the spirit breeding ring for 3 years, and said coldly, "I'll give you a good job. From today onwards, you will be Li Yifeng and Xianxia's bodyguards. Before I make Li Yifeng the emperor of Gutai dynasty." Li Yifeng let out a miserable howl. He stared blankly at Wuxia and cried out, "What? Me? The emperor of Gutai dynasty? How is that possible? Although my mother is the biological daughter of His Majesty, but..." Xianxia's eyes lit up, and she said in a low voice, "If Master Immortal is willing to lend us a hand, Uncle Li has an army of several 100,000 soldiers. If we seize the opportunity when the 8 kings are fighting and killing each other, we might have a chance to succeed." At the end of her words, Xianxia's face grew colder and colder, turning as cold as a 10,000-year-old Xianbing. Obviously, she had already thought that once Li Yifeng really ascended to the throne and became the emperor, some people would be in big trouble. Wuxia glared at Li Yifeng, thinking that this guy was indeed a good-for-nothing, as he was not as calm and reliable as Xianxia. With an indifferent voice, he said, "Then it's decided. Both of you, get down on your knees and kowtow to me. I'll take you as my disciples, and from now on, you will be my first disciples. Since everyone in Gutai dynasty wants to have a piece of the pie, why can't I?" Without saying a word, Li Yifeng dropped to his knees, kowtowing and calling out "Master" at the top of his voice. Meanwhile, Xianxia looked at Wuxia and asked, "May I know which sect Master Immortal is from?" All the dynasties in White Cloud Planet are vassals of White Cloud Immortal Sect. Xianxia's words were tactful, but the meaning was very clear. If Wuxia was an outsider cultivator who wanted to stir up trouble in White Cloud Planet, even if Xianxia had a grudge against her family, she would never acknowledge him as her master. This was White Cloud Immortal Sex territory, and any outsider cultivator who wanted to do anything here would not end up well. Wuxia gave Xianxia a look, who looked calm and composed, then turned to look at Li Yifeng, who was kowtowing and kowtowing. He sighed helplessly, took out the Discipline Hall medallion that represented his identity, and waved it in front of Xianxia. He pointed at Xianxia and said, "From today onwards, you are the eldest senior sister, and he is the second junior brother. If there is nothing important, don't let me see him. He is as stupid as a rock." When she saw Wuqi's medallion, Xianxia gave Li Yifeng a look, who stood there in a daze. Only then did she drop to her knees and kowtow a few times to Wuxia, calling out respectfully, "Master!" Wuxia laughed delightfully. He looked at his two new disciples and nodded his head satisfyingly. He took out a storage ring and gave it to Xianxia, then threw a shabby storage bag to Li Yifeng. He also took out a few upper-grade magical items and gave them to Xianxia, and a shabby flying sword of lower-grade magical item level. He also took out a large number of spirit talismans crafted by Earth Immortals of excellent quality and gave them to Xianxia. Then, he randomly took out a handful of explosive talismans crafted by Xiantian cultivators and gave them to Li Yifeng. No matter how stupid Li Yifeng was, he could easily tell the difference in the treatment given to him and Xianxia by his newly appointed master. However, when he thought of the impression he left on Wuxia today, he could only put on a green face and say nothing. Looking at the bunch of precious items in Xianxia's hands, he nearly drooled. He loved using swords the most, and no matter how he looked at it, the upper-grade magical flying sword in Xianxia's hand was at least 10 times stronger than the one in his hand. Wuxia gave Li Yifeng a fierce glare. While he was about to teach both of them the mystic technique of White Cloud Immortal Sect, a loud thunderclap was suddenly heard coming from a distance. Wuxia quickly turned his head and looked over. He saw a group of men clad in green clothes fleeing towards them at top speed from a distance of 30 miles away. Behind them, 2 nascent soul demon cultivators were unleashing bolts of demonic thunderbolts and smashing down violently. With the mystic eyes of universe, Wuxia could see a distance of 1,000 miles, and he could see a mere 30 miles away very clearly, as if he was looking at the lines on his palm. Among those green-clothed men, there was an unlucky fellow who was being carried on someone's back and kept coughing blood. Who else could it be but Yin Bugawei? Goldhorn, Silverhorn, go save them. Wuxia cried out loudly. Hurry! Chapter 312. Yin Bugawei looked at Li Yifeng and Xianxia. Yin Bugawei lowered his voice and said in a low voice, "These 3 years, Brother Wuxia, you have really enjoyed a good life. With a few old immortals taking care of you, you can live a carefree life. But we can't. Because of what happened in Xianxia, Immortal Abode, we offended a few old immortals, and in the end, all the emperors of 6 dynasties became outer sect disciples. Being an outer sect disciple always makes me feel uneasy." Wuxia was taken aback. Then he waved his hand at Li Yifeng and Xianxia. Xianxia dragged Li Yifeng away. Li Yifeng was still in a daze, trying to stay where he was and listen to what was going on. But in the end, he was dragged several hundred feet away by Xianxia, who pinched his ear and began to lecture him. Wuxia nodded thoughtfully and said, "Patriarch Zhang once said that when the time is right, the 6 dynasties can establish their own sects. Patriarch Zhang and the other leaders of the 2 immortal sects only wanted to occupy myriad immortals' planet and develop their sects with peace of mind. As for the emperors and ministers of the 6 states, which one of them was willing to live under someone else? The 2 immortal sects were powerful, and the 6 nations were powerless against them. But that didn't stop the 6 nations from doing something else." Shaking his head, Wuxia pressed his hand on Yin Bugawei's blackened body and activated the Hand of Silk. A strong suction force came out of Yin Bu-Gui's body and sucked all the poisonous gas into his palm. Wisps of black smoke kept gushing out from Yin Bu-Gui's body, gradually condensing into a ball of black liquid the size of a duck egg in Wuxi's palm. When all the venom had been sucked out by Wuxi, Yin Bu-Gui's body returned to its normal color. Wuxi then shot out a flame from his palm, burning away all the venom, turning it into a pungent black gas that floated away. Wuxi looked at Yin Bu-Gui with a puzzled expression, frowned, and said, "I thought it was strange. Xianxia asked me to come to Gutai Dynasty to find out which of the 8 princes is suitable to be the new emperor, and asked me to appoint one to inherit the throne. As a result, as soon as he arrived in Tai City, he ran into a lot of old acquaintances. What are you doing here? Who are you going to assassinate? Why did you assassinate him? You haven't told me these things clearly." 2 demon cultivators with a cultivation base of mid-stage nascent soul realm were chasing after Yin Bu-Gui and his company complacently. Initially, they were still having fun with them, attacking them with demon thunders from time to time, planning to exhaust Yin Bu-Gui and his company to death before devouring their flesh and blood. All of a sudden, Goldhorn and Silverhorn rushed out. They immediately sensed the enormous medicinal power contained in the 2 pythons' bodies. The 2 demon cultivators no longer dared to play around. They hastily shot out 2 green sword lights toward Goldhorn and Silverhorn. The 2 demon cultivators were also cultivators of the Snake Demon Clan. Their sword lights were refined from the venom they secreted themselves. Although the quality of their flying swords was very poor, the evil venom they contained was extremely powerful. If an ordinary nascent soul cultivator was wounded by a flying sword, the venom would attack his heart, and his fleshly body would immediately disintegrate. Even his nascent soul would be contaminated by the venom, causing it to collapse and die. Wuxi threw the medicine bottle to Yin Bu-Gui, then snorted coldly and found a rock to sit on. Crossing his legs, he said with a smile, "I'll give you some, but I can't give them for free. Ask Chief General to exchange them with energy stones. It's a life-saving, eradicating ointment. You can give me 1,000 upper-grade energy stones for a bottle of it. It's a very fair and reasonable price." They were 2 silver-ringed serpents, each with a body as thick as a water tank and a length of over 200 feet. They were already terrified by the indistinct aura of flood dragons emanating from Goldhorn and Silverhorn, and now that their greatest reliance was shattered by the cold air, it would be strange if they did not flee. Silverhorn threw his head back and breathed out a long sigh. Human flesh. I have been following this master for so long. Human flesh. Fragrant human flesh. Wuxi lifted Yin Bu-Gui up with one hand, then tore the shirt covering his upper body with his claw. The right side of his body had turned black, and his skin had begun to fester. Even the muscles beneath his skin were riddled with scabs that looked like honeycombs. The dying Yin Bu-Gui raised his head up, gave Wuxi a wicked smile, and said, What a disgrace I've brought to an alien planet. I brought my brothers to assassinate someone, but I didn't expect that great Zhao's sinecures would be guarding that spot. More than half of my brothers were killed, and I nearly died as well. However, the cold air sprayed out by Silverhorn was actually a wisp of extreme energy that he brought with him innately. It was bone-piercing cold, and did not fear any evil venom at all. The 2 sword beams were strangled and killed by several dozens of cold air streams, instantly freezing in a countless greenish powder that drifted in the air. The venom contained in the flying swords had long been cleansed by the cold air, leaving not even a trace behind. 2 demon cultivators coughed out a large mouthful of blood, turning into their true forms and fleeing at top speed. When they arrived before Wuxi, all the secret agents fell limply to the ground, unable to move anymore. Only the secret agent, who carried Yin Bu-Gui on his back, staggered and fell before Wuxi, wailing, "Duke of Wuxi, our master is wounded by an evil man. Please treat him quickly." He pulled out a jar of spirit ointment, which he had concocted himself over the past few years. While applying it on Yin Bugui's wound, he asked, "Assassinate someone. Since when did scouting officers become part-time assassins? We're his great Zhao's sinecures. Why do you want to assassinate that person?" He snorted coldly. Suddenly, a thought flashed in Wuxi's mind, and he asked with surprise, "How did you come out from that place?" He pondered for a brief moment, then breathed out a long sigh and said, "Send the order to all the men from the 6 dynasties. I want Gutai dynasty, and no one is allowed to snatch it from me. Otherwise, I'll inform Patriarch Jiangyun, and all of you will lose everything. None of you will be able to take advantage of me." The brothers killed the demon cultivators, devoured their nascent souls, and devoured the bodies of the 2 enormous demon serpents. It took them less than the time of a few breaths. At this point in time, Yin Bugui and the others had not even gotten their revenge. Only when Goldhorn and Silverhorn began to snore did Yin Bugui and the group of over 30 secret agents of scouting officers finally arrive, panting and carrying Yin Bugui on their backs. "So?" Wuxi nodded and asked. With a belly full of anger, the 2 serpents rolled up a strong gust of wind and rushed towards the group of men in green led by Yin Bugui. With a heavy swing of their golden horns and long tails, a few rocks around them were smashed into pieces. "Those in green, go that way. Our master is waiting for you," he cried out sternly. Only then did Wuxi think of a deadly question. How did so many people from the 6 dynasties leave Myriad Immortals' planet? Did the people from the 2 great immortal sects just let them come and go as they pleased? The group of secret agents of scouting officers cried out in unison. A green light was seen rolling and rocking behind their backs, as the beast souls of the wind-breaking wolves were roaring furiously. Then they sped up, using the last bit of their strength to flee in the direction where Wuxi was. Zi Qinyan bowed slightly to Yin Bugui, while Li Yifeng gave Wuxi a resentful look. It was one thing for his master to be biased, but how could he be so biased? So, he could only be a puppet emperor? That was too hurtful. Yin Bugui chuckled and said complacently, "Therefore, the 6 dynasties have come to a private discussion, and we will send our best men to leave that place. First, White Cloud Planet, and then some other planets. In short, we will use all the means we can think of, such as swindling, burning, killing, and looting. In short, we will open up new territories, and new industries." The brothers burped satisfyingly, then devoured the 2 serpents' skin and bones. After that, they lazily twisted their bodies and swam all the way back to Wuxi. Goldhorn and Silverhorn intimately wiped the blood from the corner of their mouths on Wuxi's thigh, then curled up next to him and began snoring comfortably. The ointment concocted by Wuxi was very strong, but Wuxi was too lazy to consider the combination of the ointment. He only wanted the strongest medicinal strength, and did not care whether the wounded man could bear it or not. When the pale green ointment was smeared on Yin Bugui's rotting skin, he felt as if countless steel blades were stabbing fiercely into his body, causing him to howl miserably in pain. The secret agents of scouting officers looked at each other, speechless. What kind of ointment could make their leaders suffer so much pain? Was it a healing ointment or a deadly poison? "I thought I could have a piece of human flesh," said Goldhorn gloomily. Once again, Wuxi was rendered speechless. Yin Bugui said excitedly, "Brother Wuxi, you may not know this, but the emperors and princes of all the dynasties on White Cloud Planet are as stupid as pigs and dogs, and we can easily control them. Now, it is the people from the 6 dynasties who are fighting fiercely against each other, while the emperors and princes of these dynasties have become our puppets." When the ointment was smeared on his skin, Yin Bugui, who was in so much pain that tears came out from his eyes, suddenly felt that the burning pain had turned into a refreshing coolness. He could feel his skin healing rapidly, and his injuries were recovering at an incredible speed. He could not help but cry out, "This is so satisfying. This ointment is too wonderful for words. Brother Wuxi, can you give us some?" Goldhorn and Silverhorn let out a long cry of joy. Suddenly, red clouds and white mists rose from their bellies, lifting them up into the sky and charging toward Yanbugue and the others. Hastily, Wuxia cried out, "Look carefully. The two demon cultivators at the back are the enemies. If you dare to touch even a piece of flesh of the green-clothed man in front of you, I'll chop you into pieces when we return." However, Goldhorn suddenly leaped forward and came before the two serpents like a bolt of lightning. Suddenly, a large ball with a diameter of about 10 feet bulged out near Goldhorn's throat. Then, he gave a loud roar and shot out a crimson flame dragon from his mouth, enveloping the two serpents in a towering flame. The poor serpent demons, who had cultivated their nascent souls with great difficulty and transformed into human form, had their skin and flesh torn, and even their bones were cooked by the high temperature. Suddenly, two green beams shot out from the serpent demons' bodies. They were the nascent souls of the two demon cultivators, who wanted to seize the opportunity to flee. But how could Goldhorn and Silverhorn allow them to do so? The two great pythons opened their mouths and inhaled, forming two visible vortexes in the air. After that, the two serpent nascent souls were swallowed by Goldhorn and Silverhorn. Abruptly, the bodies of the brothers shone brightly, as if they had grown a little bigger. Goldhorn and Silverhorn gave a joyful cry, then rushed forward excitedly and began gnawing at the bodies of the two serpent demons. Yanbugue nodded and said, "That's right. When the time comes, we'll establish our own sect." Recently, the few kingdoms on White Cloud Planet are going to be in a state of turmoil. Ugh, it has been a long time since we last had any activity, so we can use these dynasties on White Cloud Planet as a practice. Take the old emperor of Gutai Dynasty, for example. He should not have died so soon, but his energy essence was drained by Imperial Advisor Su with the Ecstasy Grand Magic, and he was at his last gasp. Without saying a word, Silverhorn opened his mouth and sprayed out several dozens of streams of cold air, each measuring about 10 feet long, which blotted out the sky and greeted the two demon cultivators who were approaching. The cold air was so cold that a thick layer of ice quickly formed on the ground. Carried on the back of one of his subordinates, Yanbugue shuddered violently, and was so cold that his teeth were chattering. Gasping for breath, he quickly pointed in the direction where Wuxia was and said, "This way. These are the two divine dragons serving under Duke of Tianyan. With Duke of Tianyan here, we have nothing to worry about." Wuxia did not say a word. Just as he expected, the time for these demons to dance in a frenzy had arrived. The saliva that kept dripping down from the corners of Goldhorn and Silverhorn's mouths stopped abruptly. Yanbugue laughed, nodded, and said with a smile, "Aye, they're not bad-looking. They're indeed the emperors and—" Yanbugue suddenly came to his senses. He stared at Wuxia and cried out, "You want to support them to be the emperors of Gutai Dynasty? Then, why is Prince of Chongqing still bothering Sixth Prince?" After a brief pause, Wuxia pointed at Zi Qianyan and Li Yifeng, smiled, and said, "These are my two new disciples. Take a look. Do they look like the Emperor and Queen of Gutai Dynasty? I think they're pretty good. I'm sure Qianyan has the demeanor of a motherly model of the world. Although this male disciple is a little stupid, he is very qualified to be a puppet emperor." Chapter 3:13. Chuckling, Yanbugue habitually glanced to the left and right, then told Wuxia the truth. It was true that White Cloud Immortal Sect and Tranquil Vimla Sect had restricted the emperors and ministers of 6 dynasties from entering and leaving Myriad Immortals planet. Over the past 3 years, only a few emperors and ministers of 6 dynasties were allowed to visit White Cloud Planet and the planets occupied by Tranquil Vimla Sect through the Grand Universal Teleportation Formation. One reason was to appreciate the local conditions and customs of the 2 great immortal sects, and treat it as a sightseeing tour. Another reason was that, As these emperors and ministers were the nominal disciples of the two great immortal sects, they had to show their faces at their headquarters to see how the headquarters of their sects looked like, and to establish a good relationship with the many executing elders in their sections. However, White Cloud Immortal Sect and Tranquil Vimla Sect should not have allowed Mod and Gigazi, the two old misters, to take a stroll through the Grand Universal Teleportation Formation. Over the past 3 years, the two old misters had entered and exited the formation 6 times. Relying on the enlightenment gained from these 6 times, combined with the magical properties of short-distance teleportation formations, the two old misters managed to construct a grand universal teleportation formation that belonged to the 6 dynasties 1 month ago. As if they had found a priceless treasure, the emperors and ministers of 6 dynasties immediately gathered a great amount of materials and constructed dozens of large-scale teleportation formations in dozens of top-secret places on Myriad Immortals' planet. Each teleportation formation was heavily guarded by the 6 dynasties to prevent the secret from leaking out. Mod and Gigazi, on the other hand, had not only constructed the Grand Universal Teleportation Formation, but also found several dozens of different coordinates that led to other planets from the teleportation formations of the 2 great immortal sections. In other words, the emperors and ministers of 6 dynasties could now freely enter and leave Myriad Immortals' planet, and they could not only go to the planets controlled by the 2 great immortal sections. According to Yin Bugui, all the people of the 6 dynasties who knew about this had sworn a vicious oath that they would never reveal the existence of Myriad Immortals' planet. After all, it was closely related to their own interests, and none of them would be stupid enough to expose a priceless planet to more people. Unless it was an outsider like Wuxia, who was forced into a desperate situation and saw that he was about to be suppressed by the joint forces of the enemies, and his life was threatened, who among the influential nobles born and bred in the 6 dynasties would sell a priceless planet to someone else. So, Wuxia stared blankly at Yin Bugui. Yin Bugui blinked his eyes and looked at Wuxia. Now, the elite troops of various countries have secretly gone to various planets and are doing exactly what we did on White Cloud Planet. In short, he would first control a few puppets and then fight for territory in the mortal world for his country. Once we control enough mortal countries, we will infiltrate the immortal sects that control the various planets. Once the people we control have enough power in those immortal sects, we will gather the power of the 6 countries to overthrow that immortal sect and replace it. Rubbing his palms hard, Yin Bugui smiled and said, "The Imperial Advisors and the 6 Emperors are just 1 step away from becoming Heaven Immortals. As long as we have Heaven Immortals in our countries, the sky will be high and the sea will be wide, and we will be able to do whatever we want. His Majesty has said it himself. Why can't this part of the starry sky become the territory of Great Yin?" Wuxia was at a loss. He shook his head and said helplessly, "I knew it. I knew it." Wuxia smiled bitterly in his mind. He had lured White Cloud Immortal Sect to avoid an imminent crisis for himself, but in the end, he had brought an even greater crisis to the cultivators in this part of the starry sky. He broke a small hole in the cage that imprisoned a group of fierce tigers. Then, the group of tigers leaped out of the cage happily and could not wait to eat the humans. God bless them. Wuxia stretched out his hand and drew a cross on his chest. Yin Bugui did not understand the meaning of Wuxia's gesture. Surprised, he asked, "God? The legendary ancient heavenly emperor?" Wuxia answered Yin Bugui's question with a vague answer. He shook his head and breathed out a long sigh. Well, after 3 years of recuperation, Wuxia had no choice but to work hard to catch up, to develop his overall strength on various planets. At least, he needed the power to protect himself, enough to keep himself alive from those enemies. It was hard to imagine how much pressure Wuxia would have to face when Heaven Immortals emerged from the 6 dynasties, wiped out many immortal sects, and took control of many immortal sects in Liyuan Galaxy. Perhaps? Should Wuxia inform Patriarch Xianxia now? But very soon, Wuxia dismissed the idea. Those who left Myriad Immortals planet were not only from the few dynasties, but also from Great Yin. In Great Yin dynasty, not only did he have enemies, he also had friends and brothers. Especially, Princess Zhang Lu was born in Great Yin, and her father was Yin Qijuan, the crown prince of Great Yin. No matter how powerful Wuxia was, he could not change this fact. Perhaps he could stop the secret operation of the Six Dynasties, but it would mean breaking off all relations with the people of the Six Dynasties. Even Jing Ku and the others would not forgive Wuxia. At the very least, now that the two immortal sects had occupied White Cloud Immortal Sect and rescued the Six Dynasties from the hands of Han Shao Immortal and the other evil immortals, the emperors and ministers of the Six Dynasties would owe Wuxia a favor. At least, it was Wuxia's plan that allowed the two relatively gentle and relaxed immortal sects to descend upon Myriad Immortals' planet, and not those evil immortals who were greedy, evil, and bloodthirsty by nature. Therefore, although no one said it out loud, everyone knew very well that the emperors and ministers of the Six Dynasties actually owed Wuxia a favor. Even though it was because of him that Wuxia brought the two immortal sects here, all the people of the Six Dynasties owed him a favor. But once Wuxia leaked the secret of the Six Dynasties' plan to Patriarch Jiang Yun, the Six Dynasties would instantly become Wuxia's enemies. Just think about it. All the people of the Six Dynasties would become his enemies. Yingzheng Yindan Tianwen, Zhao Sheng, Chu Ping, Wei Wuji Mo Di, Sun Quan Gigazi. Wuxia took a deep breath, completely dispelling the impulse to leak the secret. Shaking his head helplessly, he said, "I want Gutai Dynasty." A smile emerged on Yin Bugui's face. Then he lowered his voice and said, "What General Jink has said is right. Even if Duke of Tianyun learns about this, he will only take a share of the benefits, and will never leak the secret to White Cloud Immortal Sect." The hair on Wuxia's back suddenly stood up. He glared at Yin Bugui, sneered, and said, "Do I look like that kind of man? Ugh, what did General Jinku say?" Yin Bugui nodded and said, "Half a month ago, when the people of the Six Dynasties were dispatched, General Jinku said that we should inform Duke of Tianyun and sect leader in advance. General Jinku said that, after all, we are on the same side. The reason why Duke of Tianyun joined White Cloud Immortal Sect is to resist the pressure from Lu Buwei, Xianxia, and the others. As long as Duke of Tianyun has the overall strength to fight against them, Duke of Tianyun will not be loyal to White Cloud Immortal Sect." Wuxia gave Yin Bugui a glance, speechlessly. It was a very bad feeling, as it was a very bad feeling to be seen through by someone. Over the past few days, he had not contacted Lu Qingfeng and the others, as he had been spending all his time with Princess Zhang Lu on White Cloud Planet. That was why he did not know about the major change. After pondering for a while, Wuxia stretched out his hand and said, "I want a copy of a location of all the grand universal teleportation formations on Myriad Immortals planet. After that, I'll summon all the people from the Six Dynasties in Tai City. With my status as the executing disciple of White Cloud Immortal Sect's Discipline Hall, I'll announce that Gutai Dynasty is my territory. They can do whatever they want in other places, but this place, this dynasty, is mine." Yin Bugui grinned, then fished out a jade slip and gave it to Wuxia. After that, he sent his divine will into the jade slip and memorized the coordinates. After that, Wuxia selected several hundred remote planets from the several thousands of coordinates he had identified from the Grand Universal Teleportation Formation on White Cloud Planet and imprinted them into the jade slip. Throwing the jade slip back to Yin Bugui, Wuxia smiled and said, "I'll give you a chance to earn some merit. Give this jade slip to His Majesty, and tell him that it's the coordinates of the planets that you and I discovered together. His Majesty will be pleased, as it will give us, Great Yin, an absolute strategic advantage. Compared to the other 5 dynasties, Great Yin had control over several hundred planets' coordinates. As long as they could send some capable men to make arrangements in advance on those planets, it would be a great advantage." Yin Bugui was struck with wild joy. Of course, he knew the significance of these coordinates. Each planet represented countless mortals and a vast amount of resources. Even though the cultivation resources produced by a planet were limited, when the resources produced by several hundred or even thousands of planets were gathered together and provided for the benefit of the upper echelons of a dynasty, it would be an astronomical figure. Many immortal sects in Liyuan Galaxy had reached a tacit agreement, reaching a delicate balance. No one dared to invade the planets of another. But the group of people from 6 dynasties was different. Their foundation was in Myriad Immortals' planet, and they were outsiders. They could use all the means they had without any scruples, and they had the ambition, confidence, and ability to invade this part of the starry sky. Holding the jade slip in his hand, Yin Bugue was grinning from ear to ear. No matter where Wuxia found these coordinates, as long as he could prove that these coordinates were real, perhaps the merit would be enough for him to be conferred a decent title of nobility, marquis, or something else. Wuxia frowned and pondered without saying a word. All of a sudden, he heard a rapid wind-piercing noise coming from a distance. He raised his head abruptly and cried out in a low voice, "Who are you trying to assassinate? What is the cultivation base of those great Zhao's sinecures? Do they know that you are from Great Yan's scouting office?" Yin Bugue raised his brows and said in shock, "The man we are trying to assassinate is the right commander of Gutai Dynasty's Imperial Army. Once we kill him, the deputy commander controlled by Great Yan will take over his position and control 1/3 of the Imperial Army. But there are a few nascent soul sinecures from Great Zhao here, and I believe they have recognized the cultivation technique we are practicing. After all, only Great Yan's scouting office uses a large number of wind-breaking wolves as beast souls." Wuxia sprung to his feet abruptly. The wind-piercing noise was getting closer and closer. Wuxia raised his head and looked up and saw a few bright beams pressing down from the clouds high up in the sky. "Gold horn, silver horn, get ready to fight the enemy," Wuxia cried out sternly. "Yin Bugue, retreat now, and help me protect my 2 disciples." Before his words could fade away, a wretched green ghost suddenly emerged from the void next to Wuxia. A man with a strange face that made him look like an evil ghost leaped out and hugged Wuxia. His body expanded at an incredible speed, while a very dense ghost energy wrapped around Wuxia. "Not good," cried Wuxia. Without hesitation, he sprung into a bright beam and shot up into the sky, flying up together with the man. The speed of the magnetic sword escape beam was incredibly fast. When Wuxia had flown less than 10 miles away with the man, a loud boom rang out. The man who was hugging Wuxia had self-detonated his nascent soul, unleashing a glowing green ghost flame that enveloped Wuxia entirely. The shockwaves spread out in all directions, lifting and shattering the rock layers one by one. Large amounts of crushed rocks and soil were sent flying several dozens of miles away. Yin Bugue and his company were forced to lie flat on the ground, nearly blown away by the strong wind. Yin Bugue fixed his gaze at the direction where the green light emerged, roaring at the top of his voice. It was a death warrior, a nascent soul death warrior. Who was the mastermind behind this bold move of using a nascent soul death warrior to kill Wuxia? Chapter 314. It was an early-stage nascent soul, realm Earth, immortal, who suddenly leaped out and hugged Wuxia. On top of that, he was a ghost immortal who practiced the cultivation technique of ghost cultivators. His entire body was stained with ghost aura and death aura, and every single strand of his hair contained the most poisonous phosphorescence. Different from the ghost immortal guards secretly trained by Great Yin Imperial Palace, this ghost immortal was half human and half ghost. Half of his body was condensed from ghost aura, and the power of his self-explosion was extremely powerful. Wuxia was caught unprepared, and the ghost immortal got close to him. Fearing that the self-explosion would hurt Yin Bugue and the others, Wuxia hastily rode on the sword beam and fled far away. But before he could travel 10 miles away, The ghost immortal had already self-detonated. Deadly venom, evil aura, and shrill ghost howls that could directly attack one's soul came crashing towards Wuxia, enveloping him tightly. They were about to tear his body apart, crush him, melt him into a clump of venomous liquid, and then be burned into ashes by the phosphorescence. Before the innate earth element dragon scale shield could be activated, the black dragon spirit ring worn by Wuxia had already reacted. A dragon roar rang out, as countless pitch-black dragon scales shot out from the surface of the black dragon spirit ring, sticking closely to Wuxia's body and forming into a set of sturdy dragon scale armor. A large sheet of bright light was seen rolling and rocking rapidly on the surface of the armor. The dense patterns on the surface of the dragon scales tore and crushed the tremendous pressure bit by bit, allowing it to quickly disperse through Wuxia's body, preventing it from causing too much damage to Wuxia's body. Wuxia's body was trembling violently, and he nearly fainted from the impact. Although the black dragon spirit ring had taken the initiative to protect him, and he had been diligently cultivating the dragon transformation script for the past 3 years to gradually improve the strength of his fleshly body, the explosion still made him cough out a mouthful of blood. Stars swayed before his eyes, and all his internal organs were shaking violently, as if they were about to burst out from his mouth. Fortunately, the spirit-restricting rope was an immortal item, and its item spirit had cultivated to the realm of spirit immortal. Although it did not have a fleshly body and was only a thread of its divine spirit, it was still an immortal item. A beam of purple light shot out from Wuxia's left wrist, coiling around Wuxia like a flood dragon, shattering more than 80% of the energy ripples produced by the nascent soul Earth Immortal's self-detonation. A faintly discernible figure emerged from the rope, performing an incantation gesture with both hands and releasing it into the surroundings, quickly calming the violent energy ripples in the surroundings. If not for the spirit-restricting rope taking the initiative, the self-detonation of a nascent soul realm Earth Immortal would have turned everything within a radius of 100 miles into dust, and none of Yin Bugue and the others would have escaped. The spirit-restricting rope calmed down the ripples of energy in the surroundings, and only then did the item spirit return to it. The purple gleam retracted and returned to Wuxia's wrist, transforming into a thin thread. Wuxia threw his head back and roared furiously. "Bastard! Don't let me know who you are, or else!" Amidst a few beams of light falling down from the sky, a surprised cry of Duke of Longyang was heard. "Io, isn't this Duke of Tianyin? How did he end up in such a sorry state?" "Stop! Stop! This is Duke Tianyun of Great Yin Dynasty. He is one of us, Great Wei's man." As the bright light faded away, the enchanting Lord of Longyang descended from the sky, stepping on a jade-colored silk handkerchief while smiling. Seeing that figure, that graceful bearing, as well as the high-grade magic treasure embroidered handkerchief under his feet, Wuxia did not know why, but all the hairs on his body stood on end. After retrieving the dragon scale armor transformed from the black dragon spirit ring, Wuxia spat out a mouthful of saliva mixed with blood, then flew back to the side of Yin Bugue and the others. Both Goldhorn and Silverhorn were very clever and quick-witted. When the self-explosion happened, the two great pythons shot out like two rainbows. Goldhorn coiled up into a snake formation, protecting Yin Bugue and a few other scouting officers, while Silverhorn rushed forward and surrounded Li Yifeng and Xianxia. When the ghost immortal self-detonated, a great amount of rocks came smashing and smashed onto the two great pythons, producing countless sparks. However, none of them hurt Yin Bugue, Li Yifeng, and Xianxia. On the contrary, some of the secret agents of scouting officers had their arms or legs broken, or were thrown 7 to 8 miles away by the strong wind. However, these were just minor injuries, not worth mentioning. Throwing a bottle of healing spirit medicine to Yin Bugue, Wuxia rolled his eyes and stared at Lord of Longyang, sneered and said, "My lord, is the guy who self-detonated your man?" Lord of Longyang's face turned pale as he kept shaking his head. Stepping on the handkerchief, he descended from the sky, which transformed into a cloud and flew back into his sleeve. Slowly, he came next to Wuxia, gave Wuxia a long and bitter look, breathed out a long sigh, and said, "What kind of person does Duke Wuxia think of me as?" Turning his gaze to Yin Bugue, Lord of Longyang chuckled and said, "I swear to the heaven, that man has absolutely nothing to do with me. However, Zhao Ta does have two ghost immortals with him." Zhao Ta. Wuxia gave Lord of Longyang a glare. Standing next to him, Yin Bugue shook his dizzy head and said hastily, "Zhao Ta, the son of great Zhao's emperor, Marquis Zhuang. Just now, when we were retreating from the village, we saw him rushing out with a group of men. He should be in that village just now." Lord of Longyang smiled and said, "With Commander Yin as witness, Longyang is innocent. I have no idea where this ghost immortal with Zhao Ta came from, but he's been following Zhao Ta since 3 years ago. Just now, when Longyang brought his men to the village, he was planning to kill Zhao Ta with a single sword strike. But unexpectedly, Zhao Ta had already left with his men, and even the commander of Imperial Army was nowhere to be found. Who would have thought that this ghost immortal would come here to assassinate Duke Wuxia?" Wuxia bowed his head and pondered. After a while, Wuxia suddenly raised his head and said with a smile, "Very well. I think I know who it is. What does my lord want to teach Wuxia?" Lord of Longyang gave Wuxia an appreciative look, then turned to look at Yin Bugue and said, "It is not a secret, but according to the investigation conducted by Great Wei's Grand Council, Great Zhao believes that the person who killed Zhao Ling in Xianxia Immortal Abode is related to Duke Wuxia, and the person who framed up Lu Buwei is also Duke Wuxia." Wuxia was taken aback. Then he laughed and said, "Why do you say that? Wuxia only has the cultivation base of Jindan. How could he kill people at will in Xianxia Immortal Abode?" Lord of Longyang spread his palms, indicating that he had no idea why Great Zhao and Lu Buwei could be so sure about this. Yin Bugui's face darkened as he listened to Lord of Longyang's words. As the commander of Scouting Office, he had a very sensitive sense of information. There were some things in Lord of Longyang's words that were worth investigating. Especially, how did Great Wei come to know the internal information of Great Zhao, and the relationship between Lu Buwei and Great Zhao? These were all very serious matters. Wuxia frowned, as a wave of anger rose from his heart. He said coldly, "Who cares? My lord, please deliver a message for Wuxia. Tomorrow at noon, Wuxia wants to meet all the people from the 6 dynasties who are in charge of Gutai dynasty's affairs in Hidden Sword Pavilion. Wuxia wants this Gutai dynasty." Wuxia handed the medallion that represented his identity as the executing disciple of White Cloud Immortal Sect's Discipline Hall to Lord of Longyang, then looked at Lord of Longyang, smiled, and said, "I believe my lord has a way to inform these people. I'll have to trouble you, please." Lord of Longyang gave Wuxia a glance, chuckled, and said, "Duke Wuxia, you are being too courteous and treating me like an outsider. What are these things to me? It just so happens that Longyang can get closer to Duke Wuxia, and I'll have more chances to rely on Duke Wuxia in the future. The wind and clouds are gathering now, and the storm is about to rise. Duke Wuxia has been living a carefree life for 3 years, but now he can no longer ignore the affairs of the world." Pointing his finger at the nearly 1-mile-wide crater caused by the self-explosion of the Ghost Immortal, Lord of Longyang stared at Wuxia and said, "Duke Wuxia, the matter regarding Duke Wuxia has arrived." Wuxia's face was gloomy, and he did not say a word. That's right. 3 peaceful years had passed, and the era of change had arrived. Regardless of whether he was willing to or not, he had to face this treacherous test. The next day, at noon, in the north private room on the 6th floor of Hidden Sword Pavilion that had just been renovated, people from 6 dynasties were sitting around a large round table. Wuxia sat on the seat of honor, coldly looking at the group of people who sat around the table, without saying a word. Lao Ai represented Great Yin. Zhao Ta represented Great Zhao. Xianxia represented Great Chu. Meng Tian represented Daqin. Tian Dan represented Great Qi. Lord of Longyang represented Great Wei. Wuxia rubbed his temples with both of his hands, feeling a headache coming on. What kind of people were these? Then, he looked at the 8 princes of Gutai dynasty, who were serving behind these 6 lords with utmost respect, and Wuxia nearly threw his head back and let out a long sigh. The Gutai dynasty was like a little lamb. How could it withstand the invasion of 6 hungry wolves? After a full hour of silence, during which the group of people stared at each other with their eyes wide open, Wuxia finally said coldly, "Everyone, please give Wuxia a little face." Wuxia has been ordered by Xianxia, the preceptor of Discipline Hall, to deal with the succession of Gutai dynasty's imperial authority. The territory of Gutai dynasty belongs to me now. As for the other several hundred dynasties, I will not compete with any of you. I only want Gutai dynasty. Pointing at Li Yifeng, who stood next to him, Wuxia said in a deep voice, "He will be the new emperor of Gutai dynasty from now on." The 8 princes of Gutai dynasty, Qi, immediately raised their heads and glared at Li Yifeng. When Wuxia saw the unconvinced and resentful faces of the 8 princes, he snorted coldly and said, "What? Are you not convinced? Could it be that you will only be convinced after you are punished by the sect rules?" The 8 princes exchanged a glance, bowed their heads in fear and trepidation, and dared not to say a word. Only then did they remember that they were the outer sect disciples of White Cloud Immortal Sect, and this Wuxia before them was the preceptor of Discipline Hall appointed by the sect. Even if he wanted Gutai dynasty to be replaced, he could do it with just a word. Sighing lightly, Wuxia knocked on the table and asked in an indifferent tone, "Gentlemen, do you agree with what Wuxia has done?" Xianxia gave a cold laugh, rose to his feet, and swaggered out of the room. He said in an indifferent tone, "Let's see if you can keep this foundation." Duke of Longyang smiled sweetly and said with a gentle voice, "It is just a mere Gutai dynasty. If Duke Wuxia wants it, it will belong to Duke Wuxia." Tian Dan and the others exchanged a glance, then nodded indifferently. They really didn't put a small country in their eyes. Speaking of which, the territory of Gutai dynasty was only about the total area of the few vassal kingdoms under the 6 dynasties combined, and its resources were far less abundant than those vassal kingdoms on Myriad Immortals planet. Therefore, it was not a loss for the 6 dynasties to give up a small Gutai dynasty. After a brief moment of pondering, Meng Tian cried out, "Duke of Tianyun, will you not interfere with our business in the future?" Wuxia gave Meng Tian a deep look, who had deep eye sockets and a high-nose bridge, then said with a deep voice, "Yes, it is just Gutai dynasty. This place belongs to me, and I will turn a blind eye to what you are doing. But, for the sake that we are from the same clan, Wuxia will remind you that White Cloud Planet is the foundation of White Cloud Immortal Sect. Don't bring trouble to yourselves." Right when Wuxia's voice faded away, a series of hurried footsteps was heard coming from outside the veranda. A man with an enchanting face, so beautiful that Wuxia could not tell whether he was a man or a woman, rushed into the room, hastily handing over a small jade slip to Duke of Longyang. When Duke of Longyang gave the jade slip a glance with his divine will, his pretty face fell instantly. He raised his head, looked at Wuxia, and said, "The Crown Prince of Great Yin, Yin Shijuan, was attacked on Shui Yuan planet. No one knows if he is still alive or not." Wuxia was taken aback, and he sprung to his feet. You're tuning in to the Eternal Immortal Ballad YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.